Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is the usual group of losers.
Loser number one.
Reese 2753. Also, Footnome's here.
Loser number two.
Dear Lord, you guys are the low energy of the audience. Or the host tonight.
What do you expect?
Random 11.
Hey guys, I'm not the loser.
You're the lube tuber.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about. We're winners over here, me and Random 11.
And Lance.
Spicy mayo does not identify as tacos.
Also joining me in my body
Energy.
is Corona. The virus, not the beer.
Corona-chan?
Yeah.
Hey, at least she's 19. The FBI won't be by later.
So let me screen share. By the way, do you know what amazing thing I did as soon as the podcast started? I accidentally didn't hit the local recording button. Is there a way for us to change that midstream?
Probably not.
Random 11, if you could figure that out, that'd be awesome. I'm going to go ahead and screen share. How's everybody doing tonight?
Recording settings are disabled while live.
Fuck. Well, guess we're going to
Fuck that one up.
fuck that up. Yeah.
All
right. Here we go.
You're lose number one now.
So I'd like to jump right in. Notice I also forgot to change our headline. Jumping right in, I think it's important we jump right into this topic. So I would like to show you a tweet that I saw a few days ago. As I do have tweet notifications turned on for Justin Savakis, he said, "Yikes! I did not expect to see Vic Mignogna's penis today. Normally, you have to join his fan club for that. I can't snap, damn it. Fuck. My hands are a little sweaty. Thank you.
You can't do the Z snap on command.
Yeah. I saw this at the early morning, December 5th. And then later on, as I'm at work, I saw this one. Why do I have to make a publishing decision on a Monday about whether to write about Vic Mignogna flashing his underwear to an all-female panel on a live stream?" From Lindsay Loveridge. And I'm like, what the fuck happened on Flashcast on Sunday? So, Vic was on Flashcast.
Simpcast.
God damn it. Did I say Flashcast?
It would have been too poetic if it was on Flashcast.
It would have been, yeah. Apparently, I just clicked a button that took me to a different episode because Rakeda was not on that episode. Yeah, so they talked with Vic about the most important topics that we won't be covering tonight. And apparently, in the middle of this, a certain event happened that has been snipped from the actual video, where I can just pull right here. If you watch right here. So they've pulled something from the video, as you can see. Now, good old Renfamous happened to tweet out what they pulled. And amazing, really, that, I mean, this occurred at almost 3.5 hours into this stream. Did you really sit there and watch that entire time for this? I'm going to go ahead and play it.
Russian cat, I adopted him on the day that Yuri Gagarin went to space. And I was like, okay, this fits. Which apparently all my guy friends are like, that's such a cool name for a cat because Lord of War is Yuri something. But
so let's watch that again. In slow motion, zoom and enhance.
Because Lord of War is Yuri something. But
I love her expression in the top left.
So
anyway.
Sorry, we lost Vic there. I'm sure he'll come back. All right, tell us about your cat.
So let's read what Renfremis had to say about this. Former voice actor Vic Mignogna exposes himself during appearance on all-female right-wing YouTube stream. Hey, what does the term right-wing woman mean to people on the left?
Gosh.
A woman who is hotter than you are.
I guess so.
So she says, trigger warning, Vic with no pants, leopards eating faces. Now, I had to do some research on what this retarded saying meant. I found that the original, this is where the meme originated. This person tweeted, quote, I never thought leopards would eat my face, sobs woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. So basically, this is a cringy Tumblr meme of like, fuck around and find out. It's like their version of that. Again, the left can't meme, so I'm sorry you had to experience it with me. Now, she says, Vic with no pants. Vic Mignogna exposes himself. Monica Rial replies, can't say we didn't warn you. Like, yeah, this is a sex pest. He flashes people. He pulls his weenie out all the time. Jamie Markey as well. This man here. By the way, just prior to the stream, I learned that Jamie Markey has gone out of her way to block the official OCA podcast Twitter account.
We've made it. We've made it, ladies and gentlemen.
Which tells me that they are so triggered by our coverage of the In Touch podcast that they actively went out of their way to block the account associated with the podcast on Twitter. Fortunately, they did not block the Middle East branch. So we're still rocking it.
Who which one blocked it? Jamie or Monica?
Jamie. Which is amazing actually, because Jamie for the longest time had not blocked me just in general. And again, I've never reached out to either of them. I've never said anything on Twitter about them that I can remember. And
he hasn't blocked me.
Yeah. Well, Monica blocked me right away because I was following people that were guilty of wrongthink, right? But Jamie did not block. She did not use the block bot from what I could tell. Until or the blockchain as they called it, which is fucking stupid. But then when she tweeted about needing to have kids back in school so there can be more school shootings again, then she blocked me and everybody else. So anyway, now what are your thoughts on what occurred on this
Russian cat?
What are your thoughts on this?
Vic's a boomer.
Yeah. So we found and posted the tweet in the
Because
Discord.
too lazy to put on pants.
Well, I posted this tweet with the video here in the Discord, and there was a lot of conversation about it. And this was my take. I just want to. I predicted the future here. Speaking as the literal host of the #NoPants podcast, as we affectionately nicknamed ourselves, being on camera for hours at a time, especially when there's studio lighting, gets extremely uncomfortably hot. You can literally see my pit stains in half the podcasts because of how hot it gets in a room while you're streaming. It is an incredibly common practice for men especially to not wear their formal attire on their, or to only wear, their formal attire on their upper body when streaming. There have been instances in the news where people were corresponding, you know, and the guy's in a suit and tie, and then, you know, he gets up and walks around the desk and he's in his boxers underneath, you know, like this happens. This is not that uncommon. So it is cringe. And naturally it's not something you would want to, you obviously it's not something you plan to do, you know. So here's what I had to say regarding the incident. A lot of people are saying he bumped his webcam or his camera and it fell. I'm like, no, here's what's going on. This is a picture of my laptop. I said he was using the webcam built into his MacBook because you can literally see the indentation at the bottom of the screen. And I said, speaking as someone who has done this with shorts on, your general perception of what the cam will be able to see when the laptop is half closed is simply wrong. As I will showcase, when you continue going down, do you see this right here?
But
yeah, I see something else too.
Look at when Vic is on screen. Do you see a similar indentation directly below his groin?
Yeah, I that's something.
So this is Steve Jobs' fucking fault. Clearly.
Yeah.
He should have an accelerometer in the little laptop and make it so that as soon as it detects the screen,
the horizon line lowering,
turn off the
There
webcam.
should be a like a fridge light. As soon as it opens beyond a certain threshold, the webcam or the light goes on. So when you close it, there's a certain point at which the light turns off before the door fully closes. Yeah. So I actually tested to see how far I had to go before it would show as much as is on Vic's screen. And I was surprised to see this is actually closed at a 45-degree angle. So anyway, back to this. I would like to point out Chrissy Mayer in response to this, she is the individual here. This was her stream, Simpcast. She said, in response to Renfamous, laughed my ass off. Nothing was exposed. It's not a big deal. He reached for something behind his laptop and didn't realize where his camera went. This was so obviously a boomer moment. It's sad that you're trying to manipulate it into something deliberate or perverse. And here is Vic's take on the matter. This is what he had to say. I'm going to play it for you guys. Hold on.
Try to find something, and I couldn't see it. It was behind my laptop. So what did I do, everybody? I just went like this to get the thing behind the laptop. And as soon as I did, I reached for it. It couldn't have been more than 2 seconds, and that was it. It was a complete accident. I wasn't even aware that anything happened. But wouldn't you know it, these pathetic, I'm sorry, I'm trying my best not to, what's wrong with people? Seriously, you couple of people out there, and you know who you are. Anybody who's ever spent 30 seconds around me or knows anything about me, which clearly you don't, knows that I would never do something so stupid. And I'm seeing these, Vic Mignogna exposed himself. Are you insane? You must be mentally unstable. You must need medication. Seriously, you need to get some help. Have you ever gone to the beach? Have you ever gone to the swimming pool? Well, those people are exposing themselves about as much as I did. There was no exposing. All you need to do is look at the video, you guys. All the 2 seconds of it. You can see the tails of my shirt, and you can see my thighs, and you can see a portion of my shorts. And that's it. For 2 seconds. And it's not nothing was exposed. And I was mortified when I found out about it. I would never in a billion lifetimes do something like that. It's inconceivable to me that there are literally people out there who are so perverted. You know, perverted people think everything and everyone is perverted. You know what I mean? Like, they look through a perverted lens.
So that was his explanation of what happened. And I would just like to swish. Fucking nailed it. That was exactly right. And I know, because again, as somebody who streams and has been doing this for years and knows how hot it gets, trust me, there has been more than one occasion where, for whatever reason, especially because I also need to grab things from behind my laptop at times on stream, and the camera shows whatever it's going to show. So clearly that's what happened. But that's
apparently
not how people are.
Apparently, by his image, that it bothered them to the point they had to react seriously.
Seeing just this is enough for certain individuals to decide that Vic, at this moment, look at that guilty face. He's like, oh God, I can't hold it anymore. I have to show them my penis.
Lord of War is Yuri.
Right? I mean, come on. Also, she's talking about, what's his name? Yuri Gagarin, who went to space. Like, Vic is a massive Star Trek fan. He probably is also, like, interested in space travel and whatnot. And her bringing this up, Vic got excited. Clearly,
he's fanboying.
He's fanboying. He's clearly reaching for something behind his screen because he has something to contribute to this conversation. In fact, I'll just say, I listened to this episode of the Simcast. I guess it was just yesterday. And they talked extensively about Star Trek Continues. There was a certain guest on the show. Let me let's do this. It'll be easier. They bring in various different guests. This girl here, huge Star Trek fan. Vic has them actually bring up his website for Star Trek Continues, and they like watch the preview and everything. Like, I'll be real, this was a great stream for Vic. Like, he got to talk with people who shared a common passion with him, and you could tell it was like super healing for him to get to. I mean, he stayed there like for 3.5 hours talking with these ladies about all sorts of different anime and things that he was involved in. And it was, honestly, it was really a nice thing to see that he got to do. Now, let's see how everybody else decided that went. Even though the individuals who were there clearly said, yeah, no. Let's see, where were we? Right here. Okay, so LJ Montello says, so Vic Mignogna managed to Jeffrey Toobin himself while trying to get a second appeal of his failed defamation suit against women accusing him of being a sex pest. Chef's kiss. So, who is Jeffrey Toobin? Oh, yeah. New Yorker suspended Jeffrey Toobin for masturbating on a Zoom call. So, what does that conjure up in your mind that Vic was doing? I'll remind you. This is the context. Most people are seeing this. Former VA Vic Mignogna exposes himself during appearance on an all-female right-wing YouTube stream. And the video itself is fucking low resolution as shit. In fact, when I first watched it, I actually couldn't tell if this was the fly of his zipper and these were tan pants. I couldn't even tell at first because you used such a low fucking resolution thing. But I thought to myself, there is no goddamn way that you would bother to, to screen record this with your phone or whatever you used in order to do this hashtag exposure if it wasn't something salacious, because Chrissy removed it from the stream, right? And so if it wasn't hashtag salacious, she could have easily just replied with the full res image. And by the way, even though I fucked it up on this stream, StreamYard just rolled out local recordings. So there is a chance that Chrissy Mayer not only has a high resolution recording of this, she might have a full res HD camera feed of Vic's panel here when this happened.
Giggity.
So anyway, she said,
I guess.
She said
well,
nothing.
didn't we
She
establish
also,
ages ago that your brand new MacBooks still have like a low res
the
720p?
iPhone cam? Yeah. So
Like,
she also said, I'm actually kind of sad I didn't get to see more.
Wow.
So perhaps she has it. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway.
Oh God.
No. So LJ Montello equated what happened to Jeffrey Toobin, who, if you don't know the story, was in a Zoom call with other reporters, many of them female, and thought he turned off his camera and just started jerking it right on stream with the females in the call.
Really
Underdog BT, famed Monica simp, says, for the love of everything that's holy, Vic exposing himself like a damn fool. This is a 60-year-old man doing this kind of shit. Renfremus replying to Chrissy Mayer saying nothing was exposed. It was a boomer moment. It's not a big deal, says a woman who Vic Mignogna wanged his doodle at on a live stream. Annie Matt, who, never recorded himself naked for an entire review, says Vic Mignogna went from being a fan fave anime voice actor to a psychotic pervert who purposely exposed himself to a bunch of women who laughed at his small dick, and he quit out of humiliation. I don't know if his fall is sad or hilarious now. So,
man, these people are really good at like jumping
they can
to
see
conclusions.
between the pixels. Like
they're just like making up entire stories in their head, like out of a 2-second clip. Jesus Christ.
I mean, Hannah up on the top left, she does laugh twice, but I'll be real. If any of us did this, I would expect everybody else on the panel to laugh as well. The thing that I'm the most disappointed.
Pants.
The thing I'm the most disappointed about this with is that Vic didn't wait to guest on the No Pants podcast for this flub.
Yeah.
Like that would have been the most epic way for us to have him.
He knows
join.
he's welcome here, pants or not.
Yes, no pants not required to guest on this stream. Anyway, so Anime News Network,
female, or whatever you are.
Anime News Network, I think, had the worst take on this. Remember, Lindsay Loveridge said, "Why do I have to make a publishing decision on a Monday about whether to write about Vic Mignogna flashing his underwear to an all-female panel on a live stream?" Well,
at least she said underwear and not his dick.
Look, both Justin Savakis and Lindsay Loveridge are leftist ideologues to a degree, but I'll be honest, Savakis, as we're going to see, he actually deleted the earlier tweet. Quote, "I did not see Sex Pest peen, but merely Sex Pest underwear," which shrugs. Okay. He's still referring to Vic as a sex pest. And this is coming from the cognitive dissonance, the ideology of an individual who started Anime News Network, is friends with the people who run it still, including Lindsay Loveridge, who believes because he's in the industry and hears, the jibber jabber about Vic from other VAs who are jealous of him, that he believes the stories, right? But at least Justin Savakis has the decency to delete the defaming tweet about his penis being out, as he put it, right? And at least Lindsay Loveridge has the decency to recognize that it is underwear. But that's not what Anime News Network decided to do. So they said voice actor Vic Mignogna made waves again after a recent appearance on a live stream revealed he was pantsless. Mignogna is currently in the midst of appealing the dismissal of his 2019 civil suit against Funimation, Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, and Ron Toye. I'm going to play this video for you. You tell me if this is disingenuous or not.
Voice actor Vic Mignogna in the headlines again.
So first of all, she refers to him as disgraced voice actor, Vic Mignogna, first of all.
It's time for his webcam revealing that he was not wearing pants while streaming.
Russian cat, I adopted him on the day that Yuri Gagarin went to space. And I was like, okay, this fits. Which apparently all my guy friends are like, this.
Now, before we look at this, I would just like to point out, this is Anime News Network tweeting this. Anime News Network has 1.6 million followers compared to frickin' what's her name? Renfamous. I don't even remember. Who only has 13.1 thousand. Okay. So Anime News Network tweets this out.
Such a cool name for a cat because Lord of War is.
Now, I'm sorry, but do you think that them blurring it makes it seem more or less likely?
As we know on the podcast, the censorships that backfire.
Damn it.
Like, that's such a cool name for a cat because Lord of War is Yuri something.
Okay. So which of these do you think which of those do you think paints a more salacious picture? The one where you see that we couldn't even show you. We had to blur that shit.
Yeah, we already discussed this on the podcast before. It looks dirtier than it actually is when you tend to censor things.
Yeah, of course.
Later.
And it's finishing off the video here.
Or something. But
anyway.
Sorry, we lost Vic there. I'm sure he'll come back. All right, tell us about your cat.
This comes just days after Mignogna and his lawyers filed a petition on November 14th with the Supreme Court of Texas to review the decision in Mignogna's defamation lawsuit against Funimation. Voice actresses Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial and Rial's fiance Ron Toy.
They grabbed the best pictures of each of them.
I laughed because she pronounced Vic's name right, but she got
Marky wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hold on, did she actually get Ron Toy right?
She even said Rial.
Actresses Jamie Marchi and Monica Rial and Rial's fiance Ron Toy. In 2019.
So Toy, and she's a little misogynist, this woman here. She only gets Vic and Toy's name correct.
Whoa, did she say Toye?
No, she said Toy, which is how he pronounced it in the thing.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right then.
Mignogna originally sued.
Oh fuck, she fucked up Mignogna. She only
this woman
the only name she got right
things.
is the actual convicted abuser. The court has found abuse had occurred.
Funimation and voice actor colleagues Marchi and Rial, as well as Rial's fiancé Toy, for defamation following Funimation's decision to no longer engage with Mignogna on voice acting roles. Funimation's decision came after an internal investigation and public claims that the voice actor had inappropriately touched congoers and work colleagues. Multiple individuals came forward stating Mignogna had pulled their hair, and in Rial and voice actress Kara Edwards' cases, made unwanted sexual advances. This is Mignogna's second appeal. He previously appealed the case to the Texas Second Court of Appeals in August. That court upheld the original ruling to dismiss his case.
Excuse you. In August of 2019.
The Mignogna's original lawsuits were dismissed, and Mignogna was ordered to pay $238,042.42 in fees and sanctions. Mignogna's decision to appeal the original ruling opened him up to an additional $287,500 in contingent fees. We have much more detailed articles on this ongoing situation at AnimeNewsNetwork.com.
Is that Lindsay Leverage herself?
No. I don't know who this lady is.
I'm pretty sure she used to be on IGN, or she looks a lot like one of IGN's old hosts.
She sure talks like a news anchor who's reading off of a teleprompter, trying not to make her eyes look like they're reading. So let's address some chats. Oh, $5
We got a super chat from Frost the Hobbidon.
Hobbidon?
Hobbidon.
Hobbidon. Those who hate Vic jump to conclusions just to find an excuse. Excuses out of hatred. It's getting old, really. They have no life but to attack this man. Look, so I wish I had more time to prepare for the stream. It has been a very difficult couple of weeks as I have been very sick. And I don't know if you guys know this, but the state of California has this really fun project kids get to do about the California missions. And by kids get to do, I mean kids' parents have to do 100% of all the work. So that's been taking up a lot of my time. And I got to tell you, I really wish I had more time to prepare for this show, because having listened to the episode of the Simpcast that Vic was on with Chrissy and Brittany and all them, they brought up a lot of things that I would love to have been able to show you. In fact, Vic talks about a meme that he saved with a picture of Denzel Washington, and the statement underneath it or whatever says, you'll notice you never get attacked by people who are doing more than you are. Meaning that the haters who are always there, the reply guys who show up to every tweet, the people who are always there, as soon as they're refreshing the page for your name to see what's happening next, so they can go contact the con or get into that. They've got nothing going on, and if they had something going on, they wouldn't have any time to do that shit, right? So I wish I could have shared that with you guys. I want to jump through some chats here.
Well, thanks for the super chat.
Yes,
Frost.
definitely.
We appreciate it.
Cosmic Dawn.
Hold on.
5. Yes.
Yeah.
Pounds.
No, go ahead.
5 pounds.
We have 5 pounds.
We have another super chat.
Super chat.
Appreciate it, buddy. By the way, I am interested in shilling hard for Cosmic Dawn in the future. I have literally been holding on to a tweet about it for a couple weeks now and been trying to bring it up, but it's always the one I'm like, I'll get to it next podcast. But I would love to put something together. If you have a trailer or something you'd like to send us to debut here or something, I'd love to do that for you. Anyway, so Zedpool here said, once again, Kick Vic are turning a small thing into a major shit show. These people need a life. Luigi the Metal 64 says, Vic was wearing short pants. What is wrong with that? Pantera wore short pants live in concerts before, and people love them. Well, by that logic, I just think shorts are the way to go, right? Cliff Burton put his hand over his leg, and fans love him anyway. God damn him for doing that. Joe Crazy says, Vic just got tired of getting called out for the flamboyant pants. Cosmic Dawn said, I'll be honest, when I heard about the Vic underwear, I was like, okay, that's weird. But there are some blurry videos because he isn't holding his dick. They just want to criminalize him. Exactly. Right? And that's the thing is, put it this way. In 2016, when I read the headline about then candidate Trump, who recording services of Trump referring to, like the ways he treats women, saying he can grab them by the pussy or whatever. When you read the headline, you're like, fuck, that's it. They got him. He's done. Right? Then you actually listen to the clip and you're like, are you fucking kidding me? Literally. And not only that, they actually had to bleep out the woman he was talking about, unrelated to the grab him by the pussy shit, at the beginning of the recording. Because if you knew who he was talking about, everything starts to make sense. Because the person he's talking to in the recording is the person who co-hosts his show with the woman he's talking about. Because he realized he's actually telling a self-deprecating story of striking out, attempting to woo this woman. Basically, the part not recorded would say something like, Nancy O'Dell is a fine woman. When I was younger, I once moved on her like a dog in heat because she's so attractive. Basically telling this guy, you're lucky to have this girl hosting the show with you. She's great. Right. And he talks about I came after her. I did all these things to try to get her attention, and she had wanted nothing to do with me. And then as he's telling this self-deprecating story about striking out with a woman, he moves on from there as everybody's giggling and whatever. He's reading the room and doing the old comedian and then hit him with a real hard one, and drops the, you could do whatever you want, grab him by the pussy, to be, a provocative, what do you call that? Shock comedy, so to speak, right? It's like anybody who actually listens to it, it's pretty obvious what's happening. But when you fucking do this shit, when you fucking do this shit and blur it, which I love because you could see his hands, both of his hands, one clearly off screen and the other one on his lap or whatever. I mean, maybe you could try to argue that he's got such a massive dick. He's polishing the head of it right there. I'll give you that, perverted individuals, if that's what you think is going on. But when you deliver this, but the actual story is this,
but
it's incredibly disingenuous. Now, people actually call them out, because they go on to tweet, you can read about Mignogna's ongoing court battle here. And people replied to this one with, oh, Jesus Christ. There's no, the fact you haven't deleted this yet and actually added to it speaks wonders, from at Mike Knows the Truth. So, seriously, like just very incredibly disingenuous of Anime News Network to run it this way. But that's not all. I have a deleted article from Comic Book Resource. Disgraced voice actor Vic Mignogna exposes himself during live stream. Now I'm showing you guys this in an archive because it's been deleted. And I'll be real, when I haven't read this yet. When I first skimmed the first like paragraph or two, I thought they were being pretty fair. But let's read it. So they said voice actor Vic Mignogna, known for his many anime roles, recently showed much more of himself than necessary during a live stream. What does much more of himself than necessary imply? Again, think about this coming from a perspective of somebody who is not ear to the ground on what's going on. Somebody who hasn't seen the tweet, who didn't actually watch what happened. Imagine you're that person, and this is your exposure to the event, and it says disgraced voice actor exposes himself during live stream, showed much more of himself than necessary during a live stream. Twitter user Renfremis posted a video clip of the incident, which occurred on December 5th during what the post calls an, quote, all-female right-wing YouTube stream. The woman is talking about her pet cat, and Mignogna smiles and appears to move his camera. The camera pans down and reveals that Mignogna has no trousers on. The stream host quickly cuts off his video and says, "We lost Vic," as all three women laugh.
As if like we haven't been in a lockdown too, where people have been just going pantsless in video meetings and stuff.
Dude, I feel like during most of 2020, every single week I was seeing something on Twitter. Just recently, I saw there was a clip on Twitter going around of a guy who's like in a Zoom meeting with his classmates or something, and doesn't realize that his camera's on or something. And he like comes out from the other room and he goes up to his dresser and he puts down his lotion and his box of Kleenex, and people on the call start to be going like, "Oh fuck, no, oh my god." They start getting his attention. That was 2 weeks ago. That was this shit happens all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Fucking Darkside Phil jerked it on stream, not realizing
before it was cool.
Not realizing that his camera was on. This shit happens all the time. And I think personally that because that shit happens all the time, it makes the way that they reported this even worse. Because to the individual, what is happening sounds and seems worse. Because juxtapose this next to Jeffrey Toobin, next to the thing I just described about the guy who put the lotion and stuff, when that is fresh in your mind, because again, 2 weeks ago, I'm seeing this thing, in your mind, you start reading about it, you start reading this and you start hearing about it and you think worse. Even though what happened with Vic is actually so tame that those other stories top it, even though those people aren't famous, right? So Twitter user Ren from has posted a video clip of the incident, which occurred on December 5th, during what the post calls an all-female right-wing YouTube stream. One woman is talking about her pet, blah, blah, they laugh. What was it? All three women laugh. The majority of replies on the tweet were appalled, but one of the streamers, Chrissy Mayer, stated that the incident was, quote, not a big deal and a boomer moment. Other replies suggest that the clip may be very unprofessional, but not necessarily sexual harassment. I love this. Not necessarily sexual harassment. Again, I think it's way more fair than the other individuals who were making it, but allegations against Vic Mignogna. So they go right into, by the way, now that we've got you here, let me tell you about these allegations. Vic Mignogna is mostly known for his roles in anime dubs, including his voice work for Edward in Fullmetal Alchemist and Tamaki in Ouran High School Host Club. However, he hasn't received voice roles for several years now due to the controversy that surrounds him. Factually inaccurate.
Yeah, that's not.
The actor has a history of sexual harassment allegations, some dating back as far as 1989. So all of these exist just for the ability to tag the headline of, oh yeah, back here. Female voice actors and fans alike have made accusations against him, leading to his dismissal from Rooster Teeth and Funimation. Several anime conventions have also dropped him from guest lists in the wake of allegations. In 2019, Mignogna pursued legal action against the accusers for defaming and tortious interference. Later that year, a judge ruled in favor of the defendants, and Mignogna was compelled. Actually, no. Again, a judge did not rule in favor of the defendants. He dismissed the case at the request of the defendants, which is in their favor. But
yeah, I think that's hairs.
No, the way that you choose to phrase it implies that he literally lost. But it's disingenuous to say that the game was lost if the game was never played. You get what I mean? So a judge ruled in favor of the defendants, and Mignogna was compelled to pay for their attorney fees. He made an appeal for this ruling. In August 2022, the courts affirmed the judge's original ruling, so I guess that girl on Anime News Network was even further wrong because it was the appeal decision in August that she was talking about, not that he filed for the appeal in August. The courts affirmed the judge's original ruling, but referred to a misjudgment of the amount of fees required. Indeed, the amount Mignogna had to pay for legal fees increased even higher. While the actor made motions to appeal, they were dismissed once again in September of this year. The voice actor's fans attempted to set up events and reinstate him as a guest at conventions, but faced many setbacks. In fact, this past November, efforts were made to book Vic as a guest at multiple fan events in Omaha, Nebraska. However, each venue canceled as soon as they faced community backlash. The autograph signing ended up as an unofficial meetup at a parking lot and then continued in a local Chili's restaurant. Mignogna's last role was in 2019. Again, inaccurate, but his fans continue to petition in his favor and promote him for new work. Wow, I feel like now might actually be the proper time to pull up Vic Mignogna's IMDb.
Hold on, before we go into that, we got more super chats.
Or as we like to call them, super chads.
So I would just, real quick, before you go into that, I would just like to point out, Vic Mignogna's last role was in 2019. But coming soon in 2023, we have Cosmic Dawn.
Woohoo!
So look forward to Cosmic Dawn, starring, among Vic Mignogna, Chuck Huber, and a bunch of people who don't have profile pictures on IMDb, and other people who do. Anyway, I don't have these super chats up. You see them? Oh shit! Oh, it's because they're starred. That's why they lost the color.
That's
disgraced. What? Good.
I was gonna say I was unstarring them, but someone kept insisting on starring them. So
okay.
Whatever.
I see him now. Disgraced. What grace do VAs have to begin with? I have a feeling Nick Recator ran into Vic's house before the stream and stole his pants back. That's got to be it. I've got to go back to work, guys. Have a good show. Hey, man, good luck with Cosmic Dawn. I will just say, there is a certain charm to it, knowing how you're making it, that weirdly improves it rather than subtracting. And I'm actually looking forward to it. I think it looks better to me than the full CG Dragon Age movie that came out. But honestly, it's not hard to top that bar. But I still do think it looks pretty good. Anyway, I lost my train of thought here. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Vic is actually currently on Simpcast right now as well. If you guys wanted to leave and watch him instead, I wouldn't take it personally. Let's see. So in the chats here, let's sorry, Cosmic Dawn, that will not save you from the chambers. Vic fanboys a lot and got excited to show something. It's very obvious. Look, anybody who actually knows Vic knows that that's what's going on. Anybody who watched the stream knew that that's what was occurring. But the people who they made a version of Vic in their mind that is a quote unquote sex pest, right? To those individuals, when they heard, oh, Vic exposed himself, well, all it did, cognitive dissonance, it just fed back that loop about, well, he is this, he's evil, right? You know, he's a pervert, he's all blah, 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 right? So it just, for them, it validated their previous preconceived notions about him, you know? So anyway, let's see. We've got more stuff here. Where the fuck was I? Covered that. Oh, yeah, we were reading this. The voice actors fans attention again back there. We already covered that. Yeah, okay. So anyway, that was the lovely CBR article, which was deleted along with the tweet that originally promoted it from Comic Book Resources. So I would just like to point out again, Justin Savakis deleted his tweet. This individual, whoever the hell that is, a writer who bylines for CBR, Polygon, Anime Feminist, Anime Herald, Dread Central, and more, had this to say: a number of people are already coming out to defend Vic Mignogna for exposing himself on stream. Once again, still deliberately again, this is being used as a verb indicating that the action was deliberate. At the very least. The most charitable interpretation of this is that you're saying it was deliberate. In case you need to know that his fans don't actually care if he is innocent, here you go. Okay, so what is this horrible thing? I'll admit that it's weird. If this was anyone else, though, nobody would care. What he did isn't a crime, isn't predatorial, isn't emotionally scarring. It's just weird. Damn, sure showed those Vic fans who came out from the droves to defend him for exposing himself. It's like you don't even have a good example of the thing you're saying. I generally don't reply to these kinds of things, but come on, think about this properly. If the camera is on a hinge and you happen to rock the desk slightly, it's likely it could move down. He didn't expose himself. Now, again, I don't know why everybody immediately assumed that it was like a webcam somewhere that he knocked over and not a fucking obvious laptop thing. But not everybody has a MacBook, so I guess. But those are the two tweets that this person decided to link here. Again, writer for CBR. Not, as far as I can tell, not the writer of the article that was taken down. Shame on you if you are, because they took down the article and you didn't delete your tweet. But yeah, this is what people have to say. You know, it's just fucking unbelievable how people treated this. Now, Chrissy did a video. I've linked it in the doc. So this Chrissy Mayer responds to Vic Mignogna pants slip moment on Simpcast, addresses backlash and lies. So I'm not going to play this. It's 25 minutes long. But if you guys want to check it out, it's in the description, or not the description. It's in the doc, linked in the description at ocapodcast.com/OCA-209. All right. Now, from here, Something else that was brought up on Simpcast was this.
Destiny's Child. Cool
Destiny's
seeing
Child, right. Does
Brittany and
anybody
Vic
ever
on the
think they're-
same panel. I've always really liked Brittany's voice. Vic, could you hook her up with an anime gig?
Well, now that's a really interesting question, Khalil. As a matter, 88 miles per hour. I just noticed your Marty. You know what? That's a good idea, Khalil, because Britt lives here in Dallas, and I actually am directing a couple of animated series right now. I've been hired to cast and direct a couple of.
Yeah, if you need a bimbo, she's your girl.
Okay. So there you go. Hashtag Brittany Venti for bimbo characters. She could replace Jamie Markey. I gotta say,
Anime Matsuri Studios, maybe.
Right. And again, this is what I was saying before. It's inaccurate to claim that that Vic hasn't had a role since 2019, so to speak, right? So I'd also like to say that I saw this clip before I took it upon myself to listen to the Simpcast stream, and I would just say, although I think it was a joke about what they were saying, I do actually think Brittany does kind of have like an anime sounding voice. Like if you listen to her, her voice, she does actually sort of have this this way of talking that feels like it could fit in an anime.
I mean, she does literally say "uwu" a billion times, so that's all you need.
I don't recall her saying that in the stream, but anyway. So in other somewhat unrelated news to this, they showed this on the stream, but I wanted to showcase
expression of the free.
Fuck, I didn't actually load this into the thing. Okay, here we're gonna stop screen sharing. No, I'm not going to. How to fuck? You think I've been doing this for a while? I might not fuck this up so often. Okay, here we go. With audio, there we go. So Vic recently on November 30th posted this video. So he's taken it upon himself to sort of fight back against the constant cancellations, especially what happened in Nebraska. Oh yeah. Wow, this is such wow. Let me refresh this real quick.
Who's playing a game?
Hey there.
Right now?
I wanted to make a little video that I felt was long overdue. You guys have seen plenty of comments and horrible, hateful, slanderous, bullying, mean comments on social media. And I wanted you guys to know that they do not reflect what actually happens at these actual events that I've done. I have now done more than 40 events just in the last few years since the social media stuff started. People have shot videos at a lot of different events, and I want to share some of them with you. What you're looking at are events from store signings and shop signings to convention events just in the last couple of years. And what you'll see is that while there are 5 or 10 people on the internet who bully and threaten and call and try to forcibly keep people from having me at events, there are literally hundreds upon hundreds, thousands of people that actually want to be there and are happy to have me there. If you look at the one, there's a timestamp in the corner, and it was a 10-hour solid signing session. The line never stopped. That's the reality. And, you know, on social media, you can say whatever you want. People are, if they have a grudge, or if they're unhappy with their lives and they're looking for a way to feel important or relevant in some way, they can hop on some bandwagon. They can pretend to be offended by something or angry about something. They could say whatever they want. And that's scary. It should scare all of you. And I just felt like it was important to put out there that there are hundreds upon hundreds of good people that show up, and the experience and the exchanges and the interactions are always wonderful. I love people. I love meeting people and having them share their stories and their lives and the things that have mattered to them. It's always been very precious to me and will continue to be at any of the events that I'm afforded the opportunity to be at. Certainly hope to see a lot of you there, but I wanted to just put together this short little video to give you all an idea of the reality of the events that I do, not just what you read on social media. Have a great week. God bless all of you. I will hope to get to see you in person sometime soon.
That background music sounded like it would be in like a PGA, like Tiger Woods PGA Tour game or something.
So Vic has clearly made
Felt like
that
I was at a
to
contemporary
send
Christian
to the
handshake.
individuals who, like, for example, what happened with the comic signing we talked about last podcast in Nebraska, where a couple of people, slide into the DMs or send them some hate over Facebook on their official page, and they collapse immediately, right? I think that Vic is sending that to show to those individuals who it's like, please, I know that it's scary when a person says a mean thing about your establishment, but look how many people actually showed up to all these events, right? So good for him. I hope it works out for him. Let me pull out some of these. Let's talk about some comments here. So Little Rocks says, I saw it live and so did my husband. We laughed. Honestly, if that happened live, I guess it depends on how clear the connection was, because just seeing what like I said before, it's like I honestly could not hardly even tell that Vic wasn't wearing pants based on the video that Renfrom has shared because it's so low resolution. But I think there's a good likelihood, unless you're actually looking at the screen when it occurs, you might not even have noticed it happened, other than the fact that they say we lost Vic. And so far as I could tell, he didn't come back. I did notice that that Chrissy cut way more than just what was shown on that clip, because on the doc here, I included an archive of Simpcast for the actual for the actual episode, and I actually cut back in the clip that they cut out at 3 hours and.
Well, they said that he came back on actually right afterwards.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that they cut off him coming back on.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is it's very clear there was more.
So what I'm assuming happened is that it may, and I'm leading this into asking Little Rocks, who said that they saw it with their husband. I'm curious what occurred, because if I were Chrissy, my reasoning behind cutting it after the cat conversation all the way to a conversation on what's your favorite TV show would be that there was a discussion and there were chats coming in that were being addressed that were about what happened. Now, in YouTube, when you use the YouTube studio editor and you adjust something, it removes the live chat. Live chat replay is not available for this video. This specifically happens because an edit was made to the video to remove or blur something. And the reason I think YouTube does this automatically is that if something came up on screen, like documents or something that had the address of somebody on screen, and you were to go into post and blur that, it wouldn't mean anything if somebody in the chat had seen the address and typed it into the chat, right?
Yeah.
So the idea is, I think that YouTube is going out of their way to cover, if somebody is blurring out their address or something, YouTube is trying to do them a solid by also hiding anything else that might have also exposed it or something, right? So I think what probably occurred is that there was a bit more of a discussion that occurred after that, but I'm curious to hear. Anyway, so we covered these super chats. By the way, thanks again for those. It's been a very dry year for super chats, so it's nice to for December to be a little bit. I mean, we're still operating at a deficit.
A little bit more moist than usual.
A little moist, yeah. It's nice of you to lube it up for us this time.
If you're watching the video, like it as well.
Like it, please. Yes. Anime News Network fake news.
Subscribe, share with your
the
friends.
video, just like the girls they did when they wrote an article about Vic. Yes, the original. What do they call that one? Far From Perfect, I think is what they called it. That original hit piece on Vic. That slowly over time they have removed almost every single photo that they included in the original article because the people in the photo said, "Whoa, what the fuck? That's me. You're using this to slam Vic? That's my fucking photo." Yeah. Fuck that. Is someone playing Genshin in the background? Damn, Kaiser. How did you know? Called out.
Huh?
He laughed, desperately hoping somebody would think it wasn't him.
Well, it wasn't my noises that came through.
We told you to put the Xbox away. Remember?
That was before the stream started, right?
Actually, that was the PlayStation you told us to put
Yeah,
away.
oh yeah, the gay station. Put the gay station away.
Mirage Leonardo says, "Merry DMX miss. Make sure to leave for Rogaine and Mellow Yellow for Rabbi Bill Clinton under the Christmas tree in honor of the Game Awards." I wanted to clip that and show it. That was so fucking funny. I remember when Brittany Venti screamed "Ree" on the "He Will Not Divide Us." Did she really? Boy, I did not ever really know about Brittany Venti before this. Turns out she's the one who exposed Balenciaga. Like, holy shit, this girl gets around.
Really?
Vic should have Brittany play a lolly. He would win the internet. I don't know if I would say she has a lolly voice, but I'll allow it. Kaiser says, "I recognize those noises for the Genshin sounds, the sounds of what the controller sounds like." Yeah. See that Vic has been at 40 events. You fucking assholes. People still really like him. Your plans are failing. I wouldn't say necessarily that their plans are I mean, their plans are failing if their plans are to ruin him forever. He is persisting despite their pathetic attempts. So anyway, I'm going to move on from chats now. Do you guys have anything you'd like to say about this whole thing, or have we basically?
We've basically said.
I think we've beaten it to death.
All right. Let me just close all of these tabs. Oh, that's great. Good job, me. Here, I think a faster way would be to pull them off here and then close the window. Ha!
You're going to pull off your pants and then close the window? Damn.
All right, put this over here for now. All right. So if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there is a Patreon for that. At some point, there will probably also be a locals because I am trying to get us over on Rumble. But the thing about Rumble is that in order to stream on Rumble, you need 100 subscribers or you have to pay for it. And considering we're already behind on our budget, or we're already over budget, I should say, with StreamYard, it just doesn't seem like something I want to do. So funding us on Patreon, Super Chats, all those wonderful ways are very beneficial to us. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, but alas, unless there's a lot more money coming in, that content's not going to get made. And you could also support us by raping us monthly with many different dollars into our buttholes. And then there's also, you can also support us with our Amazon affiliate links, our Right Stuff affiliate links, although RIP Right Stuff. And many other ways.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to showcase to you some new merch that I have put together.
That has been foreshadowed
3 times.
Once was foretold.
So, without any comment as to what this is referencing, I think individuals who have enjoyed our coverage of a certain alleged molestation from a understudy voice actor for Frieza will get the reference. So there you go. And if you're also fans of the coverage we did of the In Touch podcast, I know you are, Jamie Markey. You can also get the Don't Fuck M&M's shirt, which I will definitely get a color version of eventually. Anyway, moving into the actual stuff here. Oh shit, I forgot this. So regarding his stuff about regarding Vic's stuff about the events, Jordan Eshelman sent me these pictures of Monica Rial's line at GalaxyCon versus, let me just do it this way. Monica Rial's line at GalaxyCon versus Chris Sabat's line. So I don't know. I don't think it was worth it, Monica. Anyway. So let's talk about Bleach.
All right.
So I was asked by Ronan Jaw to cover this, and I got to be honest with you. I learned right before the podcast that things were not what they seemed. Also, David Lodge deleted all of the tweets I was going to present. So there you go. So Bleach former VA addresses Kenpachi's new casting. A former voice actor on Bleach has a bone to pick with Thousand Year Blood War. David Lodge, the former voice of Kenpachi, confirmed they weren't the one voicing Kenpachi in this new anime. And it was not because they were unwilling to reprise the role. I guess David Lodge is a they, them. Good of comic book resources to get that right. Quote, "I'm so sorry, fans. I have not heard. I would return for you," Lodge shared with followers. Quote, "This is what happens when you do not listen to your audience. So sad. For the fans, I was willing, for low pay, to return to just make fans of Bleach happy. I am very popular, even though not really on social media. I literally have millions of fans." I can't do a Trump without I'm sick, but it kind of sounds like a Trump, doesn't it? "Love you, fans."
Wow, that's like the complete opposite of Mob's voice.
Yeah. Well, he's not Mob. Oh, you mean the voice of, you mean Kyle McCarley? The difference from Kyle McCarley?
I'm saying his approach
I got
of,
you.
dude,
Yeah,
I'll do it. I'll suck dicks on the street for this.
Free or something.
Yeah, so here's the thing, though. So I didn't know this because, again, I haven't gotten out of the Soul Society arc yet. But apparently
he was
Dave
replaced
Lodge-
by Patrick
yeah,
Seitz.
Patrick Seitz actually replaced him as Kenpachi.
Now,
in the
Greenline, would
original
you like to
anime?
give us a backstory on that? Because you told me like a bit more insight on that before. Like,
As
did you
far
say
as I'm
because-
aware,
yeah.
David Lodge, he quit voice acting for the most part. I think he still does Jiraiya, but like he quit voice
Jiraiya
acting.
is literally his Twitter banner, like his profile banner.
He he just got tired of the low pay and just not enough. As far as I'm aware, he just wasn't fond of the low pay and decided to just call it quits for the most part.
Didn't you say something like he moved to like video games exclusively after
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. And he moved to mostly doing video games as far as I'm aware.
Probably because it's, more lucrative. So with that being said, the context kind of changes from what Brad initially thought.
Yeah. His initial tweets sound kind of disingenuous as far as I'm aware, as far as the events of his.
Yeah, because
bowing
it
out.
seems to me that based on that, they were just going to go with Patrick Seitz because, like, okay, we've reestablished the character as Patrick Seitz now, and they assume, oh, well, why would we bother asking the old voice? Because we've already got Patrick in our
wheelhouse,
in our old.
Well,
anime.
he already replaced him. Like he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's already. Oh shit!
We already have him in the pipeline. So what's the point? And also the other guys, he wasn't interested in voicing it anymore. So why would we contact him?
Sorry, a piece of my chair just snapped off or something, or at least I rolled over it with my wheel. Whatever, that's gonna be fun. If I fall tonight and die, it was an honor to have shit posted all the time with you guys. Anyway, I'm sorry to have interrupted you for that.
Won't be missed. I mean, what?
What were you
we
saying,
basically got it down.
Yeah.
So I was just saying that like they already have Patrick Seitz in their pipeline, and they're under the impression that Jiraiya's old voice, or sorry, Jiraiya's old, whatever the point, old
Kenpachi.
voice actor is uninterested. So why would they contact him again?
It
So
just
when-
seems
when
weird.
it's worded
It
as,
actually
"Oh,
feels weird.
They
Like-
never contacted me. It's like, well, of course.
Yeah.
Well,
It
I feel
feels
like
weird
you'd have
because-
to contact them at most if you want an inkling of a chance to come back. But it would be really
Right.
weird to go in and out of the voice actors like that.
Well, it seems really weird to me that, like, let me put it this way: you've already ripped the Band-Aid off with replacing him. It feels weird for people who have spent the time getting used to the new voice to then have the Band-Aid ripped off again to go back. You know,
Yeah.
like as
Like
soon
at
as
this
you
point, they probably consider Patrick Seitz the voice of Kenpachi.
right. That's how I think Viz probably sees it. So anyway, I'll just say I haven't gotten to the episodes where Patrick Seitz voices him, but I really liked. I really like. Well, it says right here, 243 to 366.
That's what I was about to say.
But I'm just saying, I personally, from what I heard of the original voice actor, I thought David Lodge was great. I didn't watch Naruto in English, so I haven't heard Jiraiya's
Patrick
voice.
Seitz voicing Kenpachi, replacing Jiraiya's voice sounds like. I feel like for some reason it feels like they give him the bargain bin. Like here's the Chris Sabat replacement. You know, it's like he does that voice for like every voice. Well, unless he did something different, I could be wrong. But like
I just before Blood War, I went back and rewatched the dub of Bleach.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Dude,
well,
I'm
skipping
like 5
spoilers.
episodes from the end.
But I didn't even notice that his voice changed.
I
Like,
did, and that's what I've been wanting to
maybe
get
you're
to.
just not as astute an observer.
Maybe.
No, I was literally sitting here. I was listening to it, and then during the one moment, I'm just like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right as Kenpachi. And I think I'm fucking just hearing things like, maybe it's just inflection or something. And it
Is
kept
there
going
any
on. till
other
finally-
character that happened with, perhaps?
well, I noticed it with Chad right
Don't
away.
spoil it. Don't spoil it. Anyway, Lance, did you notice
Alright.
any other characters that? Oh, suddenly their voice doesn't sound right.
How did Chad sound?
I can't. I mean, if we're gonna leave Chad, if we're gonna leave the Chad like jokes and shit out of this, not really. Nothing really clicked on me, but I just
because Urahara's voice was changed part way.
Urahara?
And
Oh, no wonder I didn't notice.
And Greenline pointed out to me the one time that his replacement, which is TK from Digimon Adventure 02, or Polnareff,
Wasn't David Lodge
did
also
such
a
a
Digimon
good
voice actor?
job that you couldn't.
Yeah,
even
David
notice.
Lodge is a puppet mon in Digimon.
I didn't.
Really?
I didn't.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't even notice that. So yeah.
right.
I was just looking at that. I was like, holy shit.
So real quick, I just wanted to address real quick. Okay. The Cool 2C says the lolly content is a reference to Brittany's history, not her voice. This is a history you're gonna have to fill me in on Discord.
For search history? What?
No, it's probably a meme.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Joe Crazy says Linkara reference. No. I know what you're thinking. But no, it's actually not. It is actually a Tucker Carlson reference. No,
Oh, God.
in the In Touch podcast.
I was not expecting that.
You got
when
Tucker
we were
Carlson, our dad.
yes, when we were covering in the In Touch podcast EFAP we did, they start throwing Tucker Carlson under the bus at some point just because they wanted to, and Jamie Markey or whoever says I think Monica Rial says he's so hot for the green M&M too, because I guess he did a segment where he talked about how they changed the green M&M to no longer have high heels or whatever, and Jamie Markey says, yeah, don't fuck M&Ms, guys, or something like some cringe line, and Monica starts like giggling, goes, that's the shirt. and I referenced that they have yet to make any merch. So I made it.
If they do, we can sue them.
Yeah, so if you don't fuck M&M's, it's also available in I want his head and balls. Just throwing that out there.
I would love to see someone learn that at a mall.
Anyway, so that's the reference there. That's what that is. And if you haven't watched it, if you go to the homepage of the OCA podcast website, there is In Touch podcast coverage. You can watch. Shut up, me. There's a playlist here where you can watch our coverage of the In Touch podcast, and that'll give you all you need to know about that podcast. Anyway, all right. So yeah, I don't know if I care about Kenpachi getting replaced with the guy who originally replaced him already. You know, it just doesn't. It's unfortunate that David Lodge didn't stick it out the whole way through in the original recording, because from what I did hear of Kenpachi, I would argue that he's probably one of the better characters in the show. I really liked his backstory with the bells and everything, and I thought he had a great voice. So it's unfortunate that Patrick Seitz, who I can't comment on because I don't know that I ever heard him as Kenpachi, but it's unfortunate that he had to take over.
I'm not going to sit here and say he's doing a bad job, but I will say that it was jarring as fuck when I heard it.
Like I said, he does his own Piccolo voice, I'm assuming.
I stopped everything I was
doing. It will never be the same.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
It's incredibly different.
There are other Is this a reference to the Simcast that's on right now with him? Or are you talking about us going to Rumble? I'm not actually suggesting that you migrate. I'm just saying that in the future, I'm going to try to get us. So here's what's currently bogging.
I believe that was a long time ago, and that was in reference to Vic being on Simcast right now.
Oh no! Please don't migrate. But regarding us going to Rumble, so right now, the way I see it, in order for us to even start sending people over there to start subscribing, I have to start uploading content over there. So I want to upload the previous 208 episodes of the podcast, but there are moments in certain streams where on the YouTube version we blurred something out. For example, somebody got doxxed or whatever, like just generally speaking, stuff like that occurred. So when I upload those to the other platforms, I kind of feel like we need to preemptively blur them before they go up. You know what I mean?
Or like discotheque stuff that we got taken out like for 94 and
yeah, well, Podcast 94 is blocked worldwide because of a copyright thing that was complete bullshit. But
Rumble probably won't have aggressive.
Exactly.
Copyright.
I feel like I could upload that with no problem. That's the thing. So anyway, yeah, I'm just kind of like, it's a lot of podcasts to go through to find the moments where, oh, this needed to be. And like YouTube used to have a great feature where I could look at where we previously blurred it and I could make edits and stuff. And you could literally see in the thing, oh, it was at this timestamp. And it's like, great, just look at those individually, one by one, and copy that blurring. But in Premiere, render it out, and then you've got the version that can go up on another platform like Odyssey and Rumble and all these other places that I would like to have our content going up. But the problem is that YouTube has made it so they're all basically flattened now. Like I can revert it back to the original, but I can't see where the changes are. Like so unless
are you saying you didn't do that when you went through your whole rewatch?
No, I have. So I have currently. On my phone, allow
many of his own dick pics.
Give or take 20 that are not currently in this folder. God damn, this is taking forever. Hold on. 696 photos selected. I'm just adding the current batch to the full photo thing here. Add to album. Right here, podcast timestamps. So, in my phone, I have 7,028 photos in my podcast timestamps album of different moments in the show. Here, I'll go to the more recent ones where I actually took notes on them. When I was doing my rewatch of the show, and I've seen every episode, we have, well, obviously I lived every episode, but I have, like, here's a moment where FDDNM said something. I put FVVNM because that's his version of Ogloy. Here's Reese with an E. There's something funny you said. Here's a potential short. More Reese with an E. This is when my daughter interrupted the stream. Hold on, I actually. Anyway, so in my notes here, the art is, this is an article that could be a clip. You know, anyway, so in my process of doing that, I did take note of censor marks. But there's 7,000 of those things I got to go through. Okay, so it's just not that easy. Anyway,
I suppose you're hoping for 1,000 when you take a dump on L.
What?
Just a quick suggestion. You could re-download at least the streams that are still live. They would include the edits and then just upload those.
You could also look
That is
to
an
the
option I thought of.
the audio platforms and just do audio only.
Well, I think so. Yeah. Okay. Getting off this topic, I do think we do have an audio only version of the podcast. But once I got to episode 43, which is the first stream we did that was 8 hours long, I cannot get that audio file short or like small enough in order to upload. So I stopped uploading at episode 42. So at some point, anyway, yes, we do have an Odyssey, but we have an Odyssey that is like mirror uploading. It's all sorts of all over the place with that. I don't know what to do with that. I have to still upload the episodes that weren't mirror uploaded, and it missed a couple episodes, and some clips didn't. It's a mess. Anyway, yes, there is a love triangle between Linkara, Tucker Carlson, and the Green M&M. Yes, this is canon.
All right, show us on the green M&M doll. Where did he touch you?
I like how we basically canonized Tucker Carlson as Ash's grandfather.
Yep, that is how it works. That is how he became the very best. All right. Anyway, let me. I'm totally like. My head is in the clouds because I am sick as fuck right now, and I'm barely making it through here. So, who wants to do some pickups? I've got one pickup. I've got a pickup at my work. One of the one-timers had a Ukraine flag in their trash can. So I am now also a Ukraine simp. There I go. There's my pickup. Who wants to go first? Other than
you also have your shirt to show off.
My shirt, my wonderful shirt. I test printed it because I needed to find a shirt that wasn't so form-fitting that basically when the print, like you can see it kind of tapers down because my chest is, expanding it. I had to make sure.
You got some boobies.
Yeah, my massive pectorals. So I needed to make sure that that the print wasn't going to be stuck on a shirt too form fitting. Which honestly, I mean, it's okay for like I just did a wild guess on this blank that I printed it on, but it could be better. But it could also have been way worse. So this one is pretty good, and it doesn't distort the image enough that I felt like it wasn't a good idea to go with it. So anyway. That's available for you guys. Anyway, who wants to go next? I am losing my mind here. Whose pickups?
I guess
mine are
it's
in the
me.
Discord, so I'll wait till my turn.
All right, pull them down.
Green line.
All right. I'm the next contestant on the fuck ups. All right.
Who's coming?
So I took part in the Sentai sale that Sentai had. Got Aura Battler Dunbine that you guys have already reviewed and talked about, so I decided to pick that up. I think this was like 15 or 20 on their sale. And then, my bad. Picked up Angelic Layer for $5 because I've heard a lot of good stuff about that.
It is a show you should watch at least once. No, it's a show you should watch only once, I should say.
Oh,
let me rephrase that. Holy crap! How can I? I'm so fucking out of it. It's worth seeing once. It's not really a show you're gonna go back to.
Food Porn season 1 for like I think I did for like 10-15. So and then damn it, Big O
Ego.
I did not pick up the Steelbook on eBay, so I was like, I was debating on that, but it's like way too fucking much, so I picked that up. I think that was like, what was that? Like $20, 25, and then needless.
All right.
And then also, if Footnum knows this, I picked up another title, but I have to send it back. A Vinland Saga. I picked up Vinland Saga Limited Edition, but it came busted. So I sent in a request to Sentai to fix the damn fucking thing. So we'll see about that. And then I have one more pickup in Discord. So
Tragedy struck.
Yeah.
So Kaiser Trigger asks what my opinion of AI art is, and I would just say that I am pro AI art. However, without it, I might not be in danger of being Ben Shapiro's Golden Comrade.
Well, there's a I wasn't expecting to have tonight.
Wow. All right. So in the Discord, Danny picked up what is this? Oh, passion. I like pomegranate.
Haichu.
Passion fruit flavored haichu. Something about that.
Oh, is that how a Japanese person sneezes?
Wow.
Haichu.
I always thought it was a pun on Haikyuu.
Jesus Christ.
What? That's the plastic wrap it came with, bitch.
I'm still
I'm talking about the Haikyuu thing. Like
Oh.
Haikyuu way predates Haikyuu.
I know. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know.
It's the plastic.
Back in the day, that's what I thought. It makes no sense, but yeah.
What is this? Discord has an in-game overlay?
Yeah.
I
Click
could
that-
be in-game right now?
Click that little X over there on the top right.
You. Damn it.
Yes, that's a great in-game. Okay, anyway,
So the first picture is you.
This is me.
Versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
Oh, you mean her foreign boyfriend?
Yeah, her boyfriend. Which
Is
I
this-
can show on stream. I think I got my camera set up. Do I have my green
Make
screen
sure your
on? Oh,
pants
yeah.
are on.
Don't worry, my oh, God damn it! Should I key in the green screen? No, whatever. We'll live with it.
Your Yee scream is showing.
Oh my, yeah, the Yee screen. That's beautiful. So, from our friends across the pond, Black Lagoon Limited Edition, which got from shout out to S.A.V.E for sharing all of these Amazon Spain deals.
Whoa. Can
What?
I see that shiny reflective sticker up close?
Which sticker?
On the back. Is it not shiny? It's just green screening?
Oh, that one? I think
Metallic-
that's an Amazon Spain thing.
Okay, because at first glance, it kind of looked like those Malaysian bootleg stickers.
Oh, it does, but like I think that's Amazon Spain.
Okay. All right.
I don't know, but anyway, so Seb showed this at the Amazon Spain deals, which that asset. The Amazon Spain deals, and this was like I don't know, 14 euros or something. I'm like, I can't pass it up for that little, especially if it makes that god awful ammo box turn into this. So I'm just like, hey, okay. So I'm
That
pretty
god
happy with
awful
that.
ammo box with no fucking end label.
And
Yeah.
label, and it sticks out extra for reasons unknown.
Only
let's see.
slightly.
So only slightly. Well, I think it comes. It's higher too, but I don't know. And then we got Mushoku Tensei, which I'm sure others already have for their pickups. I think mine's in decent enough shape. Like it's perfect condition, but it's got like a little white thing down here. But I don't think that's big enough reason to send it back because they're probably going to send me more damage back. Another Amazon Spain shout out that Seb made was Initial D's Nuts, second and third save edition or whatever.
Are their covers upside down in Spain?
Whoops. Second and third season save edition or whatever. Also, it was like nine euros.
9.
And I looked on like eBay and Amazon.ca, and it was like $30 to $40 minimum or something like that. And I'm like, okay, sure, let's get that. And the final Spain deal was that show that Reese almost got me to. Holy crap! I guess she's wearing green. Wait. Oh, let's get that eye peeking through. Reese was thinking, "Oh, do you want that show where that guy gets that bunny girl pregnant by touching her?" And I'm like, "What?" So that was this show apparently. It's a good thing I said no because I got the limited edition, which, by the way, these are the UK limited editions that they're selling through Amazon Spain. So this was also like €10 when it retails for like £44, which is like, I don't know, $60 to $70 usually. So it's like, it's a deal. I'm sold. So I tracked down a site that actually sells this still and also for retail price, but I got the Dragon Ball Super Broly. Oh god. It's wearing the protective steelbook case. The Broly steelbook.
Chromebook is more like it.
Oh, there we go. The steelbook from the UK. And you know why this is so special? You know why it's so special? Because it doesn't have the green tint. Remember that?
Yeah.
So I have.
We're gonna learn more about that tonight, actually.
Oh, really?
It doesn't have the green tint, but it does have the tint that turns it green with the green screen.
And also, this retailer has the retailer actually looked for this, the Gundam Seed Ultimate Edition, because it went out of print, and I'm like, they don't sell it at all the anime anymore. So I found a site that still sold it, and it was really good service because they didn't actually ship outside of the UK, but I was able to wrangle it around with them. Oh yeah, and by the way, notice how it's not cancer sized, how it's like an actual Blu-ray height. It even has 2 art boxes inside, one for the regular the HD remaster and one for the SD with the old dub and the compilation movies. So there's 2 things to note about this. Compilation movies are window boxed and look like ass, but I guess that's the most definitive you're gonna get. But no one cares about compilation movies. But something else to note is that the HD remasters, no one brought this up. They're orange bricked, so it's cropped.
Oh,
it's 4:3 cropped to 16:9. When I saw the 16:9, I'm like, that's a bit sus. And then I did a comparison. And I'm like, oh no, it's cropped. But like they did recomposite a lot of scenes and shots, especially the opening, and they reframed like specific things in a way as if it was made in 16:9. So I don't think it's going to be that bad, but I don't know why Sunrise is responsible for that, but it's just something worth noting. But I do have the original dub and the original 4:3. So technically you have the best of both worlds. So there you go. All right, that's my pickups.
All right. Well, I had to just scroll through the rest of them to make sure you weren't giving off the same ones that were going to be photographed. So cool. All right. Nekavolt says, hey, bitches, I have to catch the insanely long VOD. Oh, I hope it's not too long because I might not make it if we go another 2 hours. Headed back to my all-night date. Oh, well. Keep that date going all night long. P.S. Can't wait for raping over my bad grammar and punctuation. Okay, well, I don't normally rape lesbians, but you are.
But when duty calls, I
I will warm up the chambers for you. All right. So Seb picked up the save edition,
the same thing
for Initial D, and the first contact of what is this? Okay, these things. Oh, it's why is the kid in the middle some white chubby kid? And all the other people are Anyway, all right. So Anime Fan 007 picked up Mushoku Tensei, which I recently got a notification from Right Stuff that my credit card was declined because Bank of America sent me that new card. So it turns out that it was about Mushoku Tensei. So I shall also be joining this club soon. Skipping over talking, Danny picked up Sakamoto Days Volume 4. Wow, it seems like it's just getting stranger and stranger, huh? And also Mao, Inuyashiki.
Mao is
Order.
Mao is
Takahashi.
Yeah, her latest
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. So yeah, these are the Alita Last Order. They're huge, these omnibuses. Damn. So I guess I mean, at one point the Alita manga just becomes a hardcore sports manga, so why wouldn't it also become a hardcore rock band?
Is that not
is that the OBS logo?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that the OBS symbol?
What the fuck?
Well, it's just like a tri yin yang thing, right? Or I guess you could say it's a what's the thing called in Naruto? Sharingan?
Okay, hold on. OBS's studio logo is Musashi Miyamoto's family crest. So what that is the family crest of Musashi Miyamoto, the samurai that fought with two swords. And OBS stole it. That's what happened.
No. Never.
Okay, anyway. Banished from the Hero Party. Yeah, they seem like they banished him.
Right.
So, one of us does open up at least. And Lance, you picked Jesus. I'm guessing this is Urza Scarlet.
Yes. Yeah, my bad. I'm terrible at photos.
Oh, it's not that. It's not that you took a bad photo. It's just that I didn't know she was a triple D. Like,
dude, that's like a
like that.
triple
K.
Yeah, triple K or something.
Yeah, no. As the show goes on, her boobs get bigger.
Oh, she's
watch
powered
Dragon
girl.
Cry.
Just like One Piece.
That bikini is struggling. And then the next one, which I have been well informed at this moment, which I wish wasn't so fucking late, that picture he cannot be seen through the image, but that's
it's really hard to take pictures. Yeah, it's really hard to take pictures of packaging like that.
It looks like
I should have taken a picture of the back.
It looks like you opened it, jizzed on the inside of the packaging, and stuck the figure back in.
Yes, because I got this figure just to beat off to Rimuru. I also didn't think I'd be able to get my hands on this one, but I did. This is the one where he's on the throne. Reese, you have the chibi version. That little.
I have the Nendoroid version of this figure.
Yeah, he's got the adorable chibi version. I had to get this version just to compliment that.
It would be illegal
and then
if you just
finally,
version. What's this? Holy shit! Her holy fuck! Her tits are huge. Referring to her. Oh god, I'm gonna die this podcast. All right, sorry, I'll let you finish about your chibi envy.
Oh god, the one I want to actually talk a little more of is that Urza is, god damn, that figure is huge. It won't fit on any shelf I have, so I'm gonna have to the space I made for it, because I made a space for it a long time ago, and it's way too big. She can't hold her lance. So, so the thing is that I'm literally going to have to move a good bit of my room around just to have a place to place her.
So Joe Crazy says, "Say what you will about Fairy Tail, the mangaka knows how to draw them tatas." Kaiser says, "Fairy Tail is trash, but it's gold trash. Those female designs are worth $1 million nuts."
Brad, did we not cover that time where you showed his tutorial on how to draw boobs and you're like, this is worthless?
I can't remember. Well, they acted like it was this like yeah, we definitely covered it. They acted like it was this like god tier level tutorial, and it's like if you have any artistic value as an artist at all, you already thought of this before you touched pen to paper. All right, so Seb picked up both Blu-rays for Irresponsible Captain Tyler.
Nice.
Danny also picked up Tokyo Revengers, volumes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Reese
I got
here.
I got Digimon season 1, Lupin the Third, Farewell to Nostradamus,
Best
Mushoku
movie.
Tensei season 1 part 1 standard edition, and My Hero Academia season 5 part 2, and Saga Tanya the Evil novel 11.
And Green Line.
It had been so long, I thought I posted her already. It had been so long since the last podcast that I thought I posted her, and I didn't. So I posted her like today.
Who
when
is
we were, like,
this?
getting ready. She's a cheerleader, and if you would like to see more of her,
I would just like to say, Lance.
She's rivaling.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Urza.
Lance, Urza could fit inside of these cuffs.
Oh, God.
and if you would like to see more of her, join our Discord and visit the
Not Safe for Work
the Final
channel.
Things Club.
Also, Random 11 got Uber Eats today, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice Popeye's chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, I was going to say this.
With one big chicken tit on it.
I just love it how, like, when I pick my kids up from school, there's a Raising Cane's chicken next to it. So occasionally I'll take them there on the way home so we can get some quick food. And I always get a chicken sandwich like this. And these fuckers take 3 chicken fingers and stick it into the sandwich instead of just giving me a solid piece of chicken in there. So as you're eating it, it just falls out.
This was one
I feel like
solid
hate
chunk.
I hate when places do that, because like when you're just cooking for yourself and you're making for people, sometimes you just end up with chicken nuggets, and you'll make a crap ass sandwich out of chicken nuggets, and you're like fighting with it to keep it together. But when you go to a fucking restaurant, you pay $7 for a goddamn sandwich. I don't feel like picking half of it off my lap.
I think they deep fried an entire chicken breast, and that was on my sandwich.
That your chicken had some implants. All right, you also picked
Did you
up
motorboat it
Cat's
before
Eye.
you ate it?
Oh, I like how Violence Jack says, warning, mature content, adults only on it. Because Augie in like podcast 3 said, remember, they made a Violence Jack for 6-year-olds or some shit like that.
In Japan, their content awareness policy is like
Rape is for
aimed for a
everybody.
lot lower.
Have you watched Violence Jack yet?
No, I haven't.
Spoken, yeah, like someone who has not watched Violence Jack.
Don't you understand? Like,
Look,
in Dragon Ball they show Goku Teen, okay?
Look,
and that was meant for
I
kids.
have watched.
This is not Goku penis. No.
I have watched some fucked up violent shit. But the beginning of this anime tells you you're not going to enjoy the rest of this anime. Anyway, you also picked up City
I
Hunter.
surprisingly could stomach it, actually.
I could stomach it, but I was like, oh, really?
I also picked up
just because you can sit through it and don't hate it doesn't mean it doesn't suck.
Look, all I'm saying is
he doesn't
I
say
can
it
watch a
doesn't
guy get mowed down at the beginning of RoboCop. I can watch a person get torn to shreds, right? But when you do it to a woman, it just loses its appeal. I'm just saying. Anyway. Yeah, see, the Japanese have this thing called eroguro, the erotic and grotesque. And for some reason, these sick fucks decide to mix those together a lot. All right, so you picked up City Hunter and Project A-ko 2, plot of the Daitokuji Financial Group. So this is about FTX.
I'll let you know.
Funny. Oh,
It'll be
thank you.
surprising.
Thank you for noticing. Did you delete my tweet or my message?
Yeah.
You're like, no,
I also
I'm a little too late. I was eating my sandwich.
I also bought Digimon, but it didn't come yet. When I made this purchase, it was during one of the sales, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stack up on a bunch of crap from here because I know the shipping's insane now to Canada from Right Stuff, and
But Right Stuff had the $250 free Canadian shipping during the sale. Did you not notice that?
they didn't because I didn't get it.
Oh.
Oof.
Because you didn't.
Well, that's probably because you did it too early.
Hashtag
Did I?
RIP Right Stuff.
When did you make the order?
Oh, I'd have to double check. Whenever I think it was Seb said the sale was happening, and I looked.
Oh, it was during the Discotech sale, so it was before.
Don't you guys love how what is it? Right Stuff took that away from us, and now they're promoting it. Look, guys, we added the headphone jack to our phones.
Yeah.
Isn't that? It's a feature now.
So wait, you're telling me that they added the fucking sale or the free shipping back in?
For the
for the
sale.
Christmas
And
sale.
they lowered U.S. shipping back down to 52.
Oh,
Dude, I'm so like I'm
gonna write a
upset.
strongly worded letter.
It was $60 shipping, like American, $60 American to ship
That's what
it.
I pay for shipping FDM
But-
box of like
and-
21 Blu-rays.
I had a feeling that they were going to lower the shipping during Black Friday, so I made the pre-order, and I pre-ordered some stuff that wasn't going to come out until January, and I was like, all right, I'll just, it's not going to ship until January because it'll all ship at once, so I'll just wait, and if they do offer free shipping, I'll cancel the order. And conveniently, no one posted in the Discord that Right Stuff had free shipping anymore. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well,
But anyway,
you can see it literally when you go to Right Stuff's main
I
page.
don't go to Right Stuff.
Wow. Okay, this is a wonderful thing that's happening.
Any-
I'll be real. I can't follow anything that's going on. My head is so cloudy. Hey, look, a comment. Theon Zafiri Leon says, yes, Project Eiko for the win. Was that also Sayuki? No Sayuki, because that show is trash. Sayuki,
just quickly for the people that were following it, what I was going to say is I was expecting to be able to cancel my order and reorder if they did lower the price, but they shipped out all my shit early, and they did one of the partial shipment things. So
damn, how dare they get you your stuff on time? Except for that
fuck
one
them.
thing. All right, anyway.
You're getting 2 shipments for the price of 1.
So Reese,
Yes.
My Villain Academy season
My
5
Villain
part
Academy.
2.
When we covered this, when it
Uh-huh.
was first solicited, it's explicitly said in the descriptions on both versions on Right Stuff and on the back of the case, because it had the mock-up for the back. It
Mhm.
included the 2 season 5 OVAs, which came out back in August. It also listed the 48 or whatever runtime for extra features, which is what they do for the OVA episodes. They include those numbers in there. But on the one I got and all the pictures, they didn't include them for some reason.
So in the special
not there.
features section
Yeah,
for
on the
season
Blu-ray.
5 part 2 says My
I'm
Hero
back.
Academia season 5 Villain Lightning Round.
That's
Whatever
not
the fuck that is. Promo video, textless opening song, Texas closing song.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is all over your monitor?
That's on my TV.
What the
just,
fuck is all over your TV?
And that's on the Blu-ray menu itself.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And also they
disgusting
stopped-
Crunchyroll / Funimation.
Yeah, also disgusting for not making video Blu-ray menus anymore. Fuck you guys. As you can see, they
just says
removed the
villain- What is
OVAs.
the lightning round? Is it like a quiz?
I don't know.
Did you even try to watch it?
No, I didn't.
You're
I was
so pissed off you didn't
I was so
want it.
pissed off I just shut it off.
Could it turn out that those were actually the OVAs?
No, it's not. The runtime, if you go to go to there. And so I mean this is just like the It
Yeah,
shows,
so this
like,
is what originally the way.
Yeah, go back,
the way it
go
was
down,
shown.
keep going to the back to where it shows the mock-up of what's on the back. Not the, I mean, like you can see like the special feature runtime. Down, bottom, right next to the TV-14.
I'm trying. I'm failing hard.
Right next to the TV-14 on the bottom.
Special features runtime 55 minutes.
And it's like in a single digits now on the back.
Okay. Do you realize that what you're looking at here is the limited edition?
Yes, I do. And it says
Okay.
the same thing on the other one.
All right. Because that would have been funny.
So that would have made me even more pissed if they only included it on the limited edition. But no.
Yeah, because
and
that
even,
would screw up your whole thing.
And Right Stuff even has all the listings changes and their mock-ups are the exact same of what I have.
Did you cite all of these in your tweet chain?
Yes.
Yes. WTK had posted this. This is what he linked to here.
This is back when it was originally solicited.
So we're gonna tack this into that class action lawsuit, along with the fact that they promised to give us a special feature with Vic that they put on IGN, and it never ended up on the disc because fuck them. And also the green tint. That also sucks.
Fuck you guys for the green tint.
Fuck you guys also for the green tint very much. All right.
And Stimpy not on the Blu-ray menus.
And just canning Vic over dubious reasons and all that anyway. Like, fuck you for all of those things. Fuck you in general. I'm glad you're 6 feet under. All right, so I thought this was something I've been holding on to for a couple months here, but I thought it was worth bringing up.
I'll be back.
A lawmaker in Japan was ordered to pay $3,700 US to a, quote, Me Too symbol for liking defaming tweets. So free speech in Japan has taken another step backwards. Despite political correctness not yet having fully invaded Japan, a rather astonishing court case might have some disagreeing as a court ordered a ruling party lawmaker to pay a journalist and symbol of Japan's Me Too movement $3,700 US for liking tweets that defamed her on Twitter. Now, one thing I do like about this is it sets a precedent for when appeals come back for Vic. Ruling party lawmaker Mio Sugita was told to pay this sum of money to Shiori Ito, who was described as a symbol of Japan's Me Too movement, after a Tokyo High Court overturned a dismissal of the lawsuit. And this is claimed to be the first instance of someone having to pay damages for simply liking defamatory posts online. The 33-year-old Ito, who initially tried to demand 2.2 million yen, was quoted as saying, the court understood my suffering. I want Sugita to think about how small actions can hurt people. Jesus. Somebody said a mean thing about me, and he liked it.
No mistake was made. Call Phoenix Wright.
What? Call Phoenix Wright.
I said no mistake was made. Call Phoenix Wright.
See, I had to repeat it for a second because I thought you said coughing was right. I'm like, what? Was that a reference to my illness? Due to Sugita's history of ridiculing and criticizing Ito prior to liking the posts, presiding judge Hiroshi Ishii uttered that the lawmaker used tweets expressing contempt for Miss Ito to intentionally harm her dignity. The court described Sugita's acts of contempt as a House of Representative member of the Liberal Democratic Party with 110,000 Twitter followers exceeded the socially acceptable limit. So his acts of contempt, again, which are liking tweets, exceeded the socially acceptable limit because he has 110,000 Twitter followers. And the mental distress caused by it cannot be taken lightly. Huh. Funny how that's going. Ito became a symbol of Japan's movement against sexual abuse after making a rape accusation against Noriyuki Yamaguchi, a former Washington bureau chief of Tokyo Broadcasting System Television, Inc., and biographer of the now deceased Shinzo Abe. Courts acknowledged that he had non-consensual sex with Ito and was demanded to pay 3.3 million yen. And in the process, Ito was seemingly given the privilege of not being allowed to be criticized via liking disparaging tweets. No doubt something certain deranged Westerners would love to have. Between June 2018 and July 2018, the lawmaker liked several tweets that, quote, defamed Ito, such as ones that claimed she acted as a honey trap and offered sexual favors for the sake of advancing her occupation. Back in March, Tokyo's district court ruled that liking a defamatory post isn't illegal, as it doesn't necessarily signify approval. If such a case were to happen in the West, it would no doubt lead to innocent people speaking their mind being forced to unfairly pay billions, despite more prominent medical experts who have caused countless deaths not being punished at all. Whoa! Spicy take there. So anyway, yeah, I just thought it was important to bring up because it kind of sets a dangerous precedent going forward for Japan. Because effectively what's happened is, for example, maybe this isn't a good example, I don't know, but what happened with Quentin Flynn, where he was being stalked by that one chick, and basically people will get close to individuals for the purpose of hashtag me tooing them, right? Like it's all about that clout and all that shit. Anyway, my brain is completely off. I'm going to move on from here. I just need to set the precedent. We talked about it. All right, let's talk. Oh, that's great. Error occurred. Wonderful. It's a good thing that Crunchyroll doesn't suck ass or anything. There we go. Okay. So you guys remember the last time we talked about Dropkick on My Devil. So they get funded through something called the Furusato Noze, the hometown tax, where basically in Japan, as a tax write-off, you're able to have donations to businesses of a town you aren't in count as a write-off, and you get perks for doing it, right? So in the case of Dropkick on My Devil, they're doing hometown taxes for these different areas where they get to fund the show to do a new season or a new episode. And in return, they cover that city or prefecture or whatever in the episode. And what happened last time we covered this was that the town that raised all the money, the city council or whatever, decided not to give the money up because there was a joke in the episode about selling your organs. So I guess they don't really address it here, but I'm guessing that this crowdfunding that was funded in 35 minutes was in order to cover the cost of the fact that the town just decided to keep the money. So for some reason, the show is doing exceptionally well for this. This is not new, it getting funded so quickly and all that. So creators are hoping to make the series an active IP, starting with the 4th installment. So it's beginning to look like the 3rd season of Dropkick on My Devil would be its last, but the series creators decided to push against the odds, launching a crowdfunding campaign instead of the hometown tax. I guess basically when you do the hometown tax and they say, no, you can't have the money, they're like, well, shit, what are we going to do now? So they met their goal in 35 minutes. And the goal for this one was to bring back the show for a 4th season and a Blu-ray release. Wait, hold on. No, a Blu-ray release and the Joshin-chan Festival, where shows will celebrate the show together. Anyway, that's the news there. In live-action anime news, I love how literally everybody but Greenlight is muted. So Hollywood, the Hollywood live-action adaptation of Saint Seiya dropped a trailer. And it would be great if you guys wanted to talk about it with me, so I don't have to talk about it by myself, but whatever. Everything anime
all
says,
those complaints about being interrupted, and this is what we get.
Every time exclusively Reese leaves, it gets so fucking quiet because the white noise disappears.
I'm so sorry.
Everything animated says Vic's still getting slammed. They can't get off his dick. Yeah, definitely. Even when they have to squint to turn pixels into it. Luigi the Message Force says nobody cares about the Me Too movement because victims saw the lies and the truth when Johnny Depp showed the videos that showed Amber Heard raping him. Oh, ouch! I didn't see those.
I want to see those.
All right, so some people are afraid that this Saint Seiya live action adaptation is going to be the next Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh.
And by some people, and afraid, I'm clearly not referring to myself, who would absolutely love for that to happen because that would be funny as shit. So this is the actor who's playing Zoro in the live action One Piece as well. And that is Sean Bean, who will probably die in this movie.
I think he made a contract where he only plays characters who don't die anymore.
What?
I thought I heard something like that. Like he doesn't want to play characters that keep dying.
No, because that's his entire history. If anything, his contract says the opposite. In fact, when I had to think about it, I one time I sat down and thought about the movies I saw with Sean Bean, and I was trying to figure out if there were any of them where he didn't die. And hilariously, the only movie I had seen where he didn't die was Silent Hill, where he played a character who does die in the game. Anyway, so what do you guys think of the what do you think of this Saint Seiya look?
It's not flashy enough, not gold enough.
Not gay enough.
The tracking on this helmet is so incorrect. Like, this is his nose, and the helmet is like way off to the side. It looks like the actor is looking in a direction where they couldn't actually get the helmet down without clipping. So they're like, fuck it. He's moving independently inside the helmet. That's what it looks like in the still frame, at least. It really looks... I can't wait for the
Dude,
trailer.
it is too hard to make physical pieces of armor to wear. God, give them a break.
Why would you take this still? Anyway, and then also this, he's got the gay ear, so you know which character.
I thought we established that's the straight ear.
Isn't left is right and right is wrong?
I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, it's looking.
So I don't know.
It's looking kind of, and it's funny because Famke Janssen here is in it, and I'm dead serious. Like, if you don't know Knights of the Zodiac, and you saw this trailer, and you saw Famke Janssen, you might actually think this is a trailer for a new X-Men. Because, like, if you're not initiated on this stuff and you just see, some special effects, because currently, like, movies are doing that trend where, like, they have the title. They don't really do the whole title and subtitle thing, like Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. They kind of are doing that hip thing where they don't have the main title kind of thing. So it's like you could look at this and think that you're actually looking at an X-Men movie, especially the way the last couple went. So anyway. Oh, it also
just looks so bad.
Mark Dacakis is in it, so it's going to be excellent. Sean Bean and Mark Dacakis, I'll take it.
In regards to Sean Bean, have you seen National Treasure, Brad?
Yeah, is he in that?
Yeah, he's in it, and he does live. I'd like to point out. He is
so
in
just
National Treasure.
Pointing out, I think I made. Well, I forgot he was in that, but also I was thinking about it. I think I saw National Treasure afterward, but maybe I didn't actually after I had the thought, because My dad worked on National Treasure, so I probably saw it in theaters.
He even dies in Final Fantasy animation
Kingsglaive?
15. Yeah.
Anyway, so honestly, I think it was a mistake. I think I don't know if in the anime I can't really picture. I don't think they cover up the mouth in the Knights of the Zodiac anime, do they?
Not for the main characters.
I don't think they usually do.
Definitely for the main character, they don't. And this is supposed to be Seiya. So that seems like I'm getting the most disconnect from that. Like if they left his face visible under the helmet, I think it would actually do a lot to not make this look so weird. Anyway, let's see. Wait, there's gonna be a live action Saint Seiya? The fuck? Yeah. Toei Animation should have learned from Dragon Ball Evolution when it failed. Well, clearly they didn't, because let's read this. There was actually something here. The movie is being produced alongside Toei Animation and Sony's Stage 6 Films. And the film's action choreographer, Andy Cheng, noted that the Hollywood rape adaptation... I forgot why I highlighted it. Oh my God. The Hollywood rape adaptation will blend both Western and Eastern culture. He said, quote, "My job is to turn animation into live action. The content is over 35 years old, and some things need to be updated. We had to find a bridge. The original content is from Japan, and it's very Asian themed. Right now, the live action film is called Knights of Zodiac, and it's more on the US side. They know I'm from the East and can do the West side represent. So we're blending the two. My job is to make sure the action doesn't look too Asian or too Western. It won't look like Crouching Tiger."
The fuck?
I mean, when I think of Asian, I don't immediately think of Crouching Tiger because that's an Ang Lee thing. That is a thing that only his demented, broken brain could make. There will be punching, but won't be an MMA style. Every character has their own signature move and symbol, but it's based on real martial arts, not MMA style. I don't understand this. Like, so he's saying it's like it's going to be like an anime, but if it was real, is what I'm getting. I don't know. Anyway, it's very strange. Toei Animation talks about it, but they just basically talk about the old one. Oh, this is what they said though. Toei Animation producer Ikazawa Yoshi also informed website Variety that making the film as part of a live-action franchise. Right. It's not just, wait, there's going to be a Saint Seiya live-action movie? No, this is the first installment in a series they're trying to do.
But wait, there's more.
Inspired by the successes of Marvel and DC's shared cinematic endeavors. How much success has DC really had? Really, let's be honest.
Not much. Not since, like, I would say Christopher Nolan. I don't think they've had much success.
Yeah, but, and that's the thing. Christopher Nolan's aren't even part of a shared cinematic universe.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, Batman carries DC single-handedly. Everything else sucks. Also, in an interview regarding Avatar, The Way of Water, they talked to John Landau, and he said this.
Are there any other films you're going to be doing aside from Avatar?
Well, there's a little film called Alita Battle Angel that we'd love to circle back and do a sequel to, and I'm talking to Robert about that, and hopefully that comes to fruition.
How far away is that?
Look, I never put a time frame on anything because you guys will hold it against me.
So there you go. Even the producers are still interested in a sequel, so that's kind of neat.
Could they please get interested in like an anime adaptation that they could fund?
Oh, well, so actually, I think it's very likely that because James Cameron had the rights to Alita for so long is the reason there wasn't ever an anime adaptation beyond the OVA.
That's what I'm saying, that he can what is it?
He can be that catalyst to make it happen.
I mean, if he would just give up the rights, that could happen.
He could probably sublet the rights out, though.
Yeah, that would be nice. So, last podcast we talked about. Oh, that was nice. Kasaibo F29 says, "I like this stream. Thank you." Well, I'm glad you like it. Thank you for your kind words. Kaiser Trigger says, "When I think of Asian live action movies, I just want to think of prime Jackie Chan movies." Look, if you just gave us old-fashioned good Jackie Chan movies, then you don't have to make it merge with the West, because those are already well loved, you know? In fact, Jackie Chan should have played Sean Bean's role. No, that would be very funny, though. Probably make a lot more sense, actually, because I'm pretty sure Sean Bean is the guardian of the guy playing Seiya. Anyway, so last podcast we talked about The Witcher, and the Witcher writer was talking about how
The Bitcher.
So The Witcher, like the reason we were talking about The Witcher is because Henry Cavill is leaving as Geralt, and the writer who left The Witcher and is now working on Disney's reboot of X-Men 97 mentioned that the other writers on The Witcher actively disliked the source material and mocked it. And he said that when he was brought on to produce the X-Men 97 reboot or follow-up or whatever they're calling that he, as a prerequisite, a litmus test for the writers, made sure that they were avid fans of the source material. Basically, the way he put it was, as far as I am concerned, you must be a fan of a series before you can be allowed to add to its legacy. Right? If you actively dislike it, then you're steering it in a direction that is unhealthy for the series. Right?
I don't blame them in that.
Now, Marvel Studios producer considers it a, quote, red flag if prospective writers are fans of original comics, prefers to hire someone who's out of the culture. Now, I hate to say it.
It shows.
Well, it definitely shows. I hate to say it, though, but there are situations where this outlook can be beneficial.
It can be beneficial, but not as a standpoint for their fucking group. Like, you need a, like, 90 to 10 ratio, split of, we know the series versus we don't like it to actually make. I was going to try to be creative there. My bad.
So I would say a good way to approach it would be, it's great to have somebody on the team whose brain isn't locked into the existing universe, who can pitch ideas that are coming from a fresh perspective on the property. But you also need at least another individual there who is a fan of the property in order to rein things back when you're going too far off the reservation, so to speak, right? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah, you can't have the basis for your team. We don't know anything about this. Is what we want you to bring into this franchise that's been around probably longer than some of these people have been around.
Yeah,
we beat it. That's what I'm thinking of.
So I was gonna read this, but honestly, I don't know that there's even a reason to. It definitely shows what we've seen. I mean, I haven't even watched the Avengers. So I couldn't comment on that end, but from the chatter I hear and the occasional things I do see about it, it seems as though they have lost the plot with what made people like these, because I enjoyed Iron Man. I saw that in theaters like in 2008 or whenever that came out, and it was fucking fun, Yeah. But then it wasn't so fun anymore as time went on. Anyway, moving on to to streaming. So there's something interesting that kind of like flew under the radar. Apparently Disney has a partnership with Kodansha that we never really had a moment to sit down and read about.
Oh.
So Disney and Kodansha are partnering, and so Disney is getting stuff for Disney Plus to stream that are Kodansha properties. So the Walt Disney Company's annual content showcase in Singapore this year came with the announcement that the company is expanding its decades-long partnership with publisher Kodansha, who produce a wide range of titles from Attack on Titan to Rent a Girlfriend, which is a very wide range if you're going to go from one to the other, to co-produce and release more anime originals on their streaming platform. So, to officially kick off the partnership, it was revealed that the much-anticipated second season of Tokyo Revengers, subtitled Christmas Showdown Arc, will launch worldwide exclusively on Disney Plus and Disney Plus Hotstar in January 2023. And then they also had, I've also got, where'd it go? Why is this in the wrong order again? They also announced a slate of original anime content, including a series by the Jujutsu Kaisen director. So first to fly out is Phoenix Eden 17, a brand new adaptation of Osamu Tezuka's classic manga, Phoenix. Dear Lord, is this the fourth time Phoenix has been adapted in one way or another? There's like 2 animes previously and a fucking hot spring commercial. So Phoenix is coming in as a new space project. An adaptation of Phoenix that takes place in an era of space colonization. Studio 4C is producing the anime for a 2023 worldwide release, and you can check out the first visual trailers and stuff here. And then continuing the science fiction thread, the previously announced Sin Duality anime project starring Aoi Koga, Nagisa Aoyama, and MAO, whoever the fuck that is now set to launch on Disney Plus worldwide in 2023. So there's a teaser for that here, which is heavily CG, but then the characters at least are seemingly drawn. So at least there's that, I guess. And then they also announced romantic comedy series Murai no Koi, or Murai in Love, is going to be streaming. A anime adaptation visual was announced here. So I'm guessing they're doing the adaptation of it, or they're producing an adaptation of it for Disney Plus. And then Project Bullet, which is the one that the Jujutsu Kaisen director Sung-Hoo Park is going to be directing, with the hashtag representation matters being in here. So I'm guessing Jameson Price will not be voicing this individual. It'll actually probably just be this kid, because they're doing a tie-in with the live action shit. It looks like such trash. Anyway, so there you go. There's that. Now, in other news, according to Kotaku, incorrectly, Netflix removed a fan favorite JoJo's Bizarre Adventure scene to avoid Disney's lawyers. More accurately, probably David Production removed it, but so I wanted to read this. I thought this would be a fun read here. It says, "Hey, did you see that sign just now? Fuck's sake! If there's no Mickey, this shit ain't Disney." Right? So basically, although Netflix fumbled the bag with its marketing of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean, it managed to avoid a hefty copyright strike from Disney by removing one of the most beloved scenes in the manga. It's no secret to JoJo enjoyers that anime adaptations alter the names of their song lyric reference villains and stands. In the past, we've seen alterations like Vanilla Ice to Cool Ice. Is that what they changed his name to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Notorious B.I.G. to Notorious...
Oh, no, it was White Ice. No,
it was Cool Ice.
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking of White
In the
Album.
dub, that's what they said.
I'm thinking of the Ice guy from season 5.
Okay, so Notorious B.I.G. became Notorious Chase. Stone Ocean is no exception, right? So While many fans expected stands like Limp Bizkit to be referred to with names like Flaccid Pancake,
Please, yes.
as they were in
God,
Stone
okay.
Ocean. As they were in Stone Ocean's original manga translation, Netflix instead opted to just flip a few letters instead. Thus, Flaccid Pancake, for example, is now Limp Bizkit. Cringe. While slightly altering character names is
They just
slightly
had
disappointing
to name
manga
drop
readers,
their license.
it's come as no surprise that David Productions opted to outright exclude Mickey Mouse and a multitude of the manga's minefield of references to famous cartoon characters. Okay, so this is a little bit of a spoiler, very minor. In the two-part episode, Bohemian Ecstatic, which is a clever obfuscation of the manga title, Bohemian Rhapsody, Narciso and Anasui and Weather Report, who is now called Weather Forecast, because that's important, are pitted against the stand user named Ungalo. And Ungalo's stand, Bohemian Rhapsody, has the power to bring fictional characters to life to do his bidding. Said fictional characters then horrifically body snatch human beings, so they're human beings that they're in close proximity to. Scary stuff, that. Okay. In the manga chapter, the anime episode is based on, Anasui and Weather Report were on their way to Disney World after escaping Green Dolphin's street prison, and Anasui, the voice of the audience, petulantly yelled, "If there's no Mickey, this shit ain't Disney." Apparently, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure creator Hirohiko Araki wanted to draw Mickey Mouse in this chapter, but his editors rightly advised him against it. Of course, Araki compromised by sneaking in a drawing of the rat's tail. You mean a line? The Netflix adaptation wasn't so bold and has removed any and all references to Mickey and Disney. The fuck, they should have used goddamn Winnie the Pooh that's going into public domain.
Yeah.
Though most of these characters have landed in public domain, had Stone Ocean boldly included the rest of Bohemian Rhapsody's minions, it would have landed Netflix in hot water. To illustrate just how quickly this episode would have resulted in a swift cease and desist, here is a list of all the copyright strike-worthy references from the manga and corresponding anime alterations, if any. Astro Boy, Aladdin, Big Bad Wolf, Disney World, Chewbacca, E.T., Kenshiro and Rao, Giant Robo, Gigantor, Little Red Riding Hood, Leo the Lion from the MGM Studios logo. God damn it, they cut that from the anime? Fuck. Mazinger Z, Mickey Mouse, Mona Lisa, please. No, that's got to be in there. That's copyright strike worthy?
It's definitely public domain. It's not. You can't copyright that.
Peter Pan, Pinocchio, Prince Charming, Spider-Man, who got turned into Batman, who is unseen, but the name is mentioned. So they name drop Batman because he's public domain, I guess. Terminator's T-1000, Three Little Pigs, Tinkerbell, Tweety Bird, Snoopy, cut from now, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and Vincent Van Gogh. Damn, the Van Gogh estate was so ready to cancel you. Anyway, also in the manga they mentioned, spoilers for Sixth Sense. If you haven't seen this movie from like 25 years ago now or whatever it was, Bruce Willis is actually dead and he's a ghost. As you can see, David Productions had a lot to contend with when it came to delineating which characters to adapt into this particular arc and which were better left alone. Why David Production decided to change Spider-Man to Batman is anyone's guess. Fortunately, its changes didn't reduce the silliness of this two-part episode. Anyway, I don't really care about the rest of this person's opinion. Anyway, that's sad. And then right before I started the podcast, another sad change. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean Anime also removed KKK outfits. outfits. Apparently, this is a thing. Oh my god. Anyway, I don't really have any. It would be a spoiler to even read anything on here, so I just can't leave it at that. So Kaiser Trigger said, Mazinger Z was one of my OG Super Robot shows. How dare they fuck with me on this? Wait. Did they actually... Hold on. Let's double check. Because they probably could get away with that one. It would be easier to get away with that one in Japan. Seen and mentioned. So no changes were made. They did not fuck you.
Yes.
Why did they change weather report though? I don't get that
know.
one.
So they said weather report, now called weather forecast. So I don't know if that is a change that happens in the story. Like the character was weather report, but then they go by weather forecast, like the Requiem stand thing. Or if they're telling you that change to weather forecast. I don't know. It's really weird.
Weather report was the original, and the weather forecast is like there must have been some band or song or something called Weather Report. And so
Jesus Christ! Like it's how could you even copyright that?
Beats the hell out of me.
Wasn't he named Weather Report in the anime already? Like, I'm pretty sure he was. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was Weather Forecast.
Like, you never know what's gonna come out of their mouths, so it's just usually random bullshit.
Weather Report was the original stand name. Trivia.
Look it up.
The Jazz Fusion Group Weather Report.
Cringe. I just don't understand. I don't understand how a completely different context of something like the word weather report is. Well, we can't use it. It could get us in hot water. Have some fucking balls. And all right, so
yeah, Japan's like massive pussies with copyright, apparently.
Yeah, Luigi Mouse 64 says changing things for a modern audience will mean adding stuff that dates to a period, making the work a product of its time, making future people not interested in the outdated stuff. So I just want to say, I was joking a little bit about Sixth Sense. Last night, I put on the Blu-ray I recently picked up for Unbreakable. And that movie is so well shot and acted. Holy fuck. It has been years since I sat down to watch it. And I watched, so last night I watched Run, Hide, Fight, which is that movie about the school shooting that the Daily Wire put together. And the beginning of the movie is a little rough to get through because the acting feels stiff. Although I literally I literally jumped up from my seat.
I literally
I was trying to say shot up from my seat. I'm like, and I combined shot up and sat up. I literally jumped up from my seat when I realized that the girl's dad is played by Thomas Jane, who is one of my all-time favorite actors who's not in enough stuff. But the beginning of the movie is kind of rough because a lot of the kids acting, it's like you get this weird sense in movies sometimes where it's like overly obvious that people are acting, but it's like it's part of getting pulled into the story, and then once you're in the story, it doesn't feel weird anymore. And then once you've gotten over the weird feeling, if you were to rewind the movie and start at the beginning again, it feels less weird. You know what I mean? So anyway, it was watchable. The movie's actually really good. I would very much recommend it. A very fun, Die Hard like movie. Even though exceptionally violent. If you like watching kids get hurt, and
and I got some movies for you.
I'm just saying. The other thing
Someone
that made
has
me
a fetish,
jump up
what?
from my seat was the fact that really early on in the film, the main girl takes a giant rock and chucks it at the head of a deer, and they fucking show it bounce off the deer's head. Holy fuck. I sure was not expecting that. But anyway, I watched that movie last night, and then after it was over, I started watching Unbreakable because I picked up the sequels to Unbreakable and never actually sat down and watched them. So I was trying to just, my wife and I were watching movies together. And I just wanted to refamiliarize myself with the original story of Unbreakable. And immediately when the movie starts, it feels different than modern cinema. Cinema. It feels different. Like when you're watching a movie that was made, from an earlier time, 20 plus years ago, there is something exceptionally different. Maybe it's something more to do with the type of camera used when it was shot on film versus digital, but I'm not sure what it is in particular. But it was breathtaking and immediately noticeable. And it took me back to a feeling of being in the cinema from 20 years ago versus the crap that I don't even want to go to the movies most of the time now, and like everything that's come out, like, who was it? Scorsese or Tarantino or whoever have come out and said like Marvel is ruining cinema, right? Like in terms of the golden age of Hollywood, when going to the movies was, you were experiencing art versus profit attempts or profiteering on franchises.
Here's something meant to entertain you. Here's a bunch of actors that are overpaid. Which do you want to see?
Back, like you can, if you revisit those old films, it really does, take you back to I forgot what this felt like, like something about modern cinema has lost the spark,
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, hold on. My last point here.
My bad.
I felt as though, like, because I went to film school and film school ruins movies for you. And I honestly, I kind of felt like, I felt as though I have just outgrown the medium to a degree, like any movie I see now has lost the spark because like, you've just grown too used to it. It doesn't wow you anymore. But I'm just saying, like, it was really refreshing for me to watch this movie last night and have it take me right back there to even a movie. It's like I've already seen it. You know what I mean? And it's like it was just one of those things. I don't know. It was really meaningful to me last night because like moments in the movie that I remembered, like the part where the kid picks up the gun and is pointing it at his dad, and like that moment of he believes his dad is a superhero and will walk away from it, but nobody else believes that, right? And they're terrified of the fact that he's about to shoot his dad, and it's like the tension that they built. And M. Night Shyamalan, fucking, I don't know where he went wrong, but holy shit, his old stuff is good. Like, fucking good cinema. Anyway, what were you saying, Lance?
Oh, what I was going to say was I've been actually experiencing that lately because my roommate is a old movie buff, like all the way back to the silent movie era. And after talking to you guys and everything, is like I've always had a not a good in any capacity view of Hollywood movies, probably because of the age that I am and the ones I'm aware of, generally suck. But it's like as we go back to some of these like older films, 10, 15 years, I find myself really fucking enjoying them. So maybe
give us an example of something recently or whatever.
10, 15 years, that's mid to late 2010s.
For a horror movie, Frozen, it's a little bit older. Not really.
Are you serious?
Are we talking about Disney's Frozen?
No,
because I do run screaming from Let It Go.
That I enjoyed.
So, forgive me. I'm gonna load something into the call. It's gonna start playing automatic. I'm gonna pause it.
Let's see
Sorry.
Okay, but all I'm trying to say is I'm terrible with names. But no, it's okay. That's on me. I should have come prepared with a list of all the movies that like.
How dare you not know I was going to offhandedly talk about this thing?
I watched.
How dare you not know I was?
I watched The Gladiator a couple of nights ago. That was fucking amazing.
So I'll say one
has
thing
a
with
4K
Gladiator that
Oh.
is really hard for me to unsee is the time remapping that's happening throughout the entire movie.
Time
The what?
remapping?
They're speeding up certain fight parts, like they literally just start cutting frames out so that like
It looks faster.
it looks faster, yeah, and it's really hard for me to not see it. But I do love that film. That you're right, it is a good film, and it's ironic actually you bring that up because Vic in the Simpcast stream he brought up he was watching Gladiator. I forget why he brought it up. He was talking, but again, this goes back to the thing about the fanboying that he got to do throughout the show, which was great for him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so real quick, I would like to address because I don't know if you were here for this, my friend. Where were you?
Who? Which friend are you talking about?
Drax the Clown says, "Oh yeah, Vic is a sex pest, but Damon Mills doing sex acts to a minor, that's totally fine." Well, my friend, I would like to once again shill our new merch. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. If you are interested in letting the world know of the hypocrisy in how this was handled, I encourage you to get the It Was All Consensual shirt, available now at ocapodcast.com/store. Anyway, so back to chat.
On a shirt.
Yeah. So let's see. Kaiser Trigger says Marvel in recent years has done nothing of value, especially with stuff like Captain Marvel and She-Hulk. 4Kids and the BS&P changed anime to be like the US. What is BS&P? Is that the broadcast standards and practices?
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I can't do that. I just want to turn it up and make it funny.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be sweaty as shit in here, but we've already established that that's a thing. So they will forgive me for being sweaty.
Spicy.
Go ahead. My wife is begging to turn on the heater in the house. Well, if I wasn't going to die from the vid, I will die now from
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
So Luigi was saying 4Kids in the broadcast standards and practice change anime be like that in the US. No, at some point we're gonna need to address. Like I'll have to get the receipts, and we can find out a little bit more about how it was actually the studio in Japan that forced a lot of the 4Kids changes, such as the jelly donuts and whatnot, and that made viewers quit since the companies are bigots. The U.S. stuff is easily available in the U.S. The people can get. Okay, that made sense. Joe Crazy says they are either going to make Shun a chick again, right? Andromeda Shun in the live action Saint Seiya.
Oh yes.
And we talked about Jackie Chan. Wait, Jackie Chan basically is the most cartoonish actor I've seen in kung fu movies. That's true. And anime is a very good medium for visual humor. Very true. Very true. Luigi the Message Force said, it is pointless to make Japan make U.S. stuff for the U.S. People prefer the outside country stuff as it is. They do now. People can decide. Back in 95, like literally every kid who watched anime did not know what anime was. They believed that Cardcaptors and Sailor Moon and all that stuff was the same as all the other shit they were watching. They had no idea. So what if they made a few changes? They were just doing their job. Seto Kaiba. Okay. Unkono, hey, how's it going? Only beneficial if it isn't a writer who's politically motivated. Right. Okay. This is regarding me saying that it can be beneficial for your project. Yes. To quote the president, everything woke goes to shit. Okay. We're on the same page here. I said it with Japanese Pokemon fans when they found out that the characters are old and ugly. And there are no skirts in Scarlet and Violet. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought we were talking about the anime. I was like, the characters are old and ugly. Damn, that 10-year-old boy, so old and ugly. Kadokawa is having diversity and inclusion hires, yes, while hypocritically banning freedom of expression and anime fans when they are against their diversity and inclusion rule. Yeah, although I think the ESG grants are about to run out. So I think I think we're gonna get whiplash from how quickly companies pivot back to profitability. Japanese fans want cute and quirky characters and fun stories, not old and ugly characters nor nonsense stories. Well, I would just like to draw your attention
To
real
Baki the
quick
Grappler.
to that would have been a good segue as well. I would like to draw your attention to the old ugly bastards. It says here, a recent episode of the Overtop JoJo Adventure Stone Ocean has made a deviation from the manga as various characters depicted as KKK members were changed to be ugly bastards. There is an ugly bastard fetish in Japan. So you don't know this. Japanese fans may actually want the ugly bastards. Although, cute kawaii KKK members, I would allow it. For
Lolly KKK idols.
KK kawaii. Will Disney really have the manji from Tokyo Revengers on their platform? X the doubt. I very much doubt it. So for those of you who don't know, the Haken cruise that the Nazis used for their swastika is based on the Buddhist manji that marks maps where the temples are in Japan and other places, and is a symbol of good luck. It's one of the reasons why the Nazis took it, and it is featured in the Tokyo Revengers characters' outfits. It's a symbol on their uniforms and whatnot, and it has been removed from the anime in Western broadcasts of it. I don't think it's gotten a physical release yet.
Nope, no physical release yet.
So we haven't seen if the Blu-rays will be uncensored. I hope they will. But other anime, such as Blade of the Immortal, for the remake of it, they redid his outfit to not include the manji. Fans around the world, not the global audience, prefer anime as they are. Look, jokes aside, Luigi, I do agree with you. People like anime because people like anime when it is designed for the Japanese audience. That is the endearing quality of it. I do agree with you. They prefer anime as they are, just accurately translated from Japanese into other languages. That I do not necessarily agree with. I think they should be accurate in meaning, but not in literal translation. I think anime, if you listen to old anime especially, you can tell which ones were localized and which ones were literal translations because they're really clunky. Hayao Miyazaki knows Disney is bad when they censored his movies. Miramax censored his movie, and yes, Miramax is owned by Disney, and it was specifically Harvey Weinstein.
No. It wasn't Miramax that censored it. They were going to, but they didn't do it. It was a previous group that censored it.
You are correct. It was the previous company that released Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind as Warriors of the Wind. And when when Princess Mononoke was going to be released by Miramax, Miyazaki sent Harvey Weinstein a katana with a note that said no cuts.
Because Harvey had suggested them cutting
it, right. 4Kids ruined anime when they defended the broadcast standards and products of censoring rules and died as a result. Did 4Kids
It's
die?
funny you bring up Warriors of the Wind because that's featured in Greenline's new video.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
About that.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't put that in the doc.
Speaking of things, I went and talked to my roommate real quick, and he jogged my memory on the names of some of the ones we've watched lately.
Okay, let's come back.
Sorry,
no, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Evil Dead, Biodome, 21 Cloverfield Lane, the Frozen horror movie, Planet of the Apes, the original, Spaceballs, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Little Nicky, Little Shop of Horrors, the first version. I don't know if any of you guys have seen Oni Shambara Bikini Samurai Squad. That's a Japanese one. It's really good.
No, but that sounds like a 20-year-old classic.
And the live action Mario can't be counted as a good movie, but I enjoyed it. Thought it was funny.
Fuck, that's a great segue. Let's go into Mario.
But that was the last of my list.
Good. Here is the Mario trailer, everyone.
Are we gonna get the entirety?
Yes, we are going to get a copyright penalty on monetization. It's all right or whatever.
Why don't we just keep our heads in the bottom then?
Well, because then you can't fucking see. Okay.
All right. That's a
We'll see if it helps. But I'm sure the audio's already got it. All right,
Okay.
so right
oh,
off
look,
the
they
bat.
did a funny.
Oh, it's so hilarious. It's almost like the team behind Despicable Me made this.
Not sure if you know who I am, but I'm about to rule the world.
Oh, look, funny.
Wow.
They did a funny.
Yay! But there's one problem. There's a human has a mustache just like you.
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical?
All right, real quick, I just want to point out the single mustache hair he's holding. Right? We're agreeing that that's what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Outfit with a hat with the letter of his first name on it.
That chair.
Because I don't.
Damn it! Fucking.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Turn into a bunch.
I'm just saying. When you see it from Luigi's perspective, it's like he's. I mean, it just looks
It's
like
just
how
that
it
foreshortening. That's all.
I mean, I guess.
Foreshortening.
But I'm just saying, when you hear it, it sounds like he ripped off his entire mustache.
Here, you can visibly
Bowser
see
is-
it.
No, he doesn't
Oh
rip off.
God!
The whole,
Yeah,
he
no
literally,
kidding.
he
Well,
literally
it's not
ripped
the
off
whole
told
thing.
that-
I'm just saying it's more than one hair for sure.
No, it's literally the one hair. It's. Oh,
That
maybe okay. So
sounded
maybe
like-
what? Okay.
Maybe they
No.
cut and
Here's
like
what happened. Here's what
what
happened.
they did.
at
They
Here's
cut
what happened
and he
in the
just-
story.
Dumb.
They grabbed.
Here's-
He grabbed on in a cut. They don't
Okay,
show.
yeah, you're correct. So here's what must have happened. He pulls off one hair, and then when he asks the next question, he probably,
Right.
in order to get what he wants, he grabs the whole mustache, but like or a big chunk of it at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, continuing. Allow me to nitpick the whole trailer.
Bowser is coming.
Yeah, you should.
Also,
because it
a
keeps being
little
talked
nod
about
to
after.
like, what is this Mario Minecraft over here? I'm looking at Minecraft. Right?
Minecraft audio.
Just saying.
Coming. Together, we.
Coming.
Okay, so
Together.
to recap, real quick,
Harder.
we have Girl Boss Peach with a battle axe. Mario is a bumbling fool. Bowser has kidnapped Luigi instead of Peach because she's Girl Boss.
Are going to stop that monster.
How? Look at
No,
us.
it's official.
We're adorable.
Don't do this to me.
No
You're making me not like the movie.
Come on, Mario! Our big adventure begins now! Ah! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!
There's a huge universe out
like
there with a lot of galaxies. They're all counting on us. No pressure.
All I'm saying is, if they don't also play golf and tennis, then the movie's a failure. Like, and paint, and he has to issue at least one prescription
Mario
drug.
at the end,
right?
I'm gonna be disappointed.
That's how he defeats Bowser. He gives him the jab.
One. Either that or give a booby plant job.
Wow.
What's up?
Oh, you son of a bitch. He smash juggles him.
I really need so long Gay Bowser. These are my repertoire for what will make this movie regain what it has lost with this trailer. So there you go. That's the trailer. Allow me to open
Hey,
up.
remember how I said
now,
something-
please.
Yes.
What did you
Remember
say?
how I said something about I'm sure it's gonna be riddled with Zoomer humor?
Uh-huh. Are you saying hashtag
Well-
called it?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
At
So
least
to
one
recap,
mushroom joke.
to recap, according to the trailer, it seems the movie is using the male is incompetent, woman is strong, and fixes everything staple that is seen so often in horrible Western creations, where portraying the woman as anything less than godly is offensive and must be fixed, even though Peach has already been portrayed as strong in previous Mario games. So, I would like
don't
to
fight
showcase-
her in melee.
Wonderful. None of these opened in the correct order. Good job, me. No!
Whoa, he's thick.
Don't give away all my jokes.
Spoiler.
God,
Oh no,
damn it.
AC's beat off material for later. Don't screen cap that, chat.
You weren't supposed to see that.
Let's get stuff in order.
Mom, no,
Will,
close the
so you're
door.
not-
Pay no attention to the fat ass behind the curtain.
All right, hold on.
You're not called the
Let's-
podcast sucker
let's
upper
do
for
this.
nothing.
Let's do this one at a time so that they come in the right order. All right, so I want to show you guys.
Everyone must come in order. You have no choice.
I would like to show you guys.
Dicks out.
What is up with that cursor?
It's the arm from fucking
It's cursed.
American Psycho.
It's a cursor.
So we've got Fat Pauline.
So swirly. Oh god.
They have now canonized that, or at least for the movie at least, that the Mario Brothers were isekai'd from Brooklyn, New York.
Wait, is
I would
please,
also
let
like
me
to
call
show
it.
God damn, this is too small.
I want to call that Toad is a reincarnated dildo. This has to be a thing.
Okay.
Let's not.
From
It's on mine,
4chan.
shaped like a dick.
Girls, get it done. Step aside, Mario. Peach doesn't need saving. She can do
She looks
anything.
like she is a hardened warrior. Like, look
Yes.
at those biceps.
Yeah.
That's the her Mario Kart uniform.
Yes, this is the one she wears when she's on the motorcycle, right?
You're making me not like the movie.
I'm sorry.
It's almost like
I
it's
don't
not a
think
good
it's very
movie.
hard.
Random.
I am so sorry. I have to tell you all the things you are going to be missing with this movie.
Oh my.
So basically, Mario's going to be so basically Mario's going to be a bumbling retard the whole movie, while Princess Peach is actually competent, and they made Bowser kidnap Luigi instead of Peach to appeal to Western sensibilities. Because you can't make a movie in 2022 with a damsel in distress. She has to be a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Jesus fucking Christ, nuke America already.
Okay, in defense, okay. One, Mario's been kidnapped multiple times.
Yes, Mario is missing.
And in
Mario's kidnapped in
Luigi's
Luigi's
mansion.
Uh-huh.
So
So now it's Luigi's turn, is what you're saying.
So now it's Peach's.
We're subverting your expectations.
What
Okay,
if
okay.
Bowser got
Here-
kidnapped?
I'm
Remember the
surprised.
first
Oh,
trailer
God.
when you expected the movie to be good? Subvert
Okay,
it.
if we're not allowed to have a damsel in distress, a princess, kind of girl. Okay, so that means during the fight scene, her shirt has to come off because it only gets real when the dude's shirt comes off. That's when the
Don't
fight
need
gets
no
real.
Mario.
PG
She has to follow the
rated
same
Hold on.
rule, and if that
Hold
doesn't
on.
happen, I'm calling bullshit.
Don't need no
I'm calling
Mario.
bullshit.
I mean, if
She's a strong
independent-
woman who doesn't need a man.
Thank you.
Okay.
You made your point. Don't need no Mario. I mean, if she's independent,
Wait,
fine.
am I being
but
too loud? I'm sorry.
It's the part where you haven't stopped talking. Don't need no Mario. I mean, if she's independent, fine. But does Mario need to be a fucking idiot too? This trope is so played out. Holy fuck. At this point, it would actually be subversive to have Peach actually be a damsel in distress. I love this. Mario is being made into an ineffectual, incompetent, bumbling idiot. Sonic remains competent and based. Sonic Bros, we prevail. Remember what Duo said when we covered the first trailer? And he said, this movie had better fucking stick the landing, because if it doesn't, Sonic fans will never shut up about it. Fucking called it, Duo. Called it. Also, I didn't know there was a Wojak of the Angry Video Game Nerd. No! I hate independent women. They should just be obedient sex slaves making me dinner like how they were in the 60s. This, but unironically, I look like this and say this. Yeah. All right. So, now let me break your heart. Well, actually, first of all, I'm calling it, they will add black toads. Reddit removed a comment that said they commit 50% of the crime in the Mushroom Kingdom and are only 13% of the toad population.
There is a black Yoshi in there. I did notice that one of the Yoshis is the black Yoshi.
You talking about Boshi?
No.
From Super Mario RPG, the one with the sunglasses?
Isn't it Noshi or Nishi?
Isn't Boshi like blue?
Yeah, Boshi is blue with the shades. Anyway, all right. So from here, so I just wanted to showcase these. Mother, guess who I caught that shit?
Thank you. It's just the one I want.
Oh, don't worry. No, I got that one. My finger is hovering over the trigger.
Oh my god.
Western media companies, I promise you, covering up or stripping off a female character's femininity in favor of more masculine traits whenever you need the audience to start respecting her and taking her seriously is not the liberating feminist display that you think it is. Showcasing Peach putting on the the motorcycle suit, Bo Peep going all like whatever, and Diva wearing a hoodie, I guess, and whoever the fuck this is from Bimbo and Clank. No, what's it called? Crash Bandicoot. That's what it is. Anyway, so yeah, I thought that was a fair point. And they talk about how it's about functionality. She can't fight in a dress. What about realism? I hate to break it to you, but these fictitious cartoon characters with superpowers can fight in anything. And Peach has already done that before many times with ease. Hashtag,
did they forget the realism part that did they forget the realism part that princesses aren't on the front line usually?
Oof.
Based and red pilled.
All right. And then Possum Reviews also said, the idea that a female character has to be an ass-kicking action hero to be strong is just as sexist as the damsel in distress trope, because it implies that femininity is synonymous with weakness and must be expunged in favor of traditionally masculine traits like aggression. By the way, this isn't about the Mario movie. Just to stave off comments.
I thought the whole idea like badass women was the fact that they could kick your ass and do it in heels. Like,
Now, I'm sorry.
While I agree with all the points that have been made, I will just say, like, if they don't do that, then they're doing this, and if they're doing that, then they're doing that. Like, if it is Peach that's kidnapped, then it's sexist about, well, you can't have the woman thing. And then it's like, okay, well, we're not going to have Peach do it. And then it's, oh, well, now you're subverting the sexist trope and now you're cliche for doing that. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't know. It seems like you're going to piss off everyone.
I would just look. I would just like to point out.
Situation.
Yes, it is, and to be fair, I'm covering these things because they are funny, and somewhat poignant. But I do agree that it's one of those things where you cannot win either way. But I think that the reason this has come about is because there is an excuse being given that, like, for example, recently Jennifer Lawrence came out and said that before her in Hunger Games, there were basically no female action stars or something like that. Like she made a statement. She said, we have been told that women are capable with empathizing with male heroes, but boys cannot, or something of that effect. Even though there have been countless movies before the Hunger Games, such as Ellen Ripley in Alien, Sarah Connor in The Terminator. There have been celebrated, elevated beyond. Apparently, James Cameron is the key. I'm getting. Actually, Ellen
Kill
Ripley
Bill?
was Ridley Scott. That was
The lady
Alien
from
2
Kill
that
Bill?
James Cameron was on. Anyway,
Yeah, Kill Bill.
Kill Bill. Although I get the feeling that Kill Bill, much like Resident Evil and other movies that Mia Jovovich is in, are actually being made for spank material for the husbands of the stars rather than the.
I don't know who's getting off on Uma Thurman except for Random 11 in that foot scene in the back of the truck.
Well, what you don't know about Quentin Tarantino is that he is a raging foot fetishist. So
that's his deal.
I didn't know that, but I had to make the joke.
Okay. I approve. Anyway, so
I think
moving on to the things they took from you, Random 11. People are getting mad at Peach wearing pants when this is the true enemy. This is what they've taken from you. Now, also, somebody brought up, and this. Don't forget this. No.
I think in the.
No. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Don't forget, they stole Wario's ass. This actually happened. They updated the game to remove that juicy bottom.
that Wario Peach.
Now, there's also, this is a last minute ad as well. There's also I think the first 10 minutes or whatever of the movie, first 5 minutes were released at the Game Awards or whatever.
It's like 2 minutes, but yeah.
Whatever it is, yeah. So you can see it here. And I would just like to point out that it seems as though they did a last minute Sonic model change.
Okay, you saw it too. I
put the ass back in.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like he's got a bigger ass.
Right?
I was literally just about to say that. I noticed it during the Game Awards after.
Your eyes were glued to it.
Yeah, but that's still like really
Very into that
anemic
booty.
compared to the one they had before.
Well, I mean, he was doing like a bend over animation in that one frame, but
yeah. So I'm just
He was
pointing out.
presenting the goods.
Now, the one you're talking, like, look at this one before. Like, it's concave, right?
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God!
But I mean, like comparing it to the other one, like he is bending over in that other picture. So,
Bro, there's no way this is even real. You're comparing this to nothing. Mario's dump truck ass is canon, and you could not convince me otherwise. Right. And let us not forget R.I.P. Warrior's ass.
Yeah,
that can't
Anyway.
be real. I will not.
That is
I don't-
real, dude.
I refuse to believe that is fucking
This
real.
is definitely 100% real. Now, I would like to showcase.
Do you like to make your case?
This person edited it to look like the OG. And this person had this to say. Fuck, I'm not on the right stream.
And Princess Peach, okay? But look at the fucking detail on their lips! Why is this necessary for a children's game? Why do you have to go in so much effort on the little details that don't matter? How about you put this effort on your fucking hardware and have good graphics for once? Look at this! Fucking Rosalina have dick-sucking lips. Look, Princess Peach has a fucking O-mouth with bimbo bitch dick-sucking lip!
All right.
He must be absolutely devastated right now in response. Jonathan Manriquez says, "Damn those lips! I want Peach to suck my dick while she slaps my balls and shoves a turnip up my."
That
Brandon is
rant-
crying himself to bed tonight with all the things he lost from this movie.
That rant alone is probably why we don't have lips anymore.
All right. Do you guys have anything else you want to share about the right? It means she likes you. Calm down, everyone. Is there anything else you guys thought? Any thoughts you want to share about the movie? I didn't get to hear Seth Rogen yet.
Not yet.
Dude, what the
I
fuck is this? The
understand.
Kingdom? What?
It's
those are
Donkey
bananas.
Kong.
Oh my god.
What?
I thought that was like a crescent moon of Islam. I'm like, what the fuck are they saying about Middle Easterners?
No, it's Donkey Kong's Kingdom. I understand the criticism of Mario being the fool, basically, and Peach being the savior, and how that's like a trope and annoying.
But
I just want it to be a good movie, though.
I agree.
Exactly.
I do want it to be a good movie as well. And these are not by any stretch of the imagination.
Wow, what a point. I want it to be a good movie. Don't we all think that for everything that we potentially pay money for?
Hashtag destroyed. Sorry. Jesus. I agree. I do want the film to be good and do well. How about that? Is that all right?
Nothing in the trailers has made me hesitant to seeing the movie.
We haven't really talked about it yet, but
I'm
Peach's
sorry to
voice,
hear that, Random 11.
I'm gonna boycott over the voice
of Peach.
Yeah, I need her to sound like a $2 whore. Or, or I can't get off.
No, I like her voice. I was just glad it's not
They can
like
take
the
away
British
the lips, but leave the $2 whore voice.
British accent,
It
because
is a
the actress
package
that
deal.
the actress that plays her is like British, right? So.
Yeah. I also hate this joke. We're adorable. It's like, who is laughing?
That's
at
what I
this?
mean by the. That's what I mean by the. It's a funny.
Am I not weird?
I
Am I
will-
not the only one weirded out by this tongue sticking out about to suck your dick, Toad?
I will
Well,
walk
that's
out of the
the
theater
exchange you
if
get
there's
for
a
the dick
Fortnite
sucking
dance.
lips.
There cannot be any Fortnite dances or flossing. None of that. Please no. Thank you.
You know,
I can almost
nothing,
guarantee you
Neko.
at least that.
Look, all I'm saying, if she
It's not even midnight yet.
If she
What
got
are
the
you talking about?
horror voice, I could go on that long. Anyway, all right. So so back to the actual discussion of the film. So it's pretty obvious the arc they're gonna do. Mario's gonna have his Eye of the Tiger training montage, and he's gonna surprise everyone, and maybe, just maybe, he'll get a kiss on the cheek at the end of the movie.
No. He's going to be bent over, and she's gonna put her dommy mama foot on his ass at the end, at best.
Well,
kick him back to his world. She's gonna kick him back to his
I
world.
will just say, if we get $2 whore dominatrix Princess Peach ending, I will take that as well. I will consider that a win. Okay.
We need Bowsette up in the here. Make
What?
Bowsette canon.
Yes. Yes, if we can canonize the Brooklyn origin story, we can canonize Bowsette. Yeah. So,
She's gonna be the end credits scene.
is that's gonna be the character that Charles Martinet voices?
Oh my!
It's me. Bend over. What?
Yeah, so
Oh,
all
yeah,
of these
in
sequences
this-
are just like this gets 2-year-olds to chuckle. Like These are not funny. Even when fuck man. When I was a kid, let me ask you this. You guys watched cartoons and TV and shit when you were a kid that had commercials for Apple Jacks.
No.
Let me ask you something.
We didn't have Apple Jacks in Canada.
Were you entertained by those commercials? Because
Somewhat.
fucking advertising agencies, I wanted to just fucking commando them all to death. Because every time they ask, why do kids like Apple Jacks when they don't taste like apples? Like, they're the color of apples, you stupid whore! You know, like, who fucking cares?
I no longer have comments on this.
I like
in Toronto-
imagining. I like imagining 6-year-old AC screaming at that.
I threw shit at my TV. I fucking hated the like treat kids like they have no brain cells at all. Gags like even as a child, I would look at this scene and just be like, all right, is it over yet? Because this was not funny. It was painfully unfunny. And
Bring back Pokemon.
You have stolen.
They
all
eventually
of my
didn't they eventually change it to the apple and cinnamon stick cartoon thing eventually for Apple Jacks?
By then, I had turned off all my brain cells that were receptive to commercials.
Right.
Also, I just want to point out.
Hold on, before you go on to that, I want to quickly just explain to you my struggle with that cereal.
Don't take too long. You get raped.
You could write a story called. My
I could. I should.
Please give us a live story.
Oh my god.
In Toronto, they didn't offer they didn't offer Apple Jacks, Pebble, the Flintstones, Pebble,
Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles, and Tricks. Tricks are for kids, and those commercials used to get played on Fox Kids, which would come because we're close to Buffalo. We would still get it.
Is this why Canadians are so used to being cucks? Because you spent your whole life with commercials for cereal you couldn't even.
So, yeah, we'd watch all these commercials like. Oh,
is this why you unironically call yourselves Canucks? Like,
and we would never be able to get them because they didn't sell them in Canada. Now they do, but like while I was a kid, they weren't, only in the States.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
When I hear Apple Jacks, I just think that's Apple separately selling you the headphone jack. Anyway.
I thought you were going to say it was your favorite My Little Pony, but continue.
Why do they call them Apple Jacks when they don't have a headphone jack?
They are the headphone jack.
All right. So
was that your whole story?
Yeah, that was my whole story.
Okay, I was waiting for the punchline.
The punchline was we got cucked on our cereal. That was the punchline.
Oh, okay. Well, I was expecting more.
He's used to punchlines being funny instead of depressing.
I didn't get Applejack.
So anyway, so Peach is the one who gets to showcase the power-ups. Do you think Peach is
in the trailer?
Yeah.
To be fair,
she's probably just showing Mario that she can use it in like the final climax is Mario learning how to utilize.
Oh my god! No
fighting climax.
The final climax is when she sticks her flame fist up his ass.
We've already written a better movie in this podcast than we listened to.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of Yoshis. So look, I'm just saying.
Do you see Chojin? Do you see Chojin Yoshi?
I do. He's right here.
All right.
Chojin Yoshi over here. So
there's a few of them. There's one behind the pink Yoshi too.
Yeah, right here.
And there's another one that's just off the screen on the right. Comes in.
I'm just saying, I've noticed an extreme lack of green Yoshi. I'm sure that there will only be one green Yoshi, and it will be the one. And I'm podcast magicking this into existence. It will be the one that Mario sacrifices to get to the other side.
Hold on. There's actually three Yoshis that are missing from this. One is the green Yoshi. The other one is the blue Yoshi. We have the light blue Yoshi, but we don't have the blue Yoshi.
Dark blue Yoshi.
And the other one is the white Yoshi. We're missing white Yoshi.
We can't
There's
have
got to
white
be a
Yoshi.
do you want to ride my dinosaur joke in this?
Tell me more about the white Yoshi suffrage.
It'll be in my book.
Good read to come. Spelled how you think.
So, do you think that there will be a meta Chris Pratt joke where he falls in the pit of Yoshi's, and has to put his hands out
And
to
like
tame them?
to tame the raptors.
Oh no! I hope not.
For some reason, in the very start of the trailer, where he's walking out of the tunnel, Mario's face looks like a frame. It looks like Chris Pratt.
You know what? I take that back. They probably will do it, but I just hope it's not as obvious. I hope they don't do like the whole like hand in the face thing. But I could see maybe like a 2 hands in the front. Like, whoa,
Which
hold on,
frame
Yoshi.
are we talking about?
Who framed Roger Rabbit?
Is it?
I
Is
would
it the
love
one
it
that?
if
Is
they
it this
literally
frame?
Hang on, keep playing.
Is this the same? Is this the same that Chris Pratt looks like when
I don't
you
know
close
why,
your
but
eyes?
for some reason, when I saw it the first time, I was like I don't know why I saw it that way.
Do you need to hear it? Maybe
I
it's
need to
this-
check my
it's-
eyesight.
It's probably.
I
the
think they
hearing.
made Donkey Kong look like Seth Rogen. Like they changed the design of Donkey Kong.
Oh, is it the squint?
Yeah, the squint.
The squint. Bloom.
Everyone squints in the
Yeah,
same
it
language.
does kind of have the Chris Pratt squint.
If you look at the poster of Donkey
eyebrow.
Kong, it's harder to tell in the trailer because
Yeah,
the
like
trailer
right there.
doesn't have white male. Yeah, I guess he looks like Chris Pratt.
Damn.
A white male. Yep, Chris Pratt. That.
Hold on,
That right there.
I got you. Chris Pratt squint.
If you look at the poster of Donkey Kong, he looks like Seth Rogen as well.
All right. Here is our Chris Pratt comparison. Are you ready for it?
Okay. Viewers beware.
Oh, God damn it. It doesn't.
AC is coming for our visual aids.
All right. Get this firmly grasped into your mind. Boom.
The same.
I mean, did
Imagine
he do the motion cap?
a white glove coming up right here.
It's the same. Identical.
Yeah. Only Chris Pratt would wear a blazer and a V-neck. All right. Anyway, so yeah, speaking of that segue, I was trying to get to. Thank you for doxing me, ArtStation. That was nice of you. So somebody put together a rendition of the old live-action Super Mario movie with like models more similar to what they're doing now. And I'm horrified by the gloveless hands that are fucking enormous and disgusting looking. But I thought it was cool enough to show. Well, I can load in the 3D model, and you will see all the references to the Super Scope and the shoes. And down here, there is
a question mark.
No, not that. A
The
bomb.
bomb.
Huh.
Which, by the way, in the new trailer, there was a bomb, so it doesn't seem like they're erasing the existence of them.
Thank God, because they're literally one of my favorite parts of the Mario universe. Possibly my favorite. They're adorable.
My favorite part is the dick
Are
suction.
they as oh god, are they as adorable as the
I
toad?
never saw that episode. Well, I mean, if you call humanoid dildos like adorable, I mean, still think the bomb bombs are the best. They're so cute. And
2,000
plus,
coupons. Anyway, all right. So just showcasing what they put together here. Kind of neat. That's the texture map. The Thwomp Stomp. Anyway, showcasing this is taking far too long. Moving on. All right. So, and then in Japan, they have cast the Japanese cast, and Mamoru Miyano is going to be Mario, blah, blah, blah. All these names you don't care to know. But these are the people they also play. So All Might's going to be Bowser. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
From
Some
Little
girl from-
Academia.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, of course, Light is going to be Mario.
Or, oh, could be
Garu is
Retro.
Toad. So I did think it was interesting that in the English version of the movie, Charles Martinet is getting cucked by Chris Pratt. And Charles Martinet actually voices Mario in the Japanese version of the games as well.
Holy crap, really?
Yeah. So
Well, they
he's
probably
getting
just use
cucked
the same
both
track.
sides. Yeah. So
Getting it from both holes.
because for the most part, they don't speak Japanese in, like, they don't actually say, like, he's like a
Japanese
silent
voice.
protagonist, right?
Right.
For the most part, he just has like woohoo, wow, all that shit, right? So they can do that, just like how Pikachu, the Japanese voice of Pikachu, is also the voice that they use for the English track, because all he's saying is Pika P, right? Except
And
for
the Japanese voice of Link is also the same
Right.
as the Western voice of Link.
because he's a silent protagonist. Alex or whatever he says when
Okay,
he
that's
falls.
Hire
asleep.
Random 11.
Yeah.
Yes. Nintendo,
Anyway.
please hire me. I'm not very good at
He'll
it,
have
but hire
he'll have
me
11
anyway.
random sounds that he'll
There
make
will
at
be
all
no
times.
scandals until his book comes out.
I think you should be an author and get kicked out of an art institute.
Oh no. All right, I think that joke went a little too far. I went to the art institute.
Did you get kicked out after a scandal?
No, but I probably would be farther
Oh.
along with my career if I did. All right, so before we jump into this, I would like to address comments. Yeah, watch the VOD. Didn't know the 3 Ks were copyright. KK copyright strike, I guess.
It's
Referring to the Ku Klux Klan being copyrighted, and that's why they had to change the adaptation for the Netflix for the.
I was-
for the- yeah.
I was gonna make a Kim Kardashian joke and
But it was below
Kanye
you.
West, but I opted not to.
We appreciate it.
Streaming services are a mistake. Censorship is rampant. Boy, you have no idea. Okay. I am not following this law. The breast fire must be Mazinger Z reference. Gotcha.
Breast fire? Whose finishing move is that?
What
fighting game are they playing?
No, Mazinger Z. No, never mind. Watch the phone.
I had to do it.
Amine, the peak of cinema. Scorsese said, "Yeah, Marvel isn't cinema." And then frickin' the lead guy from Shang-Chi and the Seven Rings or whatever the fuck it's called said, like, the golden age of Hollywood was white as hell. It's like, right. So it was the fact that it was white.
Maybe that's why it's
That's
golden
what
age.
made it the golden age. Definitely. Right.
No, Kirby,
film
come back.
schools purposely designed to destroy movies these days. Well, maybe. Honestly, I just say the school I went to was pretty lit. Like, couple
were
of
high as
teachers,
fuck. What?
a couple of teachers were really solid. In fact, a lot of the other schools in the what do you call it, the chain or whatever, they would write to the school I went to regularly asking, how the hell are you getting your students to produce such quality content? We can't get them to do anything in our schools. Right.
Because you suck.
Well, I think the reason was because I went to school in California, And, the Art Institute of Fort Lauderdale doesn't have people who worked in Hollywood who stayed living in California, who retired and then became teachers working in Fort Lauderdale. You know what I mean? They work at the ones in California.
Not to mention, it's like everyone who goes into the movie industry generally thinks being in California. So I'm guessing if you're living in California, you probably already have the mindset, yeah, this is really something I'm into, rather than, just, I'm going to go to art school in this random state.
Pretty much.
Well, I'll just say that most of the students I was contemporaries with should not have been anywhere near a pencil or a computer for different reasons.
Oh, no.
Modern movies tend to feel a lot more sterile somehow. I don't know what it is that leads to that. I don't feel like it's cynicism on your part, AC. Well, I'll just say, sort of bridging the sentiment of when you made this comment versus what we're talked about since then, I will say that regarding the Mario stuff, boy, I'm great at hosting here. Regarding the Mario stuff, I just got done talking about Run, Hide, Fight, right? Run, Hide, Fight does the female action star thing, right? And it does it pretty well. I don't think that it necessarily takes away from the movie that the character doing the things is female. In fact, I actually think that for the most part, the way they handled it improves the movie, because the fact that the character is female adds an extra layer of vulnerability to the situation. But it did feel like, and this is the harmful thing about what's happening in modern culture. It did feel like you notice it, and it actually pulls you out of the film for a moment, because for the same reason that, let me put it this way. To go back to Simcast, one of the things that they talked about was Star Trek, and how Vic is talking to one of the girls on there who's a huge fan of Star Trek. I think it was Nina. And they talk about how one of the things that's so bizarre living in today's society is that all of these social issues have come up out of nowhere. And Vic phrased it, or Nina or somebody phrased it like, I thought Star Trek already fixed all these things, as in like Star Trek was the show that cast black actors and had, same sex, maybe like kind of like they pushed that boundary
Naked marriages
intentionally. Right. George Takei is openly gay. Right. I don't know if he's gay in the show. But I mean, he won't shut up about being gay in real life.
He is not gay in the show.
But the point
is, he was actually upset when they made his character gay in the newer movie, because he was like,
because he didn't get to be gay in the original.
No, because he was like, that's a disservice to the original character. You're making him gay. The original character wasn't gay.
That's funny. So, yeah, and I just think like it's a good point that like all of these issues that were quote unquote solved, right? Like back in the day, for example, I was thinking as I was watching Unbreakable, how like, and I don't know, it was in my mind over actually, okay, let me start over. Something that popped into my mind when I was watching Run, Hide, Fight, which I watched first before watching Unbreakable last night. My wife and I, a couple months ago, we rewatched The Mist, which is one of my favorite movies. And Thomas Jane is also in The Mist. And that movie's at least 20 years old, I think. No, maybe
2007, I think.
2000, yeah, so almost 20 years old.
15
right?
years ago.
Yeah. And I just mentioned, because I was thinking about Vic being in his 60s, right? I was thinking like Thomas Jane, 15 years later from that, looks pretty good, but is noticeably older, and then I was thinking, I have totally lost my train of thought on why I brought this up now, but I was also thinking Samuel L. Jackson is in Unbreakable, right? Which is also, a 15 plus old movie, right? And
that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Did it?
Yeah,
the late 90s? Maybe. Did that came out before The Sixth Sense, didn't it? And The Sixth Sense was like 2004 or something like that. Anyway, but I was just thinking like for how many years it's been, Samuel L. Jackson still looks pretty
Sixth
good.
Sense
for
was
his age.
99.
Yeah, they really what?
You said when?
I said 2000.
Unbreakable was 2000.
Yeah, Unbreakable 2000. Sixth
Oh,
Sense is
shit, man. Anyway,
getting old.
Well, I was just thinking like I don't know why this got off on these people look good for their age.
I don't know why we got off on you.
It was more about the idea that these actors, you know, like people are treating it like, again, it's like the whole like Black Panther is the first black superhero movie, and it's like, I mean,
I'm sick of that crap.
Blade, yeah, like this has been done before, and yet, and this is going back to the whole like changing history so you can be the one to make history, so to speak, and going back to the whole like we already solved these problems, right? But going back to it again, like just wiping that and coming back to the main point was that in Run, Hide, Fight, the main character is a high school girl. And I want to live in a world where things didn't get so politicized that you don't have that initial thought of this was a diversity decision, right? In any situation.
Right. We're so tempered in the opposite direction that we overcorrect it when we see something.
Well, yes, for sure. Exactly. And I've also talked about how there is a tendency for example, you've got, let's say, Comicsgate, right? That Comicsgate opponents have a straw man version of Comicsgate that they put out there or whatever. Like they decry this in Gamergate, in Comicsgate, in AnimeGate. These are the things that they decry. So therefore, the people who oppose that, when they go make something, there's often a tendency to push even further in the opposite direction than your creative decision otherwise would have gone, in order to be counter dependent or counter reactionary on the stance of the opposing group, right?
There's
good.
I was just gonna say there's I deal with this all the time, which is one of the reasons I really want to make this point. When people say they're the first, you know, this or that or the other, people like us sometimes don't realize this most basic thought, because this only hit me the other day personally, of there's just a lot of people who don't have it in them to fact check it when they hear this shit on TikTok or YouTube or anything. People will say this is the first person in this or whatever, and I'm just like, you are 100% wrong.
The reasoning isn't that people aren't willing to fact check before they make the statement. It's the same reason that I know.
Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
The reasoning behind it is it's narrative building. Everything is narrative. Everything. Right? And when a mass shooting occurs, right, no matter what happened, the same people will the same people will come up and they have the narrative crafted. It was, you know, straight white male, well, whatever it's going to be, whatever they're going to demonize, right? And it doesn't matter or a better example would be Black Lives Matter, right? No matter what they're championing, their narrative is put out first in spite of what the actual circumstances were, right? The narrative with Kyle Rittenhouse was predetermined, right? The narrative with the Covington kids was predetermined, right? And it's all about crafting the narrative before the facts come out, because as they say, a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has time to put its pants on or whatever, you know, put its shoes on, however the phrasing is.
Yeah.
And the idea is that for most people, like most people are not interested in the facts. Most people live in a world where they are impulse to impulse, swiping to the next video on TikTok. They're not interested in actually knowing what happened. They're only reading the headline of the article and forming their entire opinion on that. Remember when we talked about Anime Expo they had opened up extra tables for people who were not invited as guests of honor at Anime Expo to do signings. And as long as you were willing to give one away for free, it cost you nothing. And they would even give you help. But if you wanted to exclusively sell your autographs, they charged you per hour because you were profiteering or whatever. You're profiting off of the table they were giving you, right? Yeah. It was so they were saying if you're going to come here and exclusively sell, then in order to use our table, we're going to charge you $200 per hour, right? And the narrative became skip Anime Expo, boycott Anime Expo. Yeah. Anime Expo is disgusting. Not a single other con does this. Anime Expo has always been the worst, right? But taking 2 seconds to read the page, you're like, wow, I can't believe how wrong you are about what you're saying about Anime Expo. You know, and Anime Expo has a lot of problems, but this ain't one of them. This is actually an amazing thing that they put together for people who happen to live in LA, as a lot of voice actors do, to be able to make a buck and meet fans and grow their fan base at the convention. And it was a win-win situation for those VAs and for Anime Expo. But because people aren't interested in knowing anything, they went with the narrative that let them virtue signal and tear down some establishment. You know, the punching upward is virtuous to most people. That's how they see it, right? Is that, and it's like, you're not actually punching, you're swinging at air, you know, but the hits are still landing because of the narrative. Because the narrative is wrong, but people believe the wrong narrative. And what is reality but an amalgamation of what people believe, right? It's like in Game of Thrones, I think it's Varys who says, power lies where men believe it resides, right? Meaning that the king has absolutely no power if he doesn't have anybody to enforce his edicts, right? If he says, you know, do this, and all the soldiers just say, yeah, no, then he's got no power, right? But when people believe that he has power, and when everybody else believes that if they don't do it, then the guard next to them is gonna lock them up next, right? Then that's where the power comes from, right? Is that belief. So the narratives are designed in order to control, right? And so it doesn't matter what the truth is. It doesn't matter fact checking this or that. It doesn't matter at all, because that's not the goal. The goal is to spread the lie, because that's where the power is. When the vast majority of people are sheep, they're lemmings who consume, you know, the dopamine hits off of social media, right? Yeah. And the purpose of these apps, in a lot of ways, especially with the control going on, that's being exposed through Elon Musk with the Twitter files, is that it is a mind-controlling operation. Twitter was designed and manipulated in order to not just affect public perception of the people, but also the people who are lawmakers, not just in the United States, but around the world. Yeah. That there was actually a intentional push to make congressmen in the United States believe certain unpopular policies were popular.
Yeah.
By throttling different trending topics and whatnot, in order to make them perceive that their constituents wanted something they did not want, so that they would vote favorably on it.
Yeah. It's that whole narrative. Anytime someone tries to like oversell you on something, you should be incredibly careful.
But the problem is, unfortunately, that the vast majority of people don't need to be oversold. The headline is enough.
True.
And the reason why this was so effective, and Lord hoping that Elon Musk purchasing Twitter is steering us away from this. No. But the reason this was so effective is that people have no backbones. The vast majority of people. You've probably heard of the social experiments they've done, where they'll bring somebody into a room and ask them a question like they have just a simple picture like which one is a square, right? And they'll have a picture of 3 circles and 1 square or something. I don't know, and you immediately know which one's the square, right? And you'll point out it's the one on the top right corner, right?
Yeah.
And then they bring in a group of people that they would, present to you are just.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
But those people are actually actors who are there specifically.
They're setting up.
It's the bottom left one. That's the square, right? And that people.
And then it pressures the other people into beginning to doubt and or lean into their opinion just because.
Yes, it's a gaslighting exercise, effectively. Right. And that's precisely what's happening with the narrative building and whatnot, is it's a gaslighting exercise. And it actually is framing our minds into a structure of thinking that's beneficial to the architects illustrating these narratives. Right. Mm-hmm. And that's why I say that, it's now impossible to watch a movie and not immediately think diversity hire instead of being able to view something on its merits. For example, I'll always go back to this one. I did a first impressions with Duo on Death Note. And when they cast Lakeith Stanfield as L, it felt immediately, as soon as it came out in the trailer, diversity hire, right? And Duo was really worried that they were going to make L rap, because I guess Lakeith Stanfield, before becoming an actor, was a rapper, and I think he played Snoop Dogg in Straight Outta Compton, which is, he's only in for like one scene. But going into the movie, you actually feel, and look, Death Note isn't the greatest film ever made, right? The Netflix one, but when I actually got to sit down and watch it, Lakeith Stanfield is actually fantastic. Once he stops being, I'm quirky, taps the microphone, and starts, just portraying a different character that's not the L from the anime. Like, he's legitimately, he's acting phenomenally well, and it like really sucks you in, and it really brings he brings a performance that erases, I guess, the doubt of diversity hire. You know what I mean? But it's like, I feel robbed of the experience now.
He's definitely not a diversity hire in his acting abilities, but he is in the sense of like, well, actually, hold on, I forgot. The live action is a reinterpretation in the US.
Yeah. No. Yes and no. That's what it should have been. And if they had done that, they wouldn't have named the characters.
Are they in Japan?
No, they're not in Japan. They're in the US. As I explained in my first impression, the best way they could have handled it was, it takes place after the events of Death Note for the anime and the manga series, and Ryuk is obviously still up to his old tricks and says, all right, that was fun, let's do it again in another place, and drops it in America. That's how they should have handled it. That's not what they did, but that's how they should have done it. That would have been, people would have accepted a white lead character, somebody who's clearly not Light Yagami, right? Is what I mean. They would have accepted that if that had been the premise they went with, but they stupidly didn't do that, right? Anyway, so but yeah, going back to it, I feel I even forget the content reader was, I think it was this one about just feeling cynicism. I don't know, man. It's just, it's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard to enjoy anything these days, and it's really amazing. I found it like it was immediate. The opening sequence of Unbreakable, and it feels almost childish because if you remember the movie, it starts with Bruce Willis on a train and the train derails, right? And he's the only survivor of the derailment, right? And they start the movie with him seeing like a kid through the gaps in the seat in front of him, right? And then they do like a perspective where it's like it's the kid's view of him, and it's looking through the seat. So there's like a what do you call, like almost like a peephole effect, right? And the camera's like this so that it's seeing him, right? And then a woman sits down next to him, and the camera does this thing where the camera operator's just going like this, and then like this, and then like this, as it's jumping back and forth to Bruce Willis and then the woman. And Bruce Willis is he like takes off his ring and sticks it in his coat pocket because he and his wife are having problems, right? And part of the movie is that relationship mending, right? And so they're setting this stuff up, and it feels almost childish of a concept, right? To just have the camera guy kind of go back and forth, because it's a long scene. It's like a 3 to 5 minute scene of one long take, just jumping back and forth between which seat I'm in front of and which angle I'm looking, right? But it feels so purposeful, and the acting is just effortlessly gripping, right? That I just don't think, I think the spell wore off, like Hollywood doesn't have it anymore.
They can't write captivating stories anymore.
And I don't know if that's because the talent's not there, or if it's because there's an agenda from the executives that's being thrown in.
More than likely,
if they're diversity hiring people who don't have the talent, because for example, another good example, M. Night Shyamalan is Indian, right? If you were to, seriously, if you're thinking M. Night Shyamalan sucks, all of his last 10 movies have been awful, whatever, seriously, go back and watch Signs, Sixth Sense, Unbreakable. Honestly, you'll be floored. What
about The Village?
The Village is where it starts to go downhill. It's not a bad movie. Which one?
Glass.
I haven't seen Glass.
Or
weren't you paying attention when I told my story?
Or Split. Unbreakable, Split, and Glass are all connected.
Yeah, the purpose of me watching Unbreakable last night is that I've been trying to get into Glass and Split. Which one is the middle one? Split. Okay, so I'll be watching that one next. Okay. So anyway, now I've totally lost my train of thought. But anyway, I feel like there's on the one hand, I'm mourning the fact that I legitimately had resigned myself to believing that I have just grown out of movies. That when I sit down to watch something, I do not get connected to the characters, right? I can't appreciate the art form the way I used to, right? So on the one hand, I had grown to just accept that. And so going back and watching an old film that immediately grabbed me, and I said, whoa, like it actually hurt a little bit to realize that something is lost in modern cinema, right? But then it's like a bittersweet thing now, where it's like I can go back and watch a moment, because look, you got to understand, as an anime collector with a never-ending list of shows I planned to get to, I don't go watch old shit that I liked very often. It doesn't happen because, there's something else that needs to be watched in order to make that list a little bit smaller. So on the one hand, it's like I've realized I could actually enjoy cinema from 20 plus years ago, and really get to revitalize that, part of my life. But on the other hand, it's also so depressing because it means that Well, I don't know. Maybe I guess there's an optimistic side of it that maybe it's not too late. Maybe we could go back to that, which was the point of me watching Run, Hide, Fight. Because I watched with my wife, we watched Terror on the Prairie the day before or whatever. And that movie is not one I'm eager to rewatch. It wasn't bad, but I'll tell you. So one more tangent real quick. Terror on the Prairie, I just want to say, you will watch that film, and I, for the first 10 minutes, was so distracted because that film was made in, I think, like 2023. No, God damn it, 2022.
Wow.
Motherfucker.
Well,
that
we've
film
gone
was
to the
made in
future,
like
guys.
2022, and you will be convinced that they actually filmed it in the old cowboy film day. Like, I mean, it is so authentic looking, from the choice of the camera angles to the props to the acting. It is creepy how much, and it's probably literally just the camera they're using. They're probably using an old camera. And the other thing is that there is no fucking music in the entire goddamn movie. And it is very bizarre. So anyway, let's get back to comments.
Well, while you get back to comments, I'm going to get away from here.
Okay. Oh yeah, you
I
got
got work.
Yourself from us.
He's disavowing Random 11's struggle. He's getting out while he still can. All right. Do you have anything you want to say before you?
Not really.
Before
besides,
you
like,
turn off
I
the
guess
screen and
to an
pull
extent.
up bimbo peach porn.
What? No. To an
Oh,
extent.
you want to share with us your cat struggles?
Yeah. Yesterday, the news was broken to me that my cat officially has AIDS. So now I can unironically say that my cat has AIDS.
So now when I say it, I'm not lying. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. F's in chat, even though he's
F's in
still
chat.
alive. But I
Yeah.
mean, he's like an old cat. I'm surprised he doesn't have more.
Man,
Let's put it
what
that way.
cats has he been humping? Jeez.
Yeah,
He's an outdoor cat. That's why I'm
I'd
surprised
say,
he's
yeah.
alive. He's like 7+ years old and all this stuff.
That's
And,
still
That
young.
proves it. He's just been
Lance, he's young
getting
in
busy.
indoor
Okay.
years.
Fuck.
He's out in the Wild West.
God damn it. Ecaster has just. So, this is very weird. This comment. So maybe the last movie I've seen that didn't feel like it was Miyazaki's. That didn't feel like that was Miyazaki's Wind Rises.
I feel like what?
Can you address
the
that
previous?
after I leave?
Oh.
Aren't
Yeah,
you
we were
done?
talking about the
Aren't
cat
you
AIDS.
done talking about cat AIDS?
You said, "Is there anything you want to
Good.
say?" And I was about to say something about the old cinema, and then
Okay.
you're like, "Hey, do you want to show your cat?"
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah. Pass it around.
In regards to the old stuff,
Do you want
like
to share your AIDS, please? Go ahead.
yeah,
In
you
regards
guys
to your
have
stuff.
cat AIDS now, digital AIDS. The what is it? So the only anime I've watched recently so far is the original Gundam, because I'm trying to force myself through it, and I mean it's gotten better, and I'm actually kind of engaged in it, and I don't know, there is something about it that I just can't help but like the charm of, and I don't know if I'd say, oh, anime's lost it nowadays, but I mean there's definitely drawbacks to this, the ancient Gundam, but I don't know. There's something to it. Something to it.
Well,
anyway, I'll
with,
see y'all
with
later.
that said, I'll kick you off the stream, you motherfucker.
Gone.
Get out of here. Yeah. So with that said, I want to come back to this. Maybe the last movie I've seen that didn't feel like that was Miyazaki's Wind Rises. This is in reference to modern movies tend to feel a lot more sterile now. I don't know what it is that leads to that. I don't feel like it's cynicism on your part, AC. So it's weird. I'm not I'm going to take away from your point real quick because you've made me realize something real quick, which is that it almost feels like there was a moment where the magic was lost in cinema. Like going back to the example already given, M. Night Shyamalan produced 3 goddamn masterpieces of cinema. And then everything fell off. I think The Village is like in the middle of The Village. Like while making that film, the magic was like the gradient of magic went from we have it to we don't have it, you know? And then Lady in the Water is trash. I didn't even see The Happening, but that's the one that's like, that's the moment for most people where it's like, okay, we have jumped the shark. We didn't realize it. This is actually the 3rd time we jumped the shark. We just couldn't believe it.
What? No.
Right. So, but it's interesting you bring up Miyazaki because there was a moment for Miyazaki too, for me, where I feel like everything I had seen that he had done was fantastic. And then I watched Ponyo in theaters. And when the movie, like I'm dead serious, 2 minutes before the film ends and the credits start, I went, oh, finally it's starting. You know? And I like that movie a lot more in retrospect. But there was something about the magic of cinema, and in that case, the magic of Miyazaki, that I feel like it started to disappear, just like The Village, right? And I feel like everything that Miyazaki has done after that has been meh for me. I didn't think The Wind Rises, like I saw it once. All right, some good visuals for sure. Pretty good music. I don't remember anything about the movie at all. I think there might have been a scene where they animated like the exploded view of an aircraft, and that's literally all I remember from it.
I remember the earthquake ripping through the ground.
I don't remember that even happened. I don't, even when you bring it up, it doesn't recall anything for me.
Like that's literally the only thing I remember. And the stupid.
So when you
monologue
said
about
the movie is starting 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
So when you said the movie is starting 2 minutes before it ended, did the person sitting beside? So when you said, "Can you hear me?"
Yes. Oh my God.
Hello.
You're a little delayed, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about it. The thing is that I don't know why I keep saying I'm sorry. The thing is when you said 2 minutes before the movie ended that movie starting, did the person beside you ask you what you were on?
No,
because you're having the realization the movie's starting right when it's ending.
Well,
it's
I'm
a legitimate
just saying,
question.
like that's what it feels like. It feels like it's coming together because
I
it's
know,
sort of a
I
journey
know exactly
movie.
what you're saying. I was trying.
Yeah, but it's just like it feels like it's starting to come together. It like I don't know how to explain this, but what I'm saying is it almost feels to me because all of these movies are kind of lining up to a certain time period, right? And it kind of feels to me like there was a moment where something happened. It's almost like we had a hex put on the planet, right? That we lost the magic.
All movies must suck ass.
You know, like I think the last movie I saw in theaters that I absolutely like, I just had a grin on my face. Okay, other than Bullet Train, which was a resurgence, and even that wasn't as good as that was just better than all
Bullet
the
Train was really good.
Bullet Train was great, but it was just better than all the trash that's been in theaters lately, for the last couple of years. But seriously, the last time I went to the theaters and like legitimately, like I had a fucking grin on my face the whole time was Speed Racer and Kick-Ass. And those fucking movies are so goddamn old.
I love Kick-Ass.
That's like 12 years ago. And then a Kick-Ass 2 sucked ass. Like another movie I watched recently again was Superbad. Fuck, that movie's amazing.
Yeah. I saw it like a year ago for the first time. It was pretty good.
It's so good. And it's just like, I don't know what it is. I'm irritated by my inability to articulate what it is that the movies are missing. And it's almost like there's this concept I talked about before that was observed, where humanity has this connected psychology, almost like this
The hive mind.
the hive mind, yes. They did this experiment. Well, first of all, just the quick version is they've noticed that Joe Rogan just talked about this a couple shows ago, I think, about chimpanzees are being observed hunting with spears. Have you heard about this? They're fishing
I've heard mention
with
of it,
spears.
but I didn't know anything. Right.
So there's this thing that was observed where there's a type of fruit, maybe like a coconut or something, that chimpanzees or maybe macaques, I don't know what exact monkey type, enjoys eating, but they have a hard time getting this fruit open, right? And then one of them in Japan, where they have a lot of hot springs, one day realized that when the fruit had been sitting in the hot spring, it became easier to open, right? And then this was observed in the wild, and almost immediately, like a month later, the same type of monkey started doing it in China across the Sea of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And like they had universal epiphany on the idea, almost, you know. And they've observed that in history, mankind, like the concept, the comment about the chimpanzee hunting with spears is that Joe Rogan described it as they are entering the tool age. Like the species is evolving into the tool age, right? And what was really interesting is that in history, when man started working with iron in the Iron Age, you know, somebody in what is now North America starts doing that, for example, and somebody all the way in Europe, like a group, you know, a civilization within 100 years of each other, start doing it as well. And this is long before they're seafaring and all that shit, you know. And it's like they noticed these patterns, and so what they did this test where, an experiment rather, where they did this thing where I think they went to Australia or someplace like that, and they did a no. I think it was Australia. No, fuck it. I'm gonna fuck this up. So they did this test where they had a painting, a mural, right? And it was an abstract painting, but in the abstractness there were human faces. Some of them were obvious, and some of them were extremely subtle, right? It's one of those things where once you see it, you go, oh yeah, I see it, you know. But for the most part, it was very difficult to make out, right? Like if somebody didn't point it out to you, you wouldn't see it, right? And so what they did was they did this thing where they had this group come in, and they had a whole studio audience there or whatever, and they asked everybody to come look at the thing and find how many of the faces they could find. And there was something like 127 in the painting, and they found like 12, something like that, like some absurdly low number considering, right? And so what they did is they went to Australia, I think, or someplace like that, and they did a broadcast that was broadcast in Australia only, right? And what they did is on the broadcast, they explained the test, and then they showed on TV that was broadcast only to Australia all 127 faces. And then they went back to Europe and they did the test again with people who hadn't seen the broadcast, and they found like 68 of them, right? Same test, you know, same sort of control group, you know, and they were able to just instinctively know there were more faces there than the group that the entire studio of people only found 12, right? And again, these numbers
Maybe
are
half of them
arbitrary.
are blind. I don't know.
But the point is,
Yeah.
the idea is that human consciousness is connected in some way. And I sort of feel like there is almost like a plague on mankind, where here's another good example. When I was younger, in high school and stuff, it felt like new music was constantly coming out, right? And new music would come out, and the next time I turned on the radio, I was hearing something new. Not necessarily, you know, I was hearing new stuff, is what I mean, right? Not every time I turn on the radio something new, but I was hearing new stuff. And then all of a sudden it stopped. And I don't feel like I hear anything new. I certainly don't hear anything good that's new. People don't write music about things anymore. You know, it's like there was a time when bands in the United States literally named themselves after the state or city they were from. Boston, Kansas, you know, and it's like there were times when people sang about
something they
just
believed
a
in.
place, you know, West Virginia, you know, Country Road, Take Me Home, you know, and something has happened to human consciousness where we're in a place of rot. You know, I feel almost like it is that Tower of Babel with the internet that I talk about all the time, where everything that we experience is the same algorithmically presented feed, you know? And I don't know. I wonder if that is one of the reasons why culture and society has decayed so significantly, that there just isn't an art form anymore. Music doesn't speak to you anymore. Movies aren't crafted beautifully and like the skilled hand of a sculptor came and touched them, physically felt them, like when you cut movies on film versus digitally. You know what I mean? I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts?
Yeah. I feel I do agree with you to some extent. However, I feel like there's also a recency bias with that. I feel like we remember things, you know, better back in the past, rather
goggles.
Just yeah,
certainly
just
with music.
goggles.
Yeah, the kids these days, you know,
and we have a negative kind of recency bias towards like things being made now, where it's just like this, you know. And to a certain extent, I totally agree with you. I think that's true, but I think that blanketing, you know, saying that, you know, everything that's new can't be art. Let's just say it can't be good, which I don't think that's true. I think
real quick, what I mean by there's an art to it is that there was a time when you would watch a movie and everything was so meticulously planned out. For example, what I was talking about in Unbreakable, the camera goes back and forth, but it's not just going back. Okay, Bruce Willis is talking. Okay, look at him. Oh, she's talking. Like, it's not like that. It's like it's deliberate. It's extremely deliberate when the camera is changing, right? And the camera will look a certain way, and there will be a pause, and the train goes under a bridge, and everything goes dark, and it goes, you know, and like there's a sound effect, and there's all of these extremely deliberate choices that are not happening by accident. And that's what I mean by the art form. And there is that is, I think, where the magic is, that I think feels weaker. You know what it might be? It might be that there's too many cooks in the kitchen now. Because what we have now in the pipeline is instead of having one guy in the cinematography chair, you know, working with a team of like just the director and the lighting team, like the head director of photography, is now you've got, okay, we've got 800 VFX shots for this movie, and they've been sent out to 10 VFX studios, and in those 10 VFX studios, you've got maybe 2 CG supervisors, and those CG supervisors each are seeing at least 30 people who are attacking the problem of the shot individually, and everybody, like, there's maybe perhaps a lack of cohesion in terms of the scale has gotten too grand. You know, for example, like one of the things about Unbreakable that, like, this is a deliberate choice that would not be made today, is you don't see the train derail.
Yeah.
The way that they handle this is, it is not about, this is the scene where the train derails. It's a scene about the lead character attempting to woo another woman that is not his wife, because he and his wife have been having problems for years.
Right.
And that's what the scene is about. Then the camera cuts to his son watching cartoons and flipping the channel until he gets to a news broadcast about a train derailment, and all you see is the aftermath of the derailment. Now look, the bullet train derailment sequence is a fucking masterpiece in itself. I will say that. But in Unbreakable, what they do is they show you the train is derailed through the eyes of his son, and his son gets up and they're telling you train 744, whatever it is, 340 train, and his son gets up and he runs into the kitchen where there's a post-it note, says Dad's train, like, and it has the number. And the reason he's on the train is because he's coming back from New York, where he applied for a job because he's leaving his family to take a job in New York that he doesn't get, or at least he doesn't think he's getting, but he tells his wife, who is having problems with, I think I'm still going to move up there. Maybe not now, but soon, you know? And it's like every choice was deliberate, and it built the story and the exposition behind it. And it crafts a narrative that keeps you engaged. And that's what I mean by art form, is that every single step of the way feels like it actually was handled on purpose that way.
I feel like it was handled with care. Because nowadays, I feel like directors can just say, we need to reshoot this. Well, fuck it. It'll just, you know what? We'll just fix it with CGI. There's a lot of things that I feel like a lot of directors and a lot of producers say, well, we'll just not, go over it with CGI. We don't need to film in this location. We don't need to film this shot a certain way. We can just fix it in post. Also.
I have to stop for a minute. I was wrong. I said that the last time I saw a movie and I grinned through the whole fucking thing was Speed Racer and Kick-Ass. No, Deadpool. Deadpool was the most recent time.
Deadpool was good.
Deadpool recaptured some magic that I think had been lost for a long time. And there were just things about it that, like, it's a different experience. It's not the same. Neither is Kick-Ass to the cinema I'm talking about with the handcrafted nature of it, right? It's completely different, but something about it grabbed me in a different way. I think more in a VFX way with Deadpool, where the thing that really just, I don't know, I almost, like, it almost brought a tear to my eye. The caustics on what's his name, Colossus. How every time he would, like, it's just like he was reflecting light, right? Those caustic.
Kick-Ass too.
And I just like, as a VFX artist, I was just like, fuck, I love this so much. You know? So anyway, so that was.
I just want to say the other thing that you're wrong about is, well, maybe potential. You take it if you're wrong or not, but whatever. I'm fairly positive Boston was not named Boston because they were from Boston.
Okay.
I'll just
the
leave it
point
at that.
the point about that statement was that before the internet and before social media and before a corralling of mental consciousness was brought to the place where algorithmically people are basically fed a stream of the same content, before you had the internet, people did things in real life, and they wrote songs about the places that they lived because there wasn't a perception of over there and over here. It was, I'm here, right? This town is great. I moved to the Windy City, right? And this is, the life is here, and I feel like now for so many of us, life is the internet, not real life. You know what I mean? It's almost like we are being plugged into the matrix with modern society, right? That as we're all corralled into internet culture and fed the same feed through what's trending and all that, that we are being robbed of real life. Anyway, so screw Boston if they didn't write, if they weren't from Boston. I don't know. Anyway,
Greenline, did you have any more point? Because I do have something I want to say.
Go ahead.
I mean, I feel like you could argue the same thing about television when television first came around. Like, I think it does. I do see your point, and I think you do have a point. But I feel like it does evolve. Like it does, stuff does change, and it does evolve. So the internet is just what the television was back in, like, let's say, I don't know when television like really was hardcore into prominence, but I'll say like the 50s or whatever. So like around that time when television was booming and you were getting like HBO was coming out and like you had all this stuff, I feel like you could argue, not quite to the degree obviously, but you could argue the same thing where people felt like it's we're being fed the same schlock of like.
You're right to a degree, because there was everybody would watch the same show and talk about that same show at work the next day, and I do kind of miss that. I used to watch The Office as it aired, and I would go to class and I had like a couple friends who were also watching it. And it's like, oh my God, did you see last night's episode? Dwight lit the place on fire. That was so fucking out there, And it's just like, there was that as well. You're right. And maybe it's the opposite effect that's happening with the internet, is that instead of being funneled into a shared cultural experience, we're all being funneled into more, I don't want to use the word identitarian, but more like unique identity experiences,
isolated,
and so we're fractioning off, and that is effectively what the Tower of Babel did, right? And this is how I've described it before, is that the internet is a place where, because of the tribalism, we don't even speak the same language anymore. When Tim Pool was on Joe Rogan's podcast with Jack Dorsey and Vijaya of Twitter, he talked about how you guys have a bias against conservatives. And I say, no, we don't. And he said, yes, you do. You just don't view it as one because you ban people, suspend people on Twitter for misgendering. And that is something that only conservatives do, right? By your version of the rules. It is, I forget how he phrased it, but it is unfairly aimed only in one direction, effectively, right? So anyway, and I think that's in the original Tower of Babel, in the allegory in the Bible, mankind could no longer communicate. They didn't speak the same language, and so what happened is they dispersed. And this is the biblical myth of where language comes from. That mankind built a tower to become closer to God, right? It reached into the sky, probably a cool 10 stories tall. And they thought that they were the hot shit back then, right? They built this tower. Everybody lives in the tower. to be close to God, and God struck them with the inability to understand each other. And so the only people you could understand, the only people who spoke your language, they became tribes, and they dispersed from that location and populated the rest of the earth. And that's the biblical myth for where language comes from and why we have different languages in Japan versus, Europe and whatever, right? And so I feel as though right now, using that same allegory to describe the internet and the culture of the internet, we are entering these tribes where we speak the same languages. I mean, everybody here, we all speak the same language. We have ideological views that more or less align. And ironically, it's so weird that the idea there's two types of people. The ones that want to leave you alone and the ones that won't leave you the hell alone, so to speak, that becomes the unifying center for people joining forces in what I would describe our sort of group for. But I don't know. I feel as though I feel as though we are on the precipice of a cultural shift that is going to be like Tower of Babel, like biblical proportions of shifting coming in the near future. And I struggle so hard to articulate how this is going to go, but I feel it in my bones that we're there, and that we've seen the cultural decay in cinema and art in general. And you get like the Balenciaga shit with all that stuff, and I don't know. I can't put it into words yet, but I feel like we're there, and I feel like there was something that occurred that almost feels like it triggered this slide. Like, for example, you see the stuff that Project Veritas is putting out, right? Or Libs of TikTok is sharing, and you think to yourself, what happened that we went from not having any idea that this existed to it's hard to avoid? You know what I mean? Like it's so prevalent everywhere that how did the cancer metastasize, so to speak, right under your nose? Like, what was it? Was it that the spell of Hollywood wore off? That art decayed to the point where you finally looked out the window? I don't know. But it all feels connected in some divine way that I can't. I look back at the world that I used to live in 15 years ago, and I don't recognize it for what the world is now. Like, it's so different that it, like, even the world feels more muted, like Christmas, you drive around and see the lights and shit, and it's like LEDs and stuff, like technological advancements have occurred, but the light feels dimmer. You know what I mean? Like, the world feels muted compared to the one that I am convinced I used to live in. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, this is getting way off the rails. So I'm going to, if you guys have anything you'd like to say, be my guest.
I was just going to ask, can we get back to the anime
Yes,
podcast?
let's
Because I
do
want to
it.
go to bed tonight.
Summit of the Gods seems to have some movie magic to it. Summit of the Gods, is that the anime about the ice climbing expedition?
Mountain climbing?
Yeah, is that what that is?
I think so.
Kaiser Trigger says, I prefer Filthy Frank's rendition of Let It Go. I'm afraid that is not one of the many clips I can click on in the Filthy Frank brand. Luigi message for replying to. There we go. I mean, let's skip past these. These are individual comments before about this. This has all been handled in there. I don't know what this is in reference to. Maybe the fact that I've drank two waters so far. I don't know. Ugly bastards are popular because it's seen as the most degenerate of sex, I suppose.
Okay.
Is it? So it's like from a woman's perspective. You're going for the bottom of the barrel, like this is rock bottom, I guess. I mean,
ugly bastards are usually rapists.
Look, I'll just say. Fuck, let me switch to a brand. I'm not gonna run out of stuff in. No, that's a video clip. Hold on. I'll just say I will take Ugly Bastards any day over the even more degenerate idea of, as it loads, he stalls and then clicks on the goddamn image. There it goes. Of the horse rape. Yeah, I feel like there is more degenerate sex, and I am happy we've drawn the line at ugly bastards. Oh dear Lord. Right? He defeats Bowser again. But only after a Koopa koofed on him. Oh god. Where am I? Oh shit! There were so many comments that were coming up that I did a terrible job addressing. Hello, Danny. An hour and a half ago. Glad you are better, AC. Well, I'm glad I've convinced you of that, even though I feel like I'm dying. Looks like Sega does what Nintendo don't. I really need to get better at these comments here. Time for the curse shower thought of the day. Mike Wazowski nodding is technically the same as him twerking. Well, small tadpole. You have given me a philosophical conundrum to ponder later.
Wow.
All right, I gotta skip ahead. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great wow. Okay. Okay, JT says Marinette of Miraculous also has kissable lips. I don't know a single person here who talked about kissable lips, but I will look these up.
I thought it. I didn't say anything. I was like there's some thick lips that they've got.
Somebody else in the comments must have brought up kissable lips, because I'm pretty sure I talked about $2 horse. Let me see. Okay, I'm bringing up Marinette here. I will say I think that the character is quite adorable. Pretty sure there's no porn on the image search I just pulled up.
Rule 34, man. Rule 34.
She is kawaii desu. Anyway,
I only wish they had stuck with the 2D anime aesthetic that they were going to originally go with that show, but no.
Oh, really? I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Those,
you have to get
those
3D.
lips about to make me act up.
Voiced by Christina V as well.
Where did I scroll up? Like, what happened?
You mean Cristina Venezuela?
Yeah, that is her name.
Confusing people with having two handles.
Well, you know, I don't know if you've ever met somebody with a Hispanic sounding name, but some of them have a lot more than two different names. So many Santas around today. Oh.
Merry
All
Christmas.
Right. That must be a South African thing. There's a research paper that directly pertains to the phenomenon you're talking about. Please link it to me. It basically proves why even after issues get solved, people perceive them to be there. Well, I think
it's just
I'd love to
it's
hear
linked
about
in the Discord.
It is? Okay.
General chat.
I would love to look at that later. Tom Cruise is nicely preserved somehow. Oh yeah, I mean, he looked pretty good in Top Gun Maverick, but
A lot better than the female lead of Top Gun 1.
Oh yes. Fuck. I thought you were saying about Top Gun. I'm like, how dare you say that about Jennifer Connelly? Yeah, she looked great in that too. But yeah, yes.
I remember her being in the original Hulk, or I mean, like the 2003 Hulk.
Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ang Lee Hulk.
Oh, yeah, the one with what's his name, Eric Bana.
Yeah. God, I was just like, when I was a kid, I saw that movie.
When you
When did
reach
that
into
come
the
out?
comments, I do want to make my comment that I've been so patiently.
I'm sorry, man.
Lightly waiting on.
1 second. When I saw that movie, that was, you said 2003, right?
Yeah.
God, I'm trying to remember where I saw it. I think I saw that. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just remember my aunt making a comment about how when I went to see The Incredible Hulk, I didn't know I was paying to see Eric Banon's ass or something like that. And I was just thinking about that scene because I think it's the scene where he fights the Hulk dogs or whatever. And then he like reverts back to a human and you like see his ass. And I'm thinking like, so his dick was hulked up a second ago. We didn't even see it. And it shows
God
that.
damn it. I wasn't that.
Sorry, Lance. What were you going to say?
Okay, what I want to are we done with the comments? I just didn't want to interrupt that.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna.
Okay, my statement goes back because during your rant about how that movie made you feel, you reminded me of something that goes along with that.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed as I've been talking to some of my friends who are getting back into writing music, getting back into this, that, and the other, we've been noticing a trend with the psychological process that goes into it. And I brought a very fucking sickening feeling to my stomach because I resonate with some of the shit you said.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I hate to say way back when because it's still here. It's not completely gone. It's just, it's trying to be quenched. Is that flame. And what at one point when you would write a song, when you would go to produce something and everything, there was a method to the madness. There was a process for which you would undergo. There was a struggle in some capacity that would lead you to try the errors and everything to make it there would overall help build the project, build the narrative, build the situation and the entire piece that you would eventually present to a crowd. This would literally set the feeling and emotion for the people to receive. Nowadays, it is so easy to do something. We press a button, this is done. We plug this in, that's fixed.
You're going back to to my statement about cutting, like physically touching the film.
I'm going back to multiple things that you brought up that brought an amazing, that it brought a lot of feelings I've been having the last couple of weeks, and it kind of poured them all into my stomach at once. Kind of made me want to throw up, which is rare for me. This like legitimately want to puke because this all hit my mind and everything at one time. So the thing is that when that's going down, when a rapper goes into the booth and he starts laying out what he's saying, nowadays there is a thought process that will happen. Once you've got everything's laid out and everything, you can bypass all that. So you're more worried about what you're like, how they're going to 100% receive it, whether or not this is going to be correct, whether or not you can say this, whether or not you can go there, whether or not you can put what you feel and how you think on paper. It was less than a year ago. A buddy of mine, he's been in love with the same girl for fucking 15 years. And like, they just haven't fully tied the knot. He hit me up and was like, brother, look, man, help me write a song. Let's lay this down. And the other day we were thinking about it and everything. And like every fucking 5 minutes, we would find ourselves with any of our friends who would come in and out of the call. Like we would have can you really say this nowadays? And I'm like, we have forgotten what music and what performance was all about, because what people used to feel, they would feel the emotion and the energy that you would put forth because you'd go up on stage, you believed what you wrote, you believed how you felt, you weren't fucking really caring about, you weren't 100% caring. Okay, they're gonna receive this. Fuck, dude. Growing up, man, I grew up exactly. I grew up in a situation, and I hate to reference it, but I got to make the point more clear. Rock music, I really wasn't supposed to have anything to do with. But the thing is like, it was part of who I am because I fell in love with it. Watching Dragon Ball Z Cooler, that movie set the pace for me for what I loved in my music for a long period of time. But when all that is being thrown out the window, and to an extent, not 100%, because there are no definites in life in most cases. 99.9% of the time, there's always a variable. There's always any this, that, and the other, and I get that. So don't get me wrong when I say nothing. It is said and anything like that. People are doing all these things. They have it laid out. They're concerned about this. They're concerned about that. They set this in motion because we can say this, but we can't say that. We end up with something that is nowhere near as beautiful, nowhere near as elegant, nowhere near as polished as the emotions, dreams, feelings, and everything that we could put down. If we would tell the rest of the world. This is
something you said that made me. Sorry, he's super delayed. He's not here.
People get where I'm going.
Yeah. Well, I something that you said that kind of brought me a thought that I think might add to this is the idea that I think we have a lot of distractions now, right? And like you said, because a decision and iteration can be done so quickly, right? You don't spend the same amount of time with the art form to produce the thing, right? And that perhaps is why things are feeling so shallow now, because there's almost like this proverbial digging that an artist does in themselves to get to that diamond, right? That is now being so shortcut that the diamond, you don't realize that the process of performing and grinding it out is actually what's creating the diamond.
Yeah.
Whereas now the diamond you're pulling up wasn't fully formed yet because you got it so quickly, or the distractions came in and got you off track from the path to that diamond, that you end up I don't know, just another way of saying, like, it's something has changed. I'd like to point out, the Cool 2T said, would you say the jabbed to unjabbed ratio mirrors the people with a backbone to those who don't have a backbone? Yes. I took a job working for my neighbor's trash can cleaning company because it was the one thing I could do in California when I had to move back here, when my landlord sold my place in Arizona, that I knew would never make me get the jab. Okay. And I am only now starting to look at other opportunities because I had to wait all of that time eating shit every day because fuck you. I will not get the jab. Fuck you. So yes, I definitely think.
I just want to jump in quickly. We've been on comments for like an hour and a half, almost.
I'm jumping through.
If you want me to make it to the end, we gotta pick it up.
I agree. We got to get back on track. I'm just scrolling quickly and getting still lively. All right. Jennifer Connolly still had it, and that was pretty awesome. Yeah, I agree. I think we'll leave it there and get back to the show. All right. So Shin Ultraman is coming to US theaters on January 11th and 12th in 2023. Just saying, you could already watch this movie. If you're not a fan of Ultraman, like the old shit, you are probably not going to like it. Also, Crunchyroll's got the global theatrical dates for Suzume. April 14th is when it's coming to the United States and Canada. And if you're curious, the link is in the doc if you want to find out if you happen to be somewhere else. I don't see any of our other friendly places of people in the chat we usually talk to. So I'm sorry, you're getting cucked. Blue Thermal anime film heads to North America from 11 Arts. So this is almost certainly coming to theaters and definitely coming to physical media from 11 Arts / Shout Factory and them. Or G Kids or whatever it's going to be. And Gridman just a reminder about the movie. I think this is coming out theaters in Japan on March 24th, where they combine Dynazenon and Gridman.
Nice.
Also, what
I
a
actually
fucking
did like
terrible
Gridman.
idea to do this, where they've got these. This clearly is the toe, right? Like if you remove this blank, like the debris, but then where's the fucking chain going? My immersion is ruined. Okay. Now, Makoto Shinkai had this to say on Entertainment. Quote, the Me Too movement changes things. And this is just a more, let's go back into our depression. So acclaimed anime director Makoto Shinkai, known for telling charming tales of adolescent love, talked about how much has changed over the last 6 years, that if he were to release his 2016 masterpiece, Your Name, today, a certain memorable scene and several others would be rejected as they wouldn't be considered acceptable by today's audience. Sounds like Shinkai feels it as well. Now, I will remind you, Yoshiyuki Tomino has made the bold stance of the characters need to grab each other by the pussy. Actual quote. I think Tomino is the future. Don't die, Tomino. In an interview with Shueisha, director Makoto Shinkai explained that he would explained what he would change from his work to appease the current climate of moral hysteria. Quote, while I don't intend to change my style, what is acceptable in entertainment has also changed with the times. For example, the year after Your Name was released, the Me Too movement took place in the film industry, which changed the mood in many ways. In Your Name, when Taki wakes up as Mitsuha and rubs her breast, that scene would certainly be rejected today. I've prepared the reason that it was just a dream and not her actual body so that it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Oh, 69 dots. Wow. More porn bots. Wonderful. You're right on time. So this must be the horny
after
hour.
midnight, the thoughts come out.
Yeah, algorithmically, this is the horniest hour. And now's our time. Send out the bots. Derail their podcast. So I would just like to point out, Makoto Shinkai has actually come up with his excuse to try to save his ass when they come for him to cancel him. No, it was just a dream. It wasn't her real body. He only molested her in his wet dreams. How's that going to work out for you? I don't think the cancellation crowd is going to spare you the fucking J.K. Rowling treatment. But he says, I prepared the reason that it was just a dream and not her actual body so that it wouldn't be a problem. But we would have probably determined that the audience would not accept that. So going back to what Lance is saying, yeah, the creative process is ruined because people only make art for the audience. And again, circling all the way around back to Twitter, that was designed to create a perception because it's the lower left one that's the square. That was the purpose. It is a mind control funnel. And thank God Elon Musk bought it and has the Twitter files coming out. Where we go from here, I'm not so sure will be a good place. But hopefully it will be. So whenever Your Name is on TV for Friday Roadshow and such, I'll always worry about what people think. Ha ha ha. That's how much things have changed in the last 6 years regarding whether we can or can't show certain depictions. Look, going back to the comment about the ratio of backbones to no backbones. Fuck the haters. All right. If somebody For every one complaint you get, that's how many crotch grabbing scenes you need in the next movie. All right. That's Tomino was right. Many will possibly be shocked to find that the degenerate West is having such an impact on the rest of the world, and sure to have many concern for Japanese creators who have long enjoyed the freedom to depict what they want. I think it is partially the economic downturn of the world that surviving is dependent. It is economic censorship that in order to survive, and this is going back to Simcast. Vic talked about his passion project, Star Trek Continues, and how he produced that with his own money. How he invited people to take part in that project. And he was surprised how many people said, "How are you making money with this?" And when he explained to them, "Oh, I'm not. I'm doing it for the joy that it gives me," they couldn't fathom it. You know? I think that's where we are.
I'm reminded after this whole discussion, I'm reminded of this one scene in Pompo where the director gives Gene the advice to make the movie for one person and don't try to appease everybody because your movie will fail that way.
Yeah. You know, and I think running this podcast has been very difficult over the years for lots of reasons. And I know there's a lot of things that we could do to try to appease the masses, so to speak, that would make us financially, secure in justifying the existence of this show. But I feel like the reason that we settled on Open Chest Anime Podcast as the title, the reason that resonated with me is because I'm a very open person. I probably share too much for the audience here. And I like to think that the show that we produce has an authenticity to it that you're not getting from that weird girl delivering the news and mispronouncing half the voice actors' names for Anime News Network. You know what I mean? And I feel, first of all, addressing, I do appreciate it. I don't want to feel like I'm e-begging right now. I don't want you guys to feel that, but thank you. $5 is worth some joy. But what really is worth joy is the process of producing the show where we get to sit down and talk, and yeah, sometimes it's long-winded, and yeah, sometimes we lose track of what we're talking about, and yeah, sometimes there are long segments where shit just goes wrong, and sometimes there's weeks where we don't have a show for one reason or another because of the California government. But
emphasizing the podcast,
emphasizing the fucking mission project
under the bus.
But yeah, it's something where I like to think at least that the art form, if you can call what we do an art form, is worth it versus the immediately, let's say the safer option for catering to the widest net of Chinese citizens in our good credit scoring podcast. So anyway, on that note, a Japanese human rights lawyer has accused One Piece Film Red of being, quote, anti-revolutionary, anti-feminist, and anti-democracy. And
someone's desperate for clicks.
Says Japan should take lessons from Disney. So I would just like to say There has been no greater endorsement for One Piece Film Red than that headline. I will watch the shit out of that show now. I have been sleeping on One Piece for too long. So, Random 11, have you seen One Piece Film Red? I know Greenline has seen it.
Yeah, I have. I don't know if you want to scroll down too much further. There's kind of
I have as well.
There's kind of a manga spoiler in that image there.
Okay, let me read this part. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates are sailing to new heights with One Piece Film Red, but not everyone feels so sanguine about its continued success. And then we've removed this from the stream, and I scroll down past it. And I will just trust there are no more spoilers. Since the series began serializing in the pages of Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump in 1999, creator Eiichiro Oda has since day one depicted its world's numerous and various pirates, including the Straw Hats, as rebels against the world's oppressive authoritarian world government. Damn, anti-revolutionary? I don't see it.
Yeah, it's kind of the exact opposite.
Right. Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is that those that be like to view themselves as the revolutionary because I guess to them, establishing world government is a revolution against state sovereignty. However, it seems that Japanese human rights lawyer Hajime Kambara, embarrassing name, missed the memo regarding arguably the themes of freedom in the world's most popular manga, as after taking his daughter to see the film on November 12th, he found himself appalled at what he perceived was a regressive story. My daughter accompanied me to see the movie One Piece for the first time, Kambara recounted on November 12th. Wow, it's almost like you already said that. Which was filled with the right wing's favorite counter-revolutionary ideology. If the people want peace, the opposite will happen. Right?
Okay.
Man, that is my favorite ideology.
That's a head scratcher there.
Quote, the story is about a bunch of men who look like bodybuilders and they just keep on violating each other. What the I'm about to pass out. Oh my god. What movie did he go see?
Right? I'm not familiar with bodybuilders in the Are they talking about Zoro and Sanji? Like what?
Frankie's like a mecha bodybuilder.
Yeah. But he's like the only one. What other characters are they?
The Door fruit guy, he's pretty built.
I guess Bluno. Yeah, Bluno is kind of.
So he says the story is about a bunch of men who look like bodybuilders, and they just keep violating each other. He added, "quote I guess the author Eiichiro Oda is anti-feminism and anti-democracy. Man, if the feminists want limp dick weak men, then I need to hit the gym. Keep those feminists away."
I mean, just ignoring that, like 2 of the Straw Hats are female, and one of them is like super powerful, and like basically the story wouldn't happen without her,
dude.
So
okay. Yeah, Uta, this girl.
No, I'm talking about Robin. Like,
oh, okay.
I guess to be fair, it's not really set up so much in the movie, but like Robin as a character is basically the only way that the Straw Hats have a link to the past, because she's the only one that can read the ancient writings.
Fuck. Okay, so you have just explained to me. There are so many questions I had about the next image based on my extremely limited understanding of One Piece. I had so many questions. Okay, so I would just like to point out real quick. Somehow, Bounding Into Comics' translation of this tweet is actually worse than the Google Translate. I saw a movie called One Piece for the first time with my daughter. A story in which a man who looks like a bodybuilder comes out and does nothing but violence. Is the author anti-feminist and anti? How do you keep on violating each other? All right, so this image here is this. What's this guy's name?
That's Shanks.
Yeah, there's red-haired Shanks.
Yeah.
All right, so
and
everything
Uta,
I just said about my confusion,
it's
you
still there.
solved it a different way.
Oh, okay. Uta is Shanks's daughter, although it's kind of iffy if she actually is his daughter.
Yeah.
And
How
the premise of the
is so low res.
the premise of the movie is that she gets trapped on an island
was a tweet.
essentially.
Okay, it's Twitter's fault that they're so low res. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
The plot
premise
is
of
kind
the
of
movie-
messy. It's really dumb actually
Yeah.
when you stop and think about it. It's like what?
So when so when you say that she's it's iffy that if whether or not she's really Shanks' daughter, you mean because she's clearly Endeavor's daughter? Oh, that is another reference.
Maybe.
'Cause the hair, the fucking
yeah.
hair is like Todoroki.
Yeah, so she gets basically she gets trapped on the island, and then she wants to use her music to spread peace around the world, but then you start realizing that that peace is a little bit maybe not what people actually want, and then people have to stop her.
I'm
That's
sorry,
like
you're gonna need to elaborate on the peace not being what people want, kind of thing.
She's willing to enforce her idea of peace.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the anti-feminist thing. Is that the dictator is female?
I guess. I mean, it's I don't want to spoil the movie, but
I didn't know
yeah.
this is really eye opening actually.
So it's anti-feminist because the villain is a female.
Right. And it's anti whatever he said.
Democracy.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's anti-democracy. They're going.
Well, that's not his only tweet. Let's keep reading. It says here, even though the beginning of the film depicts the people suffering from the war, it does not show any resolution in the end. If there is an ideology in this film, it is at best
fair.
a chivalrous one, i.e. a gangster's ideology. They're pirates, you dingus! Holy shit! What did you say here? Japan should take lessons from Disney, like Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah.
Well, I will have to say, like at the very, very beginning of the movie, they show like literally opening scene. They show that like the world government has created a situation where people are in starvation and have issues.
It's hitting way too close to home.
and that's how Uta sees this and then grows up and wants to stop the starvation and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, she's a socialist. Is that it?
But well, yeah, kind of actually. But so, but then
did you see that she is donned in gold? Of course, she's the socialist ruler.
But then, like, they never. To be fair to this weird guy, they never resolve that fact in the movie. Because at the end of the movie, the world government still exists, right? So, like, if you want to look at like the movie on its own,
break the canon of the manga, such a
The
shame
war will
it
end
didn't,
when
it
we
didn't
find
film.
One Piece.
Such a shame that it wasn't resolved after over 1,000 episodes and a movie. Jesus,
yeah.
The dude walked into like what, like the 15th, 16th movie of the series. It's like, it's not resolved yet. Big surprise.
So he goes on to say anti-revolutionary ideology and chivalry, anti-feminism and anti-democracy.
I really don't think he knows what those words mean. Like, Jesus.
So I think he means chauvinism, possibly, instead of chivalry. Japanese society is truly hopeless when it comes to the popularity of such anime. So let's read Google Translate because I don't know, they're fun. Even if the people suffering from the war are depicted at the beginning of the movie, no solution is shown in the end. If there is an idea that seems to be an idea in this movie, it is at best nin chivalry. Oof. the nin chivalry. That is the idea of a gang member. Counter-revolutionary thought and chivalry, anti-feminism and anti-democracy. Japanese society, which is so popular with anime like this, is truly hopeless.
Oh my god. Okay, so he is saying stuff that is so like backwards to what One Piece is that I like honestly don't even understand where he's coming from.
Because he's only seen the movie.
Yeah, but trying to, assuming you've only seen the movie and trying to understand where he's coming from. I think where he's coming from is he sees Uta as the anti-revolutionary, or sorry, as the revolutionary because she wants to upset the world government system and bring peace to everyone. And then Luffy and the gang try to stop her. And so that's where he's like saying the movie is anti-revolutionary because they're going against the revolutionary, which is Uta. But he doesn't understand that Uta is doing something wrong.
Yeah, the solution she's proposing is worse. It's say hello to the new boss, same as the old boss, effectively. The lawyer then began to compare not just Film Red, but the entirety of the anime medium to Disney's animated offerings, arguing that, quote, while Disney has many works that are suitable for children, but can be appreciated by adults, name one. Japanese anime is really bad. This is probably because the values of the creators are stuck in the Showa era. He said, in the process of a country's decline, even at the level of ideology and values, there is a regression and corruption. This is not just a problem of anime, but a problem of the decline of Japanese society as a whole. If only he knew. But roughly the same. Unsurprisingly, Kambara was met with an overwhelming wave of backlash from Japanese fans, as they felt that his opinion was both disingenuous and ignorant of the very spirit of One Piece. I am learning that there is so much merch I could make from One Piece, apparently. In turn, the lawyer returned to the topic the next day to push back. Quote, I get comments on this tweet that I should read the original manga. Just watch the movie. I think he means just watch the movie. Like, what are you doing to tearing it apart? Anyway, I don't know. But I'm giving my opinion of the movie. So why do I need to read the original story? If the original story and the movie are different, why don't people who like the original story protest the movie? He further inquired, wow. In the original story, there's a counter argument that pirates are anti-authority. But at least in this movie, the pirates and the Navy are pretty familiar with each other.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Again, without spoilers, like there are some military people that do work with the Straw Hats for a little bit, but at the end of the movie, they're not.
It's more
it's
like
very clear.
we're both in a shitty situation, so it's
like your friend of
is that the enemy of my enemy, or my friend?
Yeah, whatever.
So you have somehow seen through the gobbledygook this guy was saying. Because he goes on to say, Uta is the revolutionary in this movie, right?
No.
Uta's revolution is destined to lose popular support because it is self-righteous.
He missed the fact that the girl went crazy because she hadn't slept in fucking weeks at that point.
The pirates may be anti-authority, but shouldn't the film as a whole be understood as anti-revolution? Well, I mean, Hitler led a revolution in Germany. Should we not be anti that revolution?
Yeah. This dude can go sit over there in the corner with Kanye.
Oh, boy. Oh, fuck. I wish we didn't already have a thumbnail for this podcast because that would have been a great one. Just
get your gimp mask and go sit in the corner.
Ultimately, Kambara closed out his complaints by taking issue with how all the pirates are macho anyway. And the pirates are macho anyway. They all have bodies like bodybuilders. The boss of the pirates, Uta's dad, is a man from Showa. The Ken Takakura lineage. This guy, I gotta see this guy's picture. Hold on. Is he a dandy? Like, what's going on?
Also, for the people interested, I do not really recommend the movie. I don't think it was that good.
What the fuck is happening in this picture?
It was all right.
He's revolutionary. That's
they're
having a sit-in.
I didn't. I mean, it had way too much music in it. I think it had a couple too many songs, and
Well, I think it was advertised as like a musical. I didn't really have an issue.
Do you think that it was like so I am shocked because again, I have an exceptionally limited understanding of One Piece and even less of this particular movie. But every single thing I saw about this movie led me to believe that Uta was going to be a hero and she was going to be like it was going to be Belle all over again.
Because they seek. I mean, they did a good job at marketing and not telling you, at least entirely, that she was the villain. I think they did a fantastic job at marketing.
Fantastic. Yeah.
You know what the irony is? Like he says to them, "Oh, they should be more like Disney." This is them being more like Disney because they're putting the musical shit in the anime.
Oh, that's another thing. Going back to the cereal commercials. Holy shit, man! My family, because my dad was in the movie business, we went to see movies a lot, like weekly when I was growing up, and you'd think, my parents always thought like, well, a new kids movie is out. Right, let's take them to see the new kids movie. Boy, I hated Disney so fucking much because of the singing. Like, I wanted to leave the theater. Another song? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know if I was the only one.
Go.
I met people when I got older who like, I love Disney, and they just like start singing, and I'm like, what is it with people and this feeling of loving singing these trash songs?
Which Disney movies, out of curiosity? Just all of them in general?
Just in general. Like, I can't even think of one off the top. And it probably wasn't all Disney. It was probably like, I don't know. Was there like singing in like The Rescuers Down Under?
No.
I can't think of it. But I know that it wasn't just Disney that was doing it, but it was,
Wasn't The Rescuers Down Under also Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a different type of Disney movie than, like for example, Beauty and the Beast or
like
what is it?
Little
Mermaid, Little
Mermaid, Lion King.
That's what they should call mermen. Mermaids. Those are the femboy ones. Oh God. Okay, so he said they all have bodies like bodybuilders. It's a mystery why this kind of stereotypical macho male chauvinism Showa era look is still popular. He concluded, after all, hasn't time stopped in Japan sometime in the Showa period? Amazing. Like, I just, why can't people like me and my business suit and tiny neck? Wow. That's kind of what it sounds like he's saying, right? Like, I'm macho. Why won't she suck my dick? I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one who's getting that vibe from this guy.
You've turned into Kanye West.
Netanyahu.
Oh, look at my Netanyahu. It's my Netanyahu.
So what this guy is saying is that if he was the revolutionary, he would outlaw macho bodybuilding.
If he
was, do you have any other thoughts on this?
If he looked up to Uta for his way of revolutionary ideals, yeah.
The Cool 2T says, I've only met females that sing Disney musicals. To be honest, it's a red flag for me. Yes. Look, I got to find it and link it in the doc later. that TikTok or whatever I sent you guys about the guy doing the, he's like doing stand-up, and the girl in the audience is talking about being like basically a Disney otaku, you know, like the girls that are everything Disney. I can recite the movie backwards and forwards kind of thing. And she talks about like he's like, wait a minute. He lists off a thing like, do you have a Disney tattoo? She goes like, yes, but my mom has more. He's like, it's not a good sign that your first instinct was to deflect it, that your mom has more. Anyway, so it's like, yeah, I agree. The red flag, for sure. Let's see. One customs issue sorted. Oh, good for you.
God, I have a comment on that, but it is so not popular.
Oh. Okay. Huh. Let's talk.
The whole. Go ahead. Just think.
No,
never mind. Move on.
I don't know. I'm just opening tabs.
Oh, I was. Just, oh,
they've already come out of order. So
the whole. She's upset. She's obsessed with Disney, and that's a red flag. It's like the idea that Disney princesses were, you know, pure, sweet, beautiful women, and feminine as they can be, But no, that's not allowed today. By a
it's
lot
funny.
Of people's standards.
I shared this.
I'm
this
obsessed
meme.
with it, but I believe none of it.
I shared this meme a while ago, and it said Disney and porn have ruined relationships for men and women. And it has a picture of a girl, and she's like, "Where is my Prince Charming?" And the guy says, "Where's my insatiable whore?" And I was just thinking, like, it's kind of funny actually, because I think it's probably easier to find an insatiable whore than Prince Charming. Anyway,
Dear God.
So, Kamen Rider. And Cran Shin-chan are doing a collab for some reason.
I never saw this coming.
This was shared by Mirage Leonardo, and I couldn't not share it because what the fuck? Anyway,
this
I don't
is amazing.
I feel like reading it will only ruin the magic because it's probably not actually going to be a cross.
It's best left to our imagination.
It is probably a collab cafe or some shit.
Best left to our imaginations.
Trigun Stampede producer unveiled a new trailer.
Fanfic.
Reveals series changes were inspired by the MCU.
Fuck.
So he's weird. Become Star-Lord then. We're gonna have like 80s and 70s music while we're watching the anime.
It says MCU, not Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, that's still MCU.
Yes, but if it were inspired by Guardians of the Galaxy, they would have just said that. Now look.
Maybe they took other things from other movies for other parts, but he could be inspired by specifically Guardians of the Galaxy. And Star-Lord in specific.
I will say this. Previously, when we reported on this, did we or did we not see that Wolfwood was sucking on a fucking lollipop?
Yes.
Okay. Can confirm he does smoke. We've got that going for us. Okay, so I was just thinking it's funny that, isn't it funny how we can immediately smell woke shit from a mile away just by looking at it? My name is Dante. Right. As the human typhoon draws ever closer to making landfall, the creative team behind Trigun Stampede has not only released a new trailer, but that the project's divergence from Shiro Naito's original Shiro, was it?
Yasuhiro.
Yasuhiro. Why does it say Shiro?
Some idiot doesn't know how to write.
Divergence from Naito's original manga was inspired by the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yay.
The insight into Trigun Stampede's direction was provided by Studio Orange producer Kiyotaka Waki and Toho Animation producer Katsuhiro Take on November 18th during a series-centric panel hosted by the recent Anime New York City Fan Convention. Noting that Vash the Stampede was one of his favorite heroes, Takei, despite claiming that retconning Naito's original manga didn't quite sit right with him, told attendees that Trigun Stampede was inspired by the way Marvel reworks and reinterpret the storylines of comics for the MCU. How many of those have gone well besides Spider-Man?
Let's see.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I guess.
They
Guardians of the
reimagined that.
Galaxy.
The comic was completely different.
Yeah,
but it was an unknown, like no one cared.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, there's a difference between taking some property that only 10 people even knew existed and taking Trigun. Now, Vash's anti-gun. Since the majority of anime adaptations aren't like that, wondered if that kind of experiment was possible in Japan, he asserted. I'm sorry, have you not seen Ghost in the Shell? Further, Waki revealed his original pitch for the series, featuring a piece of concept art inspired by the final scene from Trigun Maximum's manga. Ugh. The pitch posited, quote, the original manga was ongoing with the previous anime series. This is the new Trigun, told in a way that's only possible because the manga has completed.
What makes Trigun Brotherhood then?
Yeah, right. What makes this Trigun different is that the manga is finished. You know, I
can't put my finger on it, but
I don't think that's the only thing that's different. You know, like I'll be real. I feel like there's a Japanese lawyer who might actually recognize the soy boy nature of this and fillet it mercilessly. Let's see. So the original production team
why is Vash going against knives? Are they anti-revolutionary? Knives is a revolutionary.
Why did he beat up that kid? It's the anti-children.
The original production team didn't have a chance to see the end of the story, but this adaptation is being made with all of it in mind. You know, I think I'm just going to read the manga. Expanding that Trigun is the story of two brothers with different perspectives on the concept of justice. Okay. Takei then moved to debut the series' latest trailer. Focused on the series' villains, the trailer picks up from the series' last preview and sees Vash's twin brother, Million Knives, arising from his healing pod. Oh, good for him. From there, the trailer turns to introduce the various members of Knives' Gung-Ho Guns King. That's cringe. First up is the group's leader and Knives' dedicated right-hand man, Legato Blue Summers. Thanks to his sporting of a mysterious and modified arm, presumably Vash's. Okay. It seems this version of the villain is taking inspiration from the original anime rather than the... God, isn't it weird? You just got done dribbling a load of dog shit out of your mouth about how this gets to take over because the manga is now complete, and yet you do this shit. Next up is Kazuye the Beast.
Zazie the Beast.
What did I say? Kazi? Oh, I read that wrong. An unidentified being who acts in mysterious ways with unknown motivations. Is it Zazie or Zazie?
Zazie.
Zaji. That's what it says.
Zazie. Z-A-Z.
I know it says Zaji in katakana.
Well, they're fucking retards over there.
There is no Z-I. I'm just joking. That's
how
how you would say it. Yeah.
That's how it was written in the manga. That's how it was in the original anime.
It literally says Zaji Za Bisuto.
Yeah, he's reading the katakana on the image.
Well, that's how it was.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's keep going. Zazie may look young, but he claims that they've been observing humans for a long time. Following Zazie is the brains of the Gung Ho Guns, Count Revenant Vasquez, also known as Crewman William Conrad. Every single one of these fucking voices has the longest title after, like, oh, they're from this, you know? As part of Knives' plans, Conrad performs horrifying experiments on human subjects in order to breed a new breed of people who can live without depending on substances harvested from the supernatural creatures known as plants. Equipped with a spike-coated sphere-like vehicle, E.G. Mine serves as the gang's wild card. Oh my god. Okay, enough reading exactly what's on. I need to know more about their bullshit MC. That's it, fucking hell. Let's look at these. I'm not reading that shit. I will say, Meryl? Yeah, Meryl's still cute.
I still wish Millie was in here.
You like them big, huh?
Millie was best girl, man.
She's a large bitch. A huge bitch, I think, is the line.
Yeah. Who's Nick gonna fuck now?
That's a huge bitch.
That's a huge bitch.
Cigarette. Actual smoker. Probably vapes. Why does he have the mitochondria on his back? Anyway, so yeah, not everything that is new that comes out about it makes me less and less interested in watching it. Okay. Anyway, and then also there's more. I for some reason, a secondary article on the exact same thing says it's mixing the old with the new. I guess they mean like this is clearly a painting, right? So I guess they're saying like the background art is matte painting. Again, that's what I remember from Trigun is the background art. It wasn't the music or, you know, the fashion or, you know, the million guns that Meryl had. I literally just listed literally everything I remember from Trigun.
Just a giant fucking Gatling gun that Meryl had.
What?
Or the giant fucking Gatling gun that Meryl had. Or no, Millie had.
I was gonna say
Meryl has the tiny guns. Millie has.
Meryl has the Derringers.
Yeah, you said. I thought you said Millie, and then that's kind of what's screwing up.
The one thing that I absolutely do still fucking I'm so hyped for it. The literal ending to Trigun with the cross, fucking awesome. One of the most hype moments of any anime ever. Yeah. Also, the only thing I remember. Anyway, So watch the trailer. I'm gonna move on. Unless you guys have anything you want to say.
Nope.
Nope.
Vosh is a grifter. Yes. And you didn't mean to say Vash, I'm sure. Because Vosh, you're a grifter. All right. Ranking of Kings anime is getting the royal treatment with a visual trailer for the special episode. So there's a special episode with a fat ass horse. I wonder if that lawyer thinks that these men are trapped in the Showa era. This character is the revolutionary. Anyway.
I'm excited.
There is a new anime adaptation coming for Go Go Loser Ranger. A story.
We should have started the podcast with the Loser Ranger. Right?
What?
When you introduced us as a team of losers, I was loser number 1. I was like Loser Ranger. Right?
Honestly, dude, my brain is barely functioning right now, and I had meant to say. I was trying to make a Destroy Dick December reference, and somehow in my brain I was thinking losers of No Nut November, but then I'm like, it's this. I caught myself midway through and just tried to stick the landing, and it wasn't very good. Okay, I'm sorry. I have failed everyone. I'm just doing this show so that next podcast doesn't have all these articles. All right, so it's called Go Go Loser Ranger, and the story is about one of the putties from Power Rangers, right? If he decided he was tired of getting his ass kicked and snuck into and infiltrated and became one of the Power Rangers, a single monster known as D secretly infiltrated the Dragon Keepers and stole artifacts that are capable of destroying monsters like him who are immortal. So that's the story. It looks like it's gonna be a watch.
I'll probably check it out.
Not a lot of waifus.
That's 2 tongue juts.
Yeah, I think
actually 3 if we include Toad.
Yeah, I think somebody at Sankaku Complex likes those. Anyway, oh dude, this effect looks so fucking sick. Love it. Anime still knows what's hot. Sometimes. except for Trigun.
And the sentiments toward the future.
Yes, I would love. Oh yeah, fucking Shinkai. Grow a pair, Shinkai. Put some pussy grabbing in your next movie already. All right. So, saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement, Isekai TV anime shells out for new TV. All right. I don't know why I bothered to read the Crunchyroll headlines. I'm just showing you this because I think this show is going to be fucking great, and I am going to probably watch it weekly when it comes out. He said, having no intention of doing that.
I'll do it in your stead.
Yeah, no, I actually remind me when it starts coming out. I want to watch it.
You have to finish Chainsaw Man first.
I'll be real. I have not enjoyed a single episode of Chainsaw Man yet. I saw that Savakis tweeted he started watching it and he's liking it. And I'm like, really? Honestly, like what I was describing about seeing Unbreakable versus, you know, a modern movie. I'm watching Chainsaw Man and I'm like, I want it to be like One Punch Man or something, you know, like the first season of One Punch Man. And instead it's just like, yeah, you know, like it's, I can't get into it.
Savakis saw a penis.
The show can be very
none
dry.
Existed.
Savakis didn't even look. He's just tweeting what'll make him popular. He's a jabber, not a no jabber. Anyway, so back to this. So to remind you, this is a story of a girl who gets isekai'd into a fantasy world and is able to transport herself back and forth between the two. So she gets the idea of, well, I might as well make it worth my while. And she takes modern technology like guns from the real world into the fantasy world so that she can accumulate 80,000 gold coins for her retirement so she can just fuck off in the real world.
So she can take all the gold coins back to the real world and
where they
cash them in.
Yes, I fucking love it. Also, heroines gather in the Legendary Hero is Dead TV anime key visual. So another reminder of a silly thing where they carry around the coffin of the hero. And I have to guess, because I'm not being given a lot of visual cues here, but this must be the turnip in the stocking, right? That's the only explanation I have. I don't know. Time will tell. So Konosuba, an explosion on this wonderful world. The spin-off anime is coming out in April of 2023.
Yay.
So yeah, we'll have to do Konosuba as a watch club at some point.
Fuck yeah. There's 2 seasons in a movie already. The movie hasn't been released on physical yet.
Nope.
So
I'm trying to. Oh,
I'm sad.
The energy exuded from this lolly so hard makes me think of the one from Brittany Karbowski's character in Shimonetta for some reason.
The artist girl.
Yeah, doesn't it kind of? It doesn't look like her. I don't know why, but it makes me think of her.
She's probably doing some kind of derpy thing with her eyes.
You think that Brittany Karbowski will voice her? Because I think it's good.
I mean that.
All right.
I don't think Brittany
Venti?
voices any of the main cast, does she?
Yeah, let's get
I'm
Brittany
blanking on the
Venti
cast.
I think Bang Zoom dubbed it, so I don't know if Brittany Karbowski.
These outfits are so weird.
Do you know anything about Konosuba?
Nope, not a single thing.
Okay,
I
well,
was
long
surprised to
story
learn.
short,
Don't spoil it, Lance.
This list is supposed. Well, this list is supposed to be eccentric. That's all you need to know.
Let's not spoil it for him, Lance.
All right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
Not
saying
just
that.
him.
I'm just saying that when I still have a hard time believing it's an isekai. Just saying. All right, Lupin Zero has this is the main visual for it. It's when does it start airing? Is it next week?
4 days from now.
Yeah.
Friday.
And then here's the stuff we get to look at. The Lupin meets Jigen. And then they kiss. It really feels like it's like Lupin is one of those like weird franchises that so rarely doesn't stick the landing with like capturing the heart of Lupin. The only one I've seen that was truly awful was Goodbye Partner. And of course, fucking the woman called Fujiko Mine.
What about the CG movie?
Oh, I love that movie. That was fantastic.
Oh, that's a good movie?
Fantastic.
It's phenomenal, dude.
Yeah. Lupin the Third, the First.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking amazingly good movie. Anyway, so it looks like it's like I feel it. Like just in the still images, I feel the Lupin-ness out of it. Like I feel like they've really got it. Anyway. All right. Also, City Hunter, the final chapter begins. Anime film gets a 2023 release. So, sequel to Private Eyes, Shinjuku Private Eyes, coming out. City Hunter, the movie, the final chapter begins. Period is the title.
I feel like the final chapter begins is just a slogan.
I don't know. So it's just going to be called City Hunter, the movie, even though it's the 5th movie in the franchise.
Well, then none of them have been called the movie.
Okay, great. Well, we're just going to pretend there haven't been any movies before. This is the movie. That's funny. It's like, what is the Mario Brothers movie called? The live action Is it called Super Mario Brothers?
It's just called Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah.
I think it's just called Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah.
Not
So
even the movie.
therefore, Therefore, it doesn't matter. Oh, let's go see the Mario movie. That's not the Mario movie. This is the movie, right? The one with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins. All right, so I'm going to share with you. Boy, there have been way too many Ku Klux Klan jokes this podcast.
Just quickly, the live action one was called just Super Mario Bros. And then the new one is called the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Damn it. That joke has failed then.
Sorry.
What the fuck? Isn't it here? Oh, no, it's a video. Sorry. Okay, I got you. All right, I go. So, Wit Studio and Signal MD's Kizuna AI anime project revealed their first trailer. So, I don't know if you know me, but I'm remarkably immature. And the only thing I know about VTubers is that some of them have said the N-word. So I was watching the trailer with Reese the other day, and it was basically showing, I think this character is like the main character of it, believe it or not Kizuna AI. And it's like they like go to Kizuna AI Academy to learn how to be a VTuber. And I'm watching the trailer and it's like showcasing the different stuff. And I joke with Reese, it's like, well, if they're going to show the struggles, the daily slice of life struggles of VTubers, I hope there's an episode where they are tricked into saying the N-word and get chastised over it. And I shit you not 2 seconds after I said that, this sequence happens in the fucking trailer. And I fucking died. So anyway, that's how immature I am. And I probably won't watch this. I'll be real. I don't know. Yeah, you have to let me know how it is, people who watch it, because I just don't see a point in it at all. Because as far as I know, Kizuna AI never said the N-word. So, no.
She a thought.
If anybody has seen our was it what's his name? Franklin? The yee ass haircut. Is it Franklin? Yeah, Franklin's the one who gets roasted by Lamar. Yeah. So you got to watch that clip on the podcast. That was fucking hilarious. I found every VTuber I could find that had said the N-word, and it's all from that scene. Like, I think there's one more that was not from that scene, but it's only funny because of that scene. Anyway, moving on. Manga. There is some manga news. Boy, some of this is going to get really hard. So a Lucky Star spin-off manga is now more relatable than ever because Konata has been aged up to her 30s. So Lucky Star recently came back from an 8-year-long hiatus alongside a move to a new home in Kadokawa's Mitaina magazine. And it's also getting a spin-off manga tentatively titled Konata 31, which will feature the blue-haired otaku protagonist Konata at the ripe age of 31. This is
wait, that's how old I am.
What?
I'm 31.
The spin-off is inspired by social media buzz on the Japanese side of Twitter, where people were talking about how if Konata aged normally, she'd be 31 years old by that point. Right. Because that's worth bringing up. The spin-off is drawn by Haruki. Get this. The spin-off is drawn by Haruki Hongo, as Yoshimizu feels that it would take away from fans' imagination if he were to draw the canon version of Konata's future. Why the fuck are you even making it? Here's some other guy's drawings of what Konata would look like at 31.
Don't worry, guys. It's a spin-off. It's a spin-off. It's not canon.
It is taking place it's serializing simultaneously with the actual original Lucky Star. So Oh, that was nice of you to link the.
I tried.
Anyway. Oh, boy. Your Under Arrest manga gets first new chapter in 3 decades on December 23rd. So that's interesting. It's coming back, I guess. I like the
Fuck
series.
yeah.
I like the
Same
series
here.
a lot.
No, I correct myself. I love this series. This is
I
one
would
of-
love
love
to.
fucking-
I would love to watch Club This at some point. The only problem is
Blu-ray of this Sentai.
the only problem is that the creator also made All My Goddess, and I'll never forgive him for that. Moving on. So Trunks and Goten are headlining the new arc when Dragon Ball Super manga returns.
Oh fuck! I hate this conversation. Continue.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, so first of all,
Can anyone say Dragon Ball GT?
the Dragon Ball Super manga is an alternate version of the Dragon Ball Super anime series with story written by Akira Toriyama and art by Toyotaro. So God knows if any of this is going to become canon if the anime comes back, which is kind of funny to think that anime is what makes something canon now instead of the manga, right? Yeah, so it's details on the next arc on the long-running manga were also released, officially confirming that Dragon Ball Super will be flying into superhero territory in the superhero arc. Though instead of adapting the anime film, the arc will be focusing on Trunks and Goten protecting the city. A preview of the 2 Super Saiyans in their superhero costumes was released. I'm sorry, did we not already get to the Great Saiyaman arc? I mean,
honestly,
do we really need Trunks and Gohan to make the same mistake?
Goten,
whatever, to make the same mistake as Gohan.
Honestly, the series just needs to go the fuck away. Like, I'm sorry if you like Super.
I hate that I'm trying to
total
scream.
trash.
there is, look, tonight we have talked about a lot of things. Backbone, no backbone. Jab, no jab. Super good, super shit. All right. This is the dividing moment. We all light up on one side here. Super is awful. A obvious cash grab.
It's just a cash grab, and there's nothing like it has good moments.
Even Dragon Ball's official Japanese Twitter uses a picture of GT Goku over Super. No. That's actually end of Z Goku, right? With the
well, the aquamarine or whatever it is, gi is what Goku wears throughout GT. It's more primarily his GT gi than his Z gi.
My statement stands. Yeah. So it's trash. Anyway, moving on. No, I guess we'll talk about this first. Marvel put Spider-Man in a rap battle with Eminem.
All right, Random 11.
I cannot defend. Oh,
yeah, that's you. This Random 11 is Spider-Man. I forgot. Oh my god! For a second there.
Oh yeah, that's you.
For a second there, I thought, well, I don't know where Lance is going with this, but I'm here to yes and this whole storyline, so let's do it. Okay,
Yeah.
so they say.
They just quickly. They've mostly kept the shit away from Spider-Man and kind of just painted a brush on every other property they have. The shit brush that they have, they've kind of actually added to Miles' like version of Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen and all that kind of crap. But they've kept Amazing Spider-Man pretty like clean because that's like their one book that makes fucking money. So, I mean, eventually some shit's gonna splash onto it. What do you say?
All right. So it says here, not to worry though. Spider-Man rapping against Eminem isn't about to be some weird twist in Marvel Universe canon. Instead, An image of Spidey and Eminem facing off over the mic has been revealed as the variant cover design for Amazing Spider-Man #1, Legacy 895, which will be launching a new era of Spider-Man stories. I can't wait to see the new Spider-Man stories that are coming out of this.
I collect the Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man book, but I haven't read them in years.
Are you gonna get the variant edition?
Hell fucking no. But I literally like the way variant covers work, it's a crap bag of shit.
Oh,
okay. Like there could be a variant cover that has like a sexy She-Hulk on the cover of a Spider-Man book, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get this because I want to read about sexy She-Hulk or whatever. I don't fucking know. You open it up, She-Hulk's not even mentioned in the book, right? The cover was just because Marvel was like, have an artist make something and put it on the book. Maybe there's a She-Hulk book that they're kind of like wanting to cross promote, and so they just put She-Hulk on the cover. You know,
it's like one of those Tool magazines that has Marilyn Monroe on the front.
I wouldn't know, but I know comics, and I know the variant covers mean nothing. So unless it happens in the book, then that's one thing. But if it's a variant cover, I don't know, whatever.
I think Will Smith.
I have one question.
On stage and slap someone.
I have one legitimate question. Please
Yes.
tell me Eminem is in a green outfit.
No,
he's
his
not.
pants? He's got green pants. He's got green pants.
Oh shit! All right.
Hey, Lance. What quick question? Is Spider-Man green for you?
I don't think he understood.
Silence.
All of a sudden, I just hear like a doorbell, like some creepy horror movie, like music box.
Yeah, it was not a doorbell. That was like music box, like
Something got real creepy when I asked that question. I thought I was getting cursed. Like
Spider-Man is black.
Spider-Man is what?
And he gone.
I think he said Spider-Man is black.
That's what I thought you said too.
Which is racist.
He's black and red, right? Like he's got like the outfit itself is mostly red, and then it's got black.
So you asked if Eminem was wearing a green outfit. Okay. And
yes, he's Eminem in green.
So Eminem is wearing a hoodie that is maroon colored or brown, maybe. So I asked you if Spider-Man was green because I thought it would be really funny if you actually saw reds as green, and your headcanon for Spider-Man is he's a web slinging green suited, like just picturing this with him green. I thought that would be really funny. And also his outfit is actually blue and red.
Oh, well,
it's
as
highly
far as
debatable.
concerned,
Actually,
those pants are black.
It is debatable.
Like,
I'll give you that.
I couldn't argue with you on whether or not they were blue, purple, black, whatever. As far as the pants,
How
go, but
about
I know
let me
like,
ask you this?
I thought it's
Spider-Man in the Tobey Maguire movie. Is his suit blue and red or black and red?
Blue.
Okay. Just
most.
I get what you're
modern
saying
interpretations-
because Venom is black, but his highlights are drawn blue. So
no, but not even like in the original book. They
Wait,
drew
they are?
him black.
I thought they were white. I thought he was
Sometimes they're
black and
white.
white.
In the
And
Amazing
Spider-Man-
Spider-Man 90s cartoon, he had blue highlight or blue rim line.
Yeah,
or whatever.
well, actually, the
I
90s cartoon had blue and red highlights.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but yeah, in the book, it's definitely mostly blue.
That argument for me.
But yeah, the Amazing, or was it Amazing? Yeah, Amazing Fantasy appearance,
Guys,
which is
we've reached
Spider-Man's
that time
first
of the
appearance.
the internet is
Out. He's got blue highlights, but like they've drawn Spider-Man costume as being red and black, like not just by Lance.
He said he was trying to say, I think they're resetting the router if I disappear. Disappear.
Oh, okay. He got Thanos snapped.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the first appearance Spider-Man suit is canonically like red with black where the blue is. So anyway.
So Luigi the Mouse 64 says, I think the new Urusei Yatsura is supposed to match the manga. However, you cannot see the nipples in that anime, my friend.
Maybe it's just because it was a TV broadcast and then be on the Blu-ray discs.
Let's hope. Let us podcast magic the nipples. All right. So I wanted to point out here, I don't understand this. It says this M&M themed variant cover for Amazing Spider-Man #1 will get a total of 5,000 print copies, which are sold on the Hall, with an additional 1,000 limited prints of the Spotlight version of the variant comic cover. What does that mean?
So I don't know what the Spotlight version is, but
it's black and white.
It could be. It could literally be there's a spotlight on, like in the, like
like a lazy
on
circular one.
I have
like
no
just
clue.
a circle and everything else around it is black.
It could mean many things, but the thing that it says there's 5,000 copies that are available on the Hall. What they do generally is they'll have comic cover exclusive to a specific store. So this is, and what they'll do on top of that is a store itself. Like, it's not even Marvel that makes the cover. The store will make the cover. So a lot of times what happens is Marvel will sell the book without a cover, essentially.
And so the store will actually
store.
staple it on there?
Yeah, and then the store will get the cover printed and added to the book. And it'll be exclusive to their store. And it's not even, it's like obviously licensed by Marvel, but it's like barely licensed by Marvel.
Okay.
That's a gross concept.
I don't know if that's
I've got
what
a
this
second
is.
question on this,
But
because
that does happen.
I have been looking this entire time and I don't see this next part. So it says, apparently the official M&M account on Twitter says, quote, like Spider-Man crawling upside of a wall, honored to be on the official variant of the Amazing Spider-Man 2022. Drops tomorrow on shop.mnm.com. So apparently you don't have to go to the Hall or whatever the fuck.
Well, the Hall was only the one version, and then the Spotlight
5,000.
version. Yeah, the Spotlight version might be the one that's on M&M's website, or the Hall might be subletting it through M&M's website. I'm not entirely sure.
Let's see. So it says here. Easter egg. Funny enough, the scene between Eminem and Spidey being depicted here is its own kind of double meta Easter egg. Eminem's character Rabbit goes into 8 Mile's final rap battle against rival Papa Doc, who was played by then future Marvel star Anthony Mackie. Speaking of Easter eggs, a survey of the crowd in the picture reveals some fun cameos. From the obvious Miles Morales to Luke Cage, Black Panther. Where the fuck is Ghost Rider? They didn't even mention that fucking Spider-Gwen is back here. Where the hell are they seeing Ghost Rider?
Well, maybe Ghost Rider in his human form. I don't know. I'm definitely not seeing a flaming skull anywhere.
Fucking Yao Ming over here. Like,
oh no! You can't read. You can't read. Read that again, buddy.
Oh, Spider! Is that Spider-Gwen?
Yeah, that's what they call Spider-Gwen now.
How the fuck am I supposed to know? I only know her as Spider-Gwen. You're right, I can't read. And also Daredevil hiding in a tree for some reason. Which is probably the funniest part about the cover. Right. Anyway, yes.
If you go to the private chat, you can see what the Spotlight variant looks like. The eBay listing.
Glad to know there's already scalpers hitting it. Oh, come on, really?
I'm not saying this price is at all anything.
No, not the price. I don't even.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I just thought that
background is black and white.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
God, it looks so bad.
So this one's limited to 1,000.
I was partly right.
The color one is 5,000.
$800 already, or no bids, just an offer. Yeah.
Thanks for the docs again there.
Oof.
Private browsing.
Oh,
allow me to introduce you. Shueisha pulls special support underground idol unit Happy Disabled Children girls following complaints of discriminatory expressions. Though the Japanese manga industry has regularly produced works featuring the type of diversity the Western entertainment so pathetically attempts to disingenuously virtue signal for, it seems a line has been drawn when it comes to adorable handicapped lollies. So I'm sorry that you have found your one and only waifu who has no feet.
To bring this to the preview story, I'm not going to be able to find it for you, but I was watching a stream with, I think it was last night's Flashcast. Ethan Van Sciver brought on stream at one point in the stream a picture he drew in 2010, apparently, of Dr. Octopus without any limbs. And it looked exactly like that, like weird little, like,
okay.
How dare
like
you
slippers.
say that about your waifu?
So I just want to say, as awful as this is, I would just like to point out how based it is that these disabled individuals, mentally and physically, you'd have to be disabled to be a communist. I'm afraid I have to step away for a moment. I just got a text from my wife. Please talk amongst yourselves for a memento. I'll be right back.
We can look at comments for a second here.
Where were we? You want to take the lead?
Looks like we painted the backgrounds. I think this is with
Trigun.
Trigun. Yeah. It looks shit. All I'm gonna say is fuck ANN and fuck the ground ANN is built on. Well, they got sold, so now they are getting fucked. They're now Kodansha. This is the same mangaka that made quintessential quintuplets. Referring to the Power Ranger comic, the Go-Go, whatever.
Go-Go Loser Ranger.
Yeah, I think Chainsaw Man manga is way better. The anime absolutely drives the jokes and funny moments into the dirt. I haven't watched it yet. It's still on my list of things to watch.
Reese, you read the manga for Chainsaw Man?
I have not read the manga. I've only seen the anime up to the current episode.
Okay, I was wondering if you knew, since you seem to be more of a manga reader amongst.
I've heard that it skips things.
Okay.
So that's all that I've heard.
How did you like the latest Spy Family episode?
The what?
How did
Spy
you like
Family.
the latest Spy Family episode?
Oh, I haven't watched the latest Spy Family episode. Actually.
Ah, man.
The second half of the tennis tournament.
Yeah.
I have not watched that yet.
I wanted to talk to you about it.
Sorry.
I've been way behind on this season's anime. I think the last episode of Spy Family I watched was the like I think season 1. Are they even in season 2?
No, it's just the second half of the.
Yeah. So I definitely haven't watched any of the second half yet. And then I started watching My Hero Academia, and again, it's been like I'll watch an episode or two, and then I'll stop for a couple of weeks, and then I'll watch another episode or two.
Yeah.
I
I've been
have watched
watching.
an episode of that.
Yeah, I've been rewatching old ass Dragon Ball Z, or I should say for the first time because I've only seen Kai. I'm watching OG Dragon Ball Z.
Are you watching the uncut one?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's the uncut one. Why?
Okay, because the uncut one has like the most boring episode 1 ever. Like half of the episode is Gohan and Goku like trenching in the forest.
Yeah, I
trying to catch
remember that.
fish and shit.
So I don't know. I'm just chilling with it because I'm watching like 1 or 2 episodes at a time. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of slow at the beginning for sure. But I definitely like. I didn't care.
I mean, I would watch the uncut over the cut if I was gonna ever go watch it again. I just wanted to ask.
I just finished the filler arc with the fake Namek. The fake Namek arc. I just finished that. That was actually pretty fun.
I don't think I would ever choose to watch Kai over the full version of it, honestly.
No, I mean Kai is good for the fact that you don't like it goes quicker. So
I like, and I feel bad to say this about Linda Young, but I like Greg Ayers as Frieza a lot more. Frieza just showed up, and I'm like, it's Linda. Okay,
I'm gonna hard. See, this might be a bias of like what you first came into contact with.
That's true. That's true. I mean, she's not terrible by any means. I just prefer his take on that, and I'm sure you prefer her take on Frieza.
Yeah, and it's weird because Frieza was basically wholly done by Funimation, so I don't even have like the Ocean Dub did it better, because during the Frieza, Ocean Dub had already been dropped, and then after Frieza, during the Cell Saga and shit, Ocean Dub came back. So actually,
she's so weird. Like,
was it during Cell or Boo? But anyway, they came back, and I think it was during Cell, and so they just like they basically chopped out Frieza, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no Ocean Dub Frieza that I know of anyway. Maybe Robo Frieza was in Ocean Dub, but I didn't see it. That would have only been in the UK because Canada. I know UK got Ocean Dub earlier, like after the Frieza saga. After Funimation took over, there was a section where Ocean Dub didn't dub any of it, and then they were like in the UK. They were like, well, no, start dubbing it again, and so the UK got a bunch of episodes that Canada didn't get. And then Canada eventually got the Ocean Dub again as well. So there was a section of episodes that I never saw that were Ocean Dub, and that might have included Robo Frieza, but I can't remember. But I didn't hear it if it did. So I have no memory of any other voice but the original Frieza. And so then when I hear Greg Ayers' voice is just like it's not Frieza to me. It's like a weird person doing an impression, you know?
Yeah, Chris Ayers. Not Greg.
Yeah, Chris Ayers. Yeah. And same with the. So how do you feel about Gohan's voice though?
Gohan's. I mean, it's a copy of Goku. It's just her doing the same Goku shtick, so it's not like terrible, but it's not great. I mean, but it's the same. It's the same thing. It's with Kai. It'd be like calling Klinkenbeard and calling Klinkenbeard. I don't know. I think I prefer Z's. I prefer Gohan's voice and OG.
Yeah, I see the way I remember it. This could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the person who does. I'm going to say this, and it might be wrong, so take it with a grain of salt. The person that does the voice of Gohan in the Ocean Dub did the voice of Goku in the Ocean Dub of the original Dragon Ball show. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was Goten, but I'm pretty sure it was Gohan. So it's like it was like, oh, this makes sense. And then Funimation came in, and Funimation's voice for Gohan was a little different, but it's still okay. But then when Kai came in, they made Gohan sound too much like a girl, in my opinion, and I did not like it.
Yeah, it's calling King Beard isn't Kai. Yeah, so that was a bit kind of. I don't know. I didn't like her take on Gohan too much. I liked her. Oddly enough, I liked her Android 18, but I'm sure.
Calling
original
Clinking Beard
18
is Android 18?
I believe so. In Kai, not in OG, but I believe so.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still looking forward to the take on in OG because I haven't seen OG. Like I said, I've seen like snippets and stuff, but never all the way through. So this is my first time, kind of.
Yeah.
And I remember as a kid watching like OG Dragon Ball and thinking that Snake Way was like took forever.
Yeah.
The sense of time when you're a kid though is so like
getting
so much
one
different.
episode a day or like one episode a week.
That too, yeah. Dragging it out for and then like I don't know about how you guys watch it, but the way I had to watch it on TV live was, you know, they'd play up until Rikum gets killed or just before Goku comes out of the pod, basically, to beat Rikum. I think. I don't think it was. I think it was just before he gets out, and then it would be like, oh, episode 1 again, you know, because that would be the end of the fucking thing that they had.
They caught up to where the dub was at or something.
No, it was just Funimation. Like that was where Funimation stopped the season, and they didn't make any more episodes for a while. I don't know why.
Stuck on reruns. They didn't have any more, and so.
And it was just like, okay, because the entire Japanese version of Dragon Ball Z had long since finished.
That was in the 80s.
Yeah. So they weren't waiting on anything. It's just for whatever reason the.
Well, that's kind of similar to what happened with Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like they got to episode 26 and then back to the start on Adult Swim.
Oh yeah, I didn't never watch that on TV, but yeah, that was very frustrating for me, having to watch it. But so things sometimes did feel longer. But when you're a kid, like I remember going out at school for recess, like during the morning. The way, I don't know how other schools did it, but the way my school worked was you had your morning period or whatever, and then you had your morning recess eventually. It was like at 10:20 or something, 10:15 maybe, for 15 minutes. That was what morning recess was. And then lunch started at 11:20, and you were inside eating lunch for 20 minutes. So then at 11:40 you went outside for another lunch recess. That recess was 40 minutes. So that one was a long recess. Yeah. So you're outside for 40 minutes because lunch recess didn't end until 12:20. So for people who wanted to go home, it was a complete hour of lunch. You could leave at 11:20 and you come back at 12:20. And then in the afternoon, we'd get another 15-minute lunch, or say 15-minute recess at like, I don't know, 1:40 or something.
What grade is this?
Elementary school, so kindergarten to.
You were allowed to go home for lunch in elementary school?
You weren't allowed to go home for lunch by yourself officially. I mean, people did do it, but in the later grades anyway. But you could go to the front and have your parents pick you up for lunch, and then you'd go and leave the school, and then your parents would drop you back off.
That's wild.
But my point was those 15-minute recesses, like 15 minutes now is like you look down and you look up and 15 minutes is over, you know? Like
Yeah.
it goes by so fast. But when you're a kid, it's like, oh, you know, you could do so much in 15 minutes. And so when Goku's sitting there running on fucking Snake Way for, you know, 3-4 episodes, it's like, oh my lord. And then he gets knocked down and has to do it all again. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, I recently watched.
Actually, sorry, just before you go on to that, Reese, since you just recently watched it, Green Line, because when he finishes his training, right, and then he has to get back to the real world, and for whatever fucking reason, King Kai can't just teleport him or anything.
Yeah.
Get
So he
to
has
fly back over freaking Snake.
Yeah, so he has to go back over Snake. Why didn't he just jump down into the clouds, go back to hell, and climb up the staircase out of hell again?
I do not know. That's a good question.
Like randomly, I thought about that the other day. I was like, why didn't he just do that? Anyway, sorry, Reese, what were you saying?
Not this last weekend. Weekend before, I rewatched all of Slime season 1, and then I watched Slime season 2 with the dub for the first time. With the dub, I mean, I watched it as it aired, of course, but I watched it with But I did like 6 episodes Thursday, 30 episodes on Friday, and 12 episodes on Saturday.
30 episodes on. Do you work? The fuck?
I am disabled.
Damn, it's a nice life there. Jesus. Well, I guess relatively speaking.
How do you know how I go up north and I'm not at home for a couple of weeks at a time? How do you think I get a work schedule on that?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
I don't know your life, man.
You don't. It's not possible. Anyway, so I did that. That was fun. And then I watched Mushoku Tensei Part 1 with the dub for the first time on Friday this last week. Maybe Thursday, Friday. Have you seen it dubbed, Brendan?
I think I watched the first season dubbed. Or the first few episodes dubbed anyway. Did they simuldub it?
I want to say maybe
like weeks. Like it would have been weeks behind.
Yep.
It was weeks behind, but they did simuldub it. It was like 2 to 3 weeks behind.
Yeah, so then I definitely I watched. I think I watched most of season 1 or part 1, whatever the fuck.
I watched it
in
subbed
English.
as it aired. And the only voice I did not care for in the dub was Eris's.
Who's?
Yeah.
The red-haired one.
Oh, I didn't mind any of the voices. The one I had an issue with was like God or whatever the fuck his name is.
Who?
The gay guy.
Oh, I thought it was exactly like what he was in the Japanese voice.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't care.
He was the flamboyant, like man
Yeah.
god. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
That was the
exactly
only one
like
where
that
it's
in
like,
the Japanese version. But like they gave Eris too much like aggressive gravel to her voice. She doesn't have any of it in the Japanese.
Yeah.
But they purposely gave her a lot of gravel to her voice to make it sound aggressive.
While AC's gone, I'm just gonna bring this up, and if he listens to it, he can listen to it. But so there's this idea of like your brain will try and like make things up and trick you into like making sense of your world, essentially. So they've done studies of people who've had like epilepsy problems or whatever, and they cut it, like you have in your brain, you have your left and right hemisphere of your brain, right? And then there's this little bridge that connects the two halves, and you can cut that, and you can be a perfectly functional human being with that part of your brain cut. And for whatever reason, that helps you with your epilepsy or whatever. But the consequence is that now your left and right brain don't talk to each other. So what they do is they literally put like a divider down someone's face and show something to the left eye, and then I can't remember exactly what it is, but they like ask the person, or they get the person to draw what they saw with their right hand, or whatever, the hand that's in control from the opposite hemisphere. The opposite hemisphere is the point.
Right.
And it'll draw something completely different. And it'll be like, but like the person will be like, oh yeah, I saw this, and draw something completely different. And then they also can get people that have like Alzheimer's and like are on like 10-second loops that like have super no short-term memory. And I think no, never mind. So, but yeah, so they have these people that have no short-term memory, and what will happen is they'll be in the middle of a sentence and they'll be talking and they'll already have forgotten what they started talking about, but their brain won't let them like forget, or won't let them be in a situation where they think they're confused. So it'll just keep talking and go on and just be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, right? And so if you say like, oh, you know, tell me a story, whatever, it'll tell you the story, and then you can say like what was at the beginning of the story, and it won't remember. The person won't remember what they've just been going on about. And the reason I bring that up is because as he's coming back in the room, and he just left again, the rant from AC today seemed like that, where like he was going on so long.
You forgot why you started?
Yeah, that I think that he was just like forgot where he started, and his brain was not letting him like acknowledge that he was just talking forever about nothing.
Oh god.
What rant was that again?
Let's not get back into it.
What rant? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Well, he
no,
talked about a couple things.
Yeah,
Was
he's he's back.
I ran out of the room after I came back briefly because I felt like I could use like a bubbly water or something. I'm like, I don't want to have another energy drink. But then when I opened the fridge, I remembered Past Me by Mike's Harder. So, you know, the giant one that has so much alcohol in it. So this is going to be fun because I couldn't think of a better way to segue us back into this monstrosity. Is that all right if we jump back in here?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Into our very heavy fleshlight.
Welcome. Okay.
I'm gonna step away for a minute. I'm gonna take a shower.
Green Line feels dirty after that joke.
That one. Don't spend too much time in that show.
I feel bad because Green Line is stepping away because we're talking about the disabled.
I mean, I could stay for this conversation.
He said, thinking Green Line had already left. All right, so created by Watamoto Futon. Special support underground idol unit Happy Disabled Children Girls follows a group of disabled high school girls led by the armless and legless Emo-chan. Is it because she's immobile? As they chase their dreams of overcoming their limitations and becoming idols in Japan. What disability does this kid have? Oh boy, this is... There's a lot of times I thought we deserved to go to hell on the podcast, but This one is quickly reaching the top of the list. Beginning its serialization in Shueisha's manga self-submission platform.
Oh, it's a
Rookie
self-submission.
Jump.
You couldn't have convinced me of that.
On September 14th. Remember when I talked about the art form doing things for that? And not because you're thinking of what other people want. This guy right here, he's making the movie for one person.
he likes those girls with big titties and 2 brain cells.
No, he likes those girls with big eyes and no arms and legs.
What do you call
Is it the one with big titties, the retarded one?
She's got big knockies. I don't know why this girl is drooling. I just don't know.
She's drooling down. She's doing steady right behind. Here.
I think he only knows how to draw them big titties. Oh God. Okay. Oh Jesus. So it was serialized.
Honestly wanting to know what actually this is like. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Why would we go to hell? We are supporting diversity and representation. I don't know if you heard Reese's heavy fleshlight comment.
That's what this is for.
What about Oh God. Oh God. Oh. The girls were able to chase their dreams.
How's she chasing anything?
That's me. How dare you? She did the worm across the finish line. Oh, no.
Hey, look. Even blind people have a future. They just don't look forward to it.
How's she supposed to climb the ladder of success?
With her hands.
Oh God.
What hand?
I'm sorry. Do you see hands in this picture, Lance?
Fuck you. Hold on.
Lance is this girl over here.
Yeah, there's hands.
No, Lance. God damn it.
What? Yeah.
I forgot I'm talking to a
Which
disabled
picture are we talking
person.
about? You're moving too fast.
This is the podcast.
Hey, look.
It's got Lance, we got Reese, and we got Greenlight.
And we've got you.
And we have you and Ace here, both mentally disabled.
And I'm the asshole drawing the picture. Oh God. Okay, so the girls were able to chase their dreams for just 2 chapters before their time on the stage was cut short. On October 21st, rather than being met with the series' 3rd chapter, fans instead logged on to Rookie Jump to discover that Shueisha had not only abruptly dropped the series from serialization, but also deleted its previous 2 releases.
Oh man!
Oh,
you could
come
say
on.
the publication was held back.
Underdeveloped. In light of this sudden development, Bounding Into Comics reached out to Futon himself for further information regarding special support Underground Idol Unit star Happy Disabled Children Girls termination. Is that just like an amalgamation of happy and then kanji? No, it actually is. Okay, it's happy
kanji.
disabled children girls. No, disabled children. What? What the? There's just so few kanji in here for everything they're trying to say. Anyway, no, that is. I guess disabled must be these 2 kanji. Anyway, I lost my train of thought here. Okay. So they reached out about the termination. Bounding Into Comics says, how did you decide to have the main characters of Special Support Underground Idol Unit Happy Disabled Children Girls be disabled? Futon says, yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it would be interesting to have the story revolve around a character who is socially considered the most vulnerable.
There's no representation.
Dear Lord, she's rather than climbing the ladder, she's trying to figure out how to get to the bottom of the stairs. There's no fast way to success, Emo-chan. Don't take the quick way.
Why did my heart sink when I thought of that? This would do really well. Oh, it hurts.
Bounding into comics says, what do you think was the cause of the complaints which led to Shueisha's terminating Special Support Underground Idol Unit Happy Disabled Children Girl? I mean, probably the fact that the name is so goddamn long, it feels like a joke in itself. Futon says, maybe because it was misinterpreted that Shueisha publicly marketed a series with that type of representation and spread across social media. How dare they? How dare they include diverse representation? How did you find out that the series is going to be cut? I received an email from Shueisha saying that I violated their terms and conditions.
What the
Specifically, it violated the discriminatory expressions of Jump Rookie's terms and service.
What
the fuck? It was determined by Shueisha that the manga included discriminatory language and it was removed. Did they call one of them retard? He says, I'm not angry because that's the operating standard of a private company. It's a private company. They can do what they want, bro. Lick that boot. You know? At least it's not the government, right? Am I right, bros? This operating standard referred to by Futon is detailed in Article 7 of Jump Rookie's Constitution. I mean, terms of service, wherein it is noted that Shueisha legally has the option to take action such as deletion or suspension of works which they have determined to contain discrimination, which condone, encourage, or incite discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, nation, meaning or national origin, race, color, lineage, region of the residence, sex, disability, disease, physical characteristics, religion, ideology or creed, occupation, social status, educational background, living conditions, etc.
None of that makes any sense considering what's been in Shueisha before. Also, how the fuck does that make any sense to say, okay, it's discriminative when you're taking the disabled people away?
Was Scum's
like they
Wish
don't
in
belong.
Shueisha?
Huh?
Was Scum's Wish in Shueisha?
Actually, I'm not sure.
Because
I don't know
if
now.
it was, then it must not be this girl that got him canceled.
Are they taking them away in a train?
Oh no!
Oh no!
What chapter of your book are you on? In conclusion to our correspondence, Futon admitted that that though he would like to one day see his work reach Western audiences, he was aware that its release could like to a storm of outrage. Okay, good reading there. There's a train I'd like your grammar to get on.
Scum's Wish was not done by Shueisha. It was done by Gagan.
What is the next batch of articles we have left? Out of curiosity.
The next one is video games.
Video games. That's gonna
cool.
be.
I'm jumping in the shower.
Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be a perfect time. Actually, eventually, I would like to make an English version of Special Support Underground Idol Unit Happy Disabled Children Girls and publish it overseas.
I'd fucking buy it.
Oh,
I wouldn't mind under that
Are you
myself.
gonna buy the body pillow / fleshlight?
Wait a minute.
I don't even need a full body pillow, just a regular
pillow. No.
Well, there's a reason they left the arms and legs off. What do you mean?
Oh, no. He
You
said
see,
I'd
it's
like to
even more
release it.
realistic.
He said I'd like to release it overseas, but I am concerned about how the series would be perceived abroad. Is it possible for a manga featuring a disabled main character to survive in the West? Dude, the West hates disabled people. It won't happen.
Don't we know?
Despite this setback, Futon is continuing to draw and publish their manga works, including additional special support underground idol unit star Happy Disabled Children Girls Con. Where is the star? There is no star in Happy blah 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 girls.
That's what one of the characters calls their group.
That's her name. Her name is Star.
Where was I? I honestly don't remember. Despite this setback, Futon is continuing to draw and publish the manga works, including additional stuff for on Twitter. That's it. That's the end. So, Green Line. Have you ever seen a wheelchair that looks and operates like this very real thing I'm looking at?
That obviously has speakers that plays Eurobeats. Let's imagine that thing drifting around the corner. Oh.
I think Greenland already left.
Look at these wheels. They look like roly-polies. All right, anyway, I think it's time for me to move on from here.
I chugged half of that can.
Oh, it's already down, my friend. All right, let's so the FTC is this is the Federal Trade Commission.gov. FTC seeks to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Did you hear about this, Random 11?
I did.
I'll be back.
Would you like to give us the short version of their $69 billion, bro?
Yeah, the short version is Microsoft was like, Activision, you're in shit right now because your CEO is a bitch. We'll buy you. And that CEO guy was like, yeah, I like money. I'll sell it to you. And then Sony was like, but my Call of Duties. And then they were like, well, we'll give you like a contract that lets you assured that, we're not taking away your Call of Duties. And then they're like, I still don't like that. You're a monopoly now. And then they were like, but we're not a monopoly. And then they're like, but like, they're like, we're not a monopoly. See, look, Nintendo. And then Sony was like, but Nintendo is completely different. They don't even have Call of Duty on their thing. And when they tried it, it sucked. And then Microsoft was like, well, whatever. We're also pledged to put Call of Duty on Nintendo because we're not a monopoly, guys. Trust us. And then the FTC was like, nah, we heard Sony's bitching. We're gonna come in and we don't like this anymore either. So that's basically the long and short of it.
Well, I'll be real with you. I didn't pay attention to a word you said, but I appreciate the recap. We're moving on. So real quick, I would like to note the Cool 2T said, wait, no, hold on. Why would we go to hell? We are supporting diversity and representation. Yes, I heard Reese's shockingly based comment about, I think it should be and she deserves love like anyone else. Cut short, very bad phrasing. 13 King style brags, I can ride my bike with no hands. So that I think that's a little different than having a bike with roly-polies for wheels. How come the oblongs got an animation, but this couldn't? That is a good
I like
point.
you put that bike without ever touching the wheel.
I'll be real with you. I hated the oblongs, and I do not want to see an anime adaptation of Happy Garbage Girls Disabled Land Idol Unit, whatever it was. I read it about 1 billion times and I can't recite it. They could make a big stink about this and flip the script on the publisher. Yeah, they could. All right, so Yuji Naka has been rearrested for more insider trading.
Oh shit!
Previously, it was over Dragon Quest Tact. Now it's over Final Fantasy VII: The First Soldier. Moving on. So, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet glitches are quite a sight. Honestly,
holy shit!
I'm pretty sure this was in the last one we looked
I'm not
at, but
surprised.
Here's I honestly I just wanted to show you a couple of.
I think we already covered this very well.
I just wanted to show.
Not well enough.
Show them.
I like that she's doing this from her motorbike that's also a Pokemon.
I would just like to say that in particular, I don't think is a glitch, but
right. Oh yeah, they found out.
Yeah, just quickly, the other character was another player. Like there was two player people. So he just happened to be standing on purpose.
Yeah. So I would just like to showcase this.
I just don't understand what type of programming error causes their limbs to place.
You know, I think I actually don't need this to have audio.
Shoot off fucking cartoon style.
All right, so check this out. This one is just too funny. I'm literally sharing this entire article for this monstrosity here. Go Snappy!
What the fuck?
Is this a Pokemon?
No, it's a the flamingo thing. Yeah, that's a Pokemon.
It's just a regular flamingo.
Yeah,
What's
that's
Pokemon
what a lot of people
about
say.
Have you seen Wingle? It's just a regular single.
Something. It's not even on fire.
I mean, there are normal Pokemon that are animal-ish, like
name one
like
that's
Seal,
not Spearow.
Seal,
Seal has a
Dewgong.
horn.
No, Dewgong has a horn. Seal doesn't.
Seal is literally just a seal.
And
All right, point made.
Goldeen, Seeking
Has a horn.
Seeking has a horn. Goldeen
How many
doesn't.
fish do you know that have horns?
Magikarp.
I just said Magikarp. Can you guys not hear me?
Caterpie. Yes, we heard you.
take that as a
Caterpie. Weedle. Weedle has a horn. Okay, never mind. Butterfree.
Butterfree.
Rattata. Raticate.
Rapidash is
Those
on
are just
fire.
mice. Pidgeotto. They're birds.
Yeah, but like
There's normal
Eradicate
Pokemon,
and
I think.
Rattata are like fucking 2 feet tall.
All right.
They're like some Princess Bride nightmare.
You have blown me the fuck out with my question about Pokemon. Thank you. Let's move on to Konami. The rapings don't need to continue any further. Konami in Japan just reported their earnings, and their profit in gaming, yes, they have other businesses, crashed 34.4% in the first half of fiscal year on year. So Microsoft might turn around to buy Konami. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Recent mobile games flopped, i.e. the latest Yu-Gi-Oh app. Ouch. He just died. How dare you? Silent Hill Wave cannot come soon enough. Although, as much as I love Silent Hill, I don't think it will save them. In other news, SNK president addresses Saudi Arabian ownership concerns. So basically he says, don't worry about it. Yeah, the bin Salman Prince of Saudi Arabia basically owns our asses, but he's a fan, so nothing will change. There will be no hijab wearing King of Fighters characters. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but I'm not going to read it. Samurai made an English translation even worse in the trailers. Let's see. So the censoring of Pantsu and Samurai Maiden seems to be only the beginning of nonsense surrounding the title, as it was divulged that the horrid translations from the English trailers are mild in comparison to the game itself, as the main heroine educates her friends on Gen Z kids and boomers. English subtitles trailers for Samurai Maiden referred to the main heroine as a Gen Z girl, when the original Japanese trailers were audibly saying Joshi Kosei, or high school girl. And the phrase Futsu no Joshi Kosei was removed. Normal high school girl. And instead, average young woman is being used instead. They want you to feel like you could beat off to her by calling her a young woman instead of a high school girl. A Twitter user handily took screenshots of the dialogue in the game's English version and compared it to the dialogue in the original Japanese. So, tell us about your world. We've all talked about ours, but I'm super interested in the future. You said something about being a Gen Z. What does that involve? It means someone my age. Generation Z. Cringe. I never heard it before. It's just the way you think about our different age groups. In the future! In my world, you've got Gen Z, Gen Y, or Millennials, Gen X, and Boomers. Boomers and Gen X are pretty old, like my parents. Millennials are kind of in the middle, and Gen Z is mostly still studying, like me. Yeah, so if you needed to know that games are not for adults, that's why. So I guess she's being transported back to the Sengoku period in Japan, and she must slay hordes of undead monsters and beasts on her journey. The insertion of such immersion-breaking Western slang is completely unnecessary, as the original Japanese version was merely explaining the main heroine's modern-day school system to characters who don't live in that era. Such unfaithful translations and censorship are sadly becoming more and more of an issue in the West. Blah, blah, blah. We already know. All right, cool. Moving on. Green Line is definitely out of his shower by now.
You don't know that.
All right, so Naraka Blade Point censors the highly sexy costumes. Look, I'm just saying Green Line wishes he was out. So yeah, this is
of the closet. Okay.
So can't have nice things. At least I don't live in China. Also, I would like to point out that all of the hair has been turned to black.
What? Really?
Yes.
Which side am I supposed to be looking on for the first and for the before and after?
This is before on the right. You got to remember in Japan they write from right
to left. That's right. That's right. That's right.
So before is on the right and after is on the left. So basically, cleavage, anything that would convey a boob window.
Anything that would sexually excite its players.
Skirt length.
What about the
underwear
belly button?
length? Right, this one you can see. This one's the skirt. This one's the underwear.
Yeah. So previously it was the lace was way up here, and now it's like a, what do they call those? Like a word I don't even remember. I can't think about it. Spats, maybe.
So wrong. I don't know.
So we've got here, these are called tits, and over here it's called blocked off from view. You don't even know what's behind
this one. They changed the bracelet thing. I don't know why.
It could just be the power up is different for the screenshot. They had a different
like shoulders, yeah.
Like the screenshot for this one, they were further on in the game and had a more powerful gauntlet or something.
Yeah. Also, yeah, shoulders. Can't have shoulders.
All right. So this censorship I actually like, because for some reason expanding the bikini makes the boob look bigger. For some reason.
I like those kind of shirts. More girls should wear those kind of shirts.
All right, girls. If you're interested in wooing Random 11, if you'd like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to take notice, you need to wear more of the shirts where he can see straight through.
It's the webbing design.
Love her
Also,
hair.
I had while I was out making a
Go back
sandwich
one.
and taking a dump, I had another revelation about happy disabled girls.
Oh.
Love the hair.
Could
on
you
her.
not have saved it for the end of this like midpoint?
Okay, fine.
So,
Does one?
am I wrong? Did the tits not look bigger with it stretched the texture larger?
They really do.
I mean, I'll be real. I'm not really into massive titties, but I'm just saying, like, they look bigger when you. Not
like,
these ones.
You
These
like
ones look
some
smaller.
meat to chew on.
Same thing with the gauntlet here. In this version of the game, they had a more advanced one, I'm guessing. But also the hair. You gotta have black hair, bro. It's racist if they're
The
not
lips
black.
too. Why'd they change the lips?
I don't know.
We got dick sucking lips on one side and not dick sucking lips on the other side.
Well, okay. Physical media collectors have been dealt a blow with digital-only Monster Hunter Rise ports.
What?
Wow. These are some pants you're choosing to wear with your leotard, ladies.
I'll permit it.
I'll allow it.
Wear more pants like that too.
Yeah, come on, ladies.
They're for the squat toilets, all right?
So Capcom have shown that they are willing to take away even the most basic of purchase options by revealing that no physical versions will be available for the upcoming Monster Hunter Rise, coming to PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X. I just like to say that we are at the end of physical media. I'm very sorry. It's been a fun run. I've enjoyed collecting. It's been one of my life's passions. But soon, I will actually get to the repertoire of anime I have left. Because I will not be able to buy anything more.
Yeah.
Also,
just before you get into that,
let's
King
get
of
Reese's.
Hearts.
Yes.
Also that, but just quickly, King of Hearts.
King of Hearts?
Yeah, Kingdom of Hearts. Kingdom
Hearts?
Kingdom of Hearts.
Kingdom
of Hearts. Kingdom Hearts.
There's no of. Kingdom.
Whatever.
Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
I thought
we
you
all
were
know
joking.
We all know what the fuck I'm talking about.
It's been around for 20 years.
Kingdom Hearts. Yes. It released on the Xbox through Game Cloud or
Right. Yeah, I remember
Xbox
that.
Game Pass Cloud Edition. Actually, no, not just the cloud. It just was on Game Pass. You could download it. But anyway, they never fucking released it physically. That's the only reason I never bought it and played it. So sucks. It's on PlayStation physically. But I
Yeah, they
want it
released
on
a really
Xbox.
nice collector's edition.
And they have never released it physically on Xbox.
Get to the better system.
All right, Reese.
You
had something you wanted to say about the disabled.
Oh, wait, I thought you were gonna skip over that. Regarding the shot of them sleeping, like you know how you lay a baby on its stomach because it can't roll over when it wants to throw up or something, spit up. She's laying on her back. How did she roll over?
Ab muscles, bitch.
Bro.
I'm pretty sure you lay a baby on its stomach so that it doesn't get flathead.
Well, no, actually, the reason you lay a baby on its stomach is because they spit up.
Yeah.
And if it's on its stomach, it will spit up into the bed.
On the bed, it won't choke.
And it won't choke on it and die. It is very. He is correct.
Spit up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other one is.
Clearly, I haven't had a baby yet. So.
Wow.
You know why? Not enough women are wearing their sheer tops and crotchless pants.
Yeah, fuck these women, man.
In your dreams.
I mean, that's the idea, Random. That's what you gotta do. Is fuck these
Well, they
women.
need to wear these clothes, okay?
Random 11 needs his high heel.
The other thing was Honey, I'm getting tired. Will you get on top and do all the work now?
What?
Your armless.
Oh, okay.
harlot?
Yeah, like she's the one saying this.
No,
You were
he's
asking her.
he's the one saying it. You know, you have to get on top and do all the work.
Just wiggle up there.
Can you imagine trying to do that?
Oh, dear
and,
Lord.
and she just sits there and stares at it and just goes to the. Like
Luckily, I'm psychic.
The angry.
All right. So
Anyway.
So now that we are,
This is what he thought about while taking a
Right.
shit, just to set the context.
now that we are fully solidified in our residency in hell.
Solidified. Yes, that's the great word choice.
I'll be there first, don't worry about it. I'll warm the seats for you.
Surprise! Crunchyroll is making a video game for the Game Boy Color. I will now showcase.
Oh no! It's Y2K!
It's Crunchyroll Hime to the rescue. Help Hime stop the Y2K virus, fight enemies, solve puzzles, play games, and more. Or else.
So yeah, I don't know what else you'd be fighting in a game that you're putting on the Game Boy Color. So that's a thing, if you could believe it. They are releasing actual physical copies of Hime's Quest are coming out on the Game Boy Color. Because I still have one in the storage unit.
I just want to. Well, there's two different versions of the game. There's one exclusive to Right Stuff, which, sorry, no, not Right Stuff. Limited Run.
Limited Run. Okay.
Limited Run. It's green. It's like that turquoise color. And then the one on Crunchyroll is orange. Although, and it, I don't know. Did you say it's going to be free on browser for people that just want to play?
It is going to be free on browser.
That is weird.
So, again,
why?
Yes, ask yourself, where was the budget that went to this instead of putting the fucking OVAs on My Hero Academia Season 5 Part 2? Where was that shit?
And picking out on the Blu-ray menus.
So anyway.
The other thing, if we're done with this story, I just wanted to take a second to bring up a little pet peeve that I've had.
The S in games looking retarded? Yes.
I hope that's a placeholder thing because, yeah, the not even the fact that it looks bad, it looks like it's cut off.
Yeah.
Like at the top of the S there. That's pretty bad. No, the issue is with AI and art. I don't know if if you guys have heard any of the issues going on with people bitching about stable diffusion and it going and sampling a bunch of artists' work and them being ripped off, in quote unquote. But this kind of proves that, like, their argument is, well, they're stealing my art style. If I can take an AI and it can train on my art, and then all someone else has to do is type in, I want this in this style, and then they've stolen my style, and I've worked years building my style, and blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is perfect. Is a perfect example of why that argument is stupid. The style that they've used to create this cover art is like a Pokemon Ken Sugimori, whatever the guy's name is, art style, right?
Is it?
They've stolen.
That's what I thought too.
in quotes, his art style. They didn't use an AI to do it.
Right. So you're saying that theft that took Ocean's 11 amounts of planning and execution is not equivalent to theft that you typed in a prompt for?
No, I'm saying, why do we give a shit? Yeah, sure. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why do I give a shit that an AI is learning people's styles and able to reproduce them, when no one gives a shit if a person learns
Especially
style
when
and reproduces
has
it?
a single person been caught profiting off of it yet? I mean, I didn't make any money whatsoever for the Ben Shapiro roast. Not a single penny came back for 3 weeks worth of work, and yet I don't know where I was going with this.
There have been people that have used AI art in competitions and have won.
And yeah, that's true.
So that has happened. But that's a slightly different issue over the fact that people feel wrong that their style got stolen. Anyone can have their style stolen. It just means that the difference is, well, a person had to sit there and copy the style as opposed to a program. Anyway.
Well, at least you tried. Yeah.
That was my rant.
Good rant. Let's go to release news.
I've got all the right stuff ready.
Good. It's going to be an hour before we get there.
Great.
No. So Yen Press goes all out with the slate of new licenses. Yeah. So Yokohama Station SF. What this world is made of, the essence of being a muse, the ephemeral scenes of Setsuna's journey, Sword Art Online Progressive Scherzo of Deep Night, whatever the fuck that means, Puella Magi Suzume Magica, My Summoned Beast is Dead, My Dear Curse Casting Vampire, Me and My Beast Boss,
In my
torn asshole, apparently. Maiden of the Needle. Is it wrong to try to pick up Girls in a Dungeon Memoria Free? That's finally getting licensed. I want to be a receptionist in this magical world. Okay. Handyman Saito in Another World. A reincarnated witch spells a doom.
Did we cover the handyman in the anime news?
No.
With the armpit licking?
No.
Never mind then. We'll carry on.
I have failed you greatly. I'm sorry. Your fetish has not been represented tonight. Manner of Death. Magical Girl Incident. Oh, that's Magical Girl. I'm like, why are there sex toys on the wall behind her? Okay. Elden Ring, The Road to the Erd Tree. How many? Jeez, Higurashi when they cry go. Even if these tears disappear tonight. Associate Professor Akira Tatsuki's Conjecture. That's got to be riveting. Yamihara. A Certain Magical Index of the Old Testament. Scribbles. Holy fuck. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun First Stall. And Bloody Sweet. Jesus. Kill me. All right.
Whatever that is, get it off the screen.
This is what you see when you die.
This is for you, Mirage Leonardo. Tokusou Sentai Dekaranger is hitting DVD. I guess, is it just DVD? I guess it is just DVD. From Shout Factory. So the one that this meme is from. Kill me. All of these jokes were way funnier when we planned them without having an hour and a half in the middle of the podcast to lose our way. Also, a place there has not been one single time that I have not fucked up the title of this show. A place further than the universe and more are getting a North American release from Anime Limited. So this is the second time now that we have covered Anime Limited, a UK licensor, releasing North American titles. Well, titles in North America.
What was the first time?
Was it Bartender?
Didn't they also do Be the Beginning?
Did they?
Like the limited edition one or something?
Who cares about limited edition?
I don't know.
So anyway, fan favorite anime also releases features new English dub. So Tonikawa Collector's BD, first comes marriage, then comes an earthbound love that is out of this world. They're talking about sex. And then also we've got Tokyo Marble Chocolates, The Abandoned Sacred Beasts, and a place further than I did it further than the universe. I didn't call it a place promised in our early days again, which is not even the title of that. In addition to the home video release in North America, Blu-ray will also feature a brand new English dub performed by Studio Nano. Are we getting a UK cast? No, Amelie's in it. Fuck. And Erica Mendez, who is... Remember how we talked about the tits getting bigger as time goes on in the show? Erica Mendez gains more weight in every photo I've seen of her.
Kaylee Mills looks creepily like Monica.
This is an old photo of her.
Dude. It's the teeth. She's got that horse teeth. The Monica horse teeth.
Yeah.
Also, she's got the trans flag hair from it's like the inverted hair from Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
No, not even close. Get out of here with that.
She's trying. Which, by the way, I started watching Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Yeah. Didn't you already watch it? I thought you already watched it.
No, I started watching it with my wife. And I got to tell you.
With your wife?
With my wife, yes.
Maybe a bad call.
No. Good call. But I'll tell you, I started watching it with my wife, and there were 2 or 3 episodes that for some reason Netflix played without me, because when I came back to watch it, it was the exact worst episode to have missed a ton of context for. And my night is ruined, and my disappointment is immeasurable.
Oh, wow. Sucks.
Let me just say that half of the crew died, and it's like,
I
don't even care. I don't fucking care at all.
Hey, I mean, it happened. It happened in what's it? The Spiral anime.
No, you don't understand. No, this happens, and I'm just sitting there like, I don't give a shit.
Oh,
I don't care that. And then I was like, oh fuck, I missed 2 episodes. Oh, there's the character development of why I should give a shit that these people just died.
Nice.
Oh well, guess fuck me for that. Right?
Did Netflix
now that
watch
you know they're gonna die, you don't care about them.
Did Netflix watch it, or did your wife watch it without you?
No, I think what happened, because we cast it with our Chromecast, I think what happened was I might have tried to turn it off at one point by turning off the TV, and maybe Netflix was still playing while the TV was off or something.
Oh.
I'm not sure, but I got royally fucked on that one. Anyway, so yeah, other things that will not ruin the timestamps if I keep talking. WTK tweeted this out. In case you missed it, select older catalog titles from Funimation have been quietly going out of print. from Robert's Anime Corner Store. The new place for the cool kids to get anime. Based on the next article I have to read. So Crunchymation out of print. You may or may not have heard the rumors, but it is true. The Crunchymation is quietly allowing some of their older catalog releases, especially Essentials and Save editions, to fall out of print. Just this past week, the Nichijou Essentials Blu-ray disc sold out of our stock, and we found out we can no longer order more copies. I have a couple of ideas what is behind this, and it doesn't seem to be about license expirations or re-releasing older Funimation titles with Crunchyroll box art. I'll have more on that in the future newsletter, along with lists of titles that look like they won't be available for much longer. So let's go on to the next topic here.
Bullshit.
Right Stuff president and co-founder Sean Kleckner is leaving Right Stuff in Crunchyroll. He founded the anime retail and licensing company in 1987. It is older than I am. In an email sent to Crunchyroll staff and shared with Anime News Network, anime retailer Right Stuff president and co-founder Sean Kleckner told fellow employees this week that he will leave Right Stuff and Crunchyroll on December 14th. That's Wednesday. He expressed his confidence in the current Right Stuff management team at Crunchyroll. God damn it. The management team at Crunchyroll. So basically what he said was, yeah, they can handle it. I'm fucking gone. Fuck those guys. Kleckner's friend Todd Furson launched Right Stuff initially as a shell company to purchase telescopes at wholesale prices. At that point, the company's name was still spelled as The Right Stuff with 2 F's, a reference to the film of the same name. Furson and Kleckner then renamed the company to Right Stuff in 1987, after the company acquired its first anime license, Astro Boy. Since the company's inception, Kleckner has overseen the company through its many developments, including the launching of its website in 1994, the founding of the company's Nozomi Entertainment production label in 2007, and most recently, Sony and Crunchyroll's acquisition of the company. Funny, from 87 to 94 to 2007, only one of those things caused him to leave. In his internal email to staff announcing his departure, Kleckner highlighted the customer-focused approach that he maintained at the company, which he refers to as super service. He said that Right Stuff has maintained a reputation of personalized customer response, as well as secure packaging, the only thing that Crunchyroll needs to maintain in order to not fuck this up, and shipping to customers. Crunchyroll announced on August 4th, earlier this year, that it has acquired Right Stuff to expand its e-commerce service. Kleckner and the Right Stuff team then joined Crunchyroll's emerging business organization, led by Terry Lee. So,
RIP.
I honestly feel attacked. I feel like the me that started the podcast, I just feel like this is unfair. Like, the world has developed in the worst possible outcomes in the last couple of years. And it's a dark time. And I say this because I think we're looking at the end of anime collecting. I think that it's only going to be a matter of time before there is no physical media. And we're going to, everything will be a subscription. And I don't want that future, personally.
There are some assholes that do, and I know a couple of them.
In response to this, Sean Kleckner said, by far, one of the hardest things I have ever done. Well, I'll be honest, I don't blame him. I think that right now we are about to go into a financial collapse that could only be described as 10 times worse than the 08 financial collapse. And the 08 financial collapse took ADV, Geneon, which, by the way, we're doing fucking great from a consumer standpoint up until then. And I don't blame Sean Kleckner for selling Right Stuff and getting the fuck out. Because I think that in 2023, we are going to be hit so fucking hard that it will be a miracle if any of us survive, let alone the companies. And I don't think that anime will be released on physical media 5 years from now. Probably soon.
Well, it's already not, right?
And it breaks my heart to have to say that. So
There's
Robert's
already,
Anime
like-
Corner Store is the new place for the cool kids. But
Except they're very expensive comparatively.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm
There's already shows that aren't getting physical releases now, right?
Of course. So, continuing from here, Samantha Ferreira said, seriously, Sean Kleckner was a genuine positive force who championed anime in all of its forms and was able to keep many of the industry's worst, most destructive instincts out of the Right Stuff International's operations. Saveka said, I have no info aside from what's been made public, and I believe the companies I work with are solid. But with that said, if you want some physical media, grab it as soon as possible. There are some rough times ahead. I can feel it in my bones. Number one, nobody in large entertainment conglomerates gives a shit about physical media right now. Even successful major studio films aren't getting released. By the way, Bullet Train is on Netflix. Everyone is in panic / layoff / cost-cutting mode. Anime is now major conglomerate, mostly. Sad thing is, shit still sells. And this was supposed to be read first, but my fucking tabs opened the wrong place. When I started Anime News Network in 1998, Sean Kleckner emailed me, a nobody, to see how we could work together. We became friends years later. There's no way he just sits idle after this. I can't wait to see what he'll do. George A. Horvath of Land of Obscuration says, you see him possibly starting a new licensing company or doing something totally different? Savakis hypothesizes, I think he probably has a non-compete in his contract for X amount of years, which is standard after a buyout. So, look, best case scenario, Sean Kleckner just sold at the top. And he again Fukunaga's his way back to owning Right Stuff after the collapse. I am podcast magicking this into existence. So the cool 2T says, what the fuck? Fuck, my head is killing me. Oh, God damn it. So the cool 2T says, a dark time filled with opportunity. Why would you want subscriptions when they have already been caught censoring? Exactly. I don't want them. I refuse. That's why I said, when everything is on subscription, I will finally get through the rest of my backlog of the anime I purchased that is sitting in my storage unit that I haven't watched yet. Luigi the Meadow 64, being metal as hell, says Right Stuff deserves to go bankrupt for being a Sony company. Sony censors all mediums worldwide, taking away the fun from the fans and the art. The Cool TT says you'll get limited run anime for a bit. It is about to become dangerous to be a collector, I would say. I think that the feeling of needing to have something is going to make you use money you should not use coming up. You're all fucking stupid. You know, my only pickup tonight, I fucking threw it across the room, was a goddamn broken Ukraine flag. Y'all silly asses bought stuff. E. Castro says, Jesus, this is insanely sad. It is, man. Why cashing in on a crashing market? Physical media sells. It does sell. But I think that people are banking on the idea that if we don't sell something that sells, the people who bought that thing that sold will be forced to buy the thing we want them to buy, which is a recurring cost of subscription. Time to buy blank discs and a burning rig.
Also, what a lot
because this is some grim damn news. ESG credits in Silicon Valley are crashing. There should be a hope for physical media staying alive. So I think that right now we're being propped up on a crash that is forthcoming. And it's going to be really hard when it hits because you have to understand that what happened during COVID with the lockdowns and shit, the effects of that have not yet been fully felt. And it is about to get so fucking bad with the cost of food. The cost of everything is about to skyrocket so severely that a company that could do well once times get better, they're going to be gone. That doesn't mean companies aren't going to come back, but so much of what's going on right now is it's not even going to be there.
People are about to have to learn how to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like that's about to happen. You know, I really feel like it is. I once talked about automating transportation and how we did a podcast clip called what we call it, Robots Are Coming for Our Anime, or what is the thumbnail? Forget the jobs, robots are coming for your wife. They're going to automate AI. You're going to use AI to automate anime production to a degree. And I tried to talk. I got cut off because the fucking call got roboty. I tried to talk about what happens when you automate things. And automation is somewhat good for society, but it is occurring too quickly for us to recover. And Augie tried to argue in that podcast that automation is good and there will always be a new job made from the automation. And I said, you don't understand. What's going to happen is we're going to hit a tipping point where all of a sudden, for example, the largest demographic of workers who did not get a high school diploma is transportation, truck driving. And if you automate trucks, self-driving trucks, and you take away the person behind the wheel driving the food and the shipments and you replace them with trucks, then overnight you have an enormous percent of the population that is now out of work. And that fucks things up in the system so severely that all of a sudden you are going to have this enormous demand. A lot of times, and I'm not saying all truck drivers are idiots, but a lot of times, most specifically, the people hurt by automation are low-skilled workers. And what will end up happening is those people still need a place to live. They still need food. And if you take that from them, they're still going to need it. And
What do they resort to?
What does anybody resort to when they need resources? Every single war that has ever been fought is over resources. So I'm just saying, take care of yourselves. Plan ahead. Attempt to ride this out without getting pulled under. Because I really think in the next few months, I think things are going to take a turn for the worse. And I'll be honest, California is the last place I want to be right now. But I don't know. This is where I am. So anyway, and I take it personally. Fuck you, Crunchyroll, for buying great stuff. Honestly, this is bullshit.
Fuck you, Sony, for buying Crunchyroll and Funimation.
Yeah, that too.
They should have never been allowed to do that, but try telling that to our fucking overseer, overlord bullshit jerks. Monopoly's a thing.
Do you want to go over right stuff?
After pickups, I gotta go lay down, guys. I've been up for
pickups. What?
Not pickups. I'm sorry.
Right
I'm tired. I've been up for way too long.
I hear you, man. I got a migraine that I should not be drinking alcohol through.
And we're really killing my buzz.
Holy shit! This is going to be the longest stream we've ever done. If we're only at 7 hours right now,
right?
Reese, right stuff.
So we have Pokemon Black and White Adventures in Unova and Beyond DVD. For some, I mean, they're still putting freaking Pokemon on DVD. Like, what the fuck?
Get with the program, Viz.
Yeah.
Nobody has a VHS player anymore, Viz.
All right, and we got Kamen Rider Ryuki on Blu-ray.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is he holding a Yu-Gi-Oh
What?
What the fuck? Why is he holding is he wearing like a dual disc? Like, what the fuck?
I can't zoom in on this.
Right click, open an image, a new tab. Control Shift Plus. Yeah. Dude. The Japanese have perfected the art of shilling. Like, we could sell kids packs of cards with our new thing. Holy fuck.
Final episode director's cut.
Wow. That's all right,
let's get this back to tiny picture.
All right, so Giovanni's Island from is this G Kids, right? Yeah.
This came out like in 2014, and even back then I was like, this is a movie G Kids will probably pick up. And they're only now getting it. It's been out in the overseas for years.
Boy, these kids are giving some hard bedroom eyes to each other.
Yeah, I mean, campfires and stuff. All right, so Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1 Part 1 Limited Edition.
You showed the limited edition first?
Fine. I always thought you wanted to show the better edition and then the not so good edition.
Yeah, what's his name again? The main character?
Yuji Itadori.
Itadori, Dicky, right? No. Okay, so
Sukuna
of the disgusting edible fingers.
Yes.
Let's showcase the syphilis finger. Like
he had four arms.
Another tongue. What is this podcast?
Look at how long this thing is. It's all the way up to here.
See this.
So the limited edition comes with this like art box looking thing. That's got the Blu-ray case and a soundtrack CD, and 8 art cards and 2 booklets for twice the money of the standard edition. So I'm gonna get the standard edition. Anybody have anything to say or move on?
You can move on.
And then Sailor Moon Sailor Moon R is on complete season now.
Ouch.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's it.
All right. I've just got to say,
that's it. Really, the Cropper wrote that?
I didn't change it. God bless Random 11. So,
was it just because you only now notice that your name has been the Lube Tuber since the freaking start?
That's what he chose.
No, I did that.
What?
Yeah.
I did that from the start.
All right, I must have missed something. Anyway, I just want to point out the fact that was the shortest Right Stuff I think we've done in a long time.
After our conversation prior.
Let's
not bring that up.
I was going to say, it makes me happy considering how much time has gone past since, what did we do, our last podcast on November 20th? But no, Lance is right. That's a horrible sign. This is, I was right.
We should have had the Discotheque February slate by now.
So Discotheque, I do think, will be the one company to hold out. But the new Dragon Ball Blu-ray from A.B. has got to be the first French win since before the Napoleonic Wars. So here's the Dragon box for comparison for the French Blu-ray, which is gorgeous. When I see it in my head, that's what I see. But when I rub my eyes, it is very much this on the DVDs. Note the green tint. Also, Professor Who picked it up. Says, it's here. So this is what the French Blu-ray looks like. And the creator, Tony Mr. P, the creator of it, reveals, the creator of the box art, rather. He was the product designer. The French Blu-ray is a fucking goddamn digipack in a paper art box. So, importers beware. And then I've got another thing for us to look at. So, Dragon Ball Superheroes LE for Japan has no end label.
I feel like you don't get one.
It just looks fucking horrible. Look at what
Gohan's head is tiny.
Gohan's head is tiny. His fingering fingers are way too big. You only get like
that's the move he uses on Videl.
The weird angle of the fist. First of all,
oh God, that might have been.
Did every single character get a new form in this movie? What the fuck? Jesus,
no
like,
one really understands what causes this transformation go on and why he all of a sudden decided to go Dragon Ball. AF. I mean, Epsilon. I mean, I don't know anymore.
Super Saiyan as fuck.
Okay. All right. Can I draw your attention? This is the chin. Okay. Look at the space between here and here. Okay. Now take your brain and follow with me. Here, 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 here. His fucking hair is 3 times bigger than his head.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It doesn't. None of it fully adds up. You haven't seen the movie, have you?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't
Piccolo
have
looks
anybody to
like
see it
His
with.
hair is huge.
Piccolo
He's
looks
got what I feel like
Nam
is
or
borderline
Yes,
Super
look what-
Saiyan 3 hair.
Seriously, okay. Gohan
What was the name
is now
of-
Ultra Instinct. Cell is
Beast
what
Gohan.
the fuck, and Piccolo is urine now. Like what the fuck?
No, but hold on. What was the name of the Namekian that Piccolo fused with?
Nail.
Nail and then Kami.
He
Piccolo's
looks more
been
like
pickled.
Nail. He looks more like Nail in this than Piccolo.
Oh, you mean Kami?
No, I mean Nail.
Because he fused with Kami as well.
Yeah, later.
Yeah, but
he
yeah, the first
doesn't
one
look
he
like
fused with
Kami.
Nail.
Kami was
Which
old
I-
and wrinkly.
Oh boy. I don't know. Anyway, that's the LE. Here's the Steelbook, also without an end label. Imagine sticking this shit in your collection. For fucking Piccolo on roids.
I just got
And
back from the shower.
Gohan
Did we
with
already
bigger-
talk about the other right stuff news?
Yes.
Oh, you mean the
damn.
5 things? Please continue.
We
All right, I'm
talked
gonna
about
run.
all the right stuff news.
AJ had this to say. Unfortunately, the Japanese Blu-ray for Superhero suffers from Toei's infamous incorrect color space conversion issue,
Oh God.
resulting in a
No.
green tint
Help.
across the image throughout the entire film.
Wait, what?
Hopefully the 4K version is okay, but my copy of that won't be here until Monday. So this is the Japanese Blu-ray. Has the green tint has been Toei's incompetence this whole time. We thought it was self-destruct or sabotage against Funimation for the Blu-ray for Broly, but it's been Toei the whole time, just sucking ass.
And sorry, I meant Lord Slug, not
Lord
Nail.
Slug. Okay,
He definitely didn't fuse with him.
No, but he looks like Lord Slug. Like you pull up a picture of Lord Slug, and it looks more like Lord Slug minus the scar. Yeah, picture,
So
but-
before release news, did we talk about the other rights
Yes.
stuff issue? Oh,
We
okay.
cried a lot.
A lot. Oh, I missed the crying. I missed the tears.
Yes.
Yeah, you missed
they're
us all
saying
having a very, very heartfelt conversation. Continue.
they're saying that apparently you can use DCI white point for the home video to fix it. It's not quite fixed, but it's pretty close. Anyway, that's the thing. Moving on. Germany is getting a Blu-ray of Monster. Moving on. Hopefully that means it's coming to us. Also, the world's first OVA, Dallos from Mamoru Oshii, is getting a Blu-ray in March of 2023. So possibly Discotheque follow-up. we'll get us a Blu-ray of that as well. In random merch news, I would like to invite you. Oh dear Lord, I would like to invite you to visit Stealth Weeb, where you can buy all sorts of lovely crap. And also there is the new merch that I am repping tonight. It was all consensual, featuring the alleged activities of a certain voice actor who may or may not be the understudy for Frieza, and the guilt trip he gave to young Gohan's mom, Chi-Chi, for discrimination. And apparently you can buy the shirt from the original 90s cartoon for Spider-Man. That's a thing.
I would have been all over this if it had been in stock when I checked.
Honestly, why
also,
the fuck did they put the stupid embroidered Spider-Man on there? That
You know what?
ruins.
I'm okay with the stupid Spider-Man embroidery. The thing that bugged me was the fucking white on the collar. Like, how can you look at the picture and be like, let me make
don't like
this,
white collars?
and then fuck that up? No, he has a white collar, but like the little bit at the chest.
Button. Talking about the button
where
part.
Yeah,
why
where
would
the
you make
buttons
this
are.
white when clearly well, okay, look. Speaking as somebody who runs Stealth Weeb, I would just say sometimes the image you choose to juxtapose directly next to your shirt might be what's throwing you off. I don't know if he always looked always rendered exactly this way.
I looked. It's basically it's never shown as white like that, and it's basically that's 100% it. It's always open, and it looks pretty.
His shirt is practically a trans flag. Like
you see trans flags fucking everywhere. I can guarantee you it is not a trans flag.
Well, when that red the Spider-Man embroider starts to bleed in the wash, it's gonna turn that white pink.
The white isn't the thing that needs to change, Reese. It's the blue-purple band. All right, anyway.
They got all sorts of colors in that thing now.
Speaking as the owner of the Middle East branch, I know it. So I'd like to show you guys something that I found. It was let's see, it's in this brand. I saw a tweet advertising a TikTok I'd like to share with you for a product. God damn it. For a product. Here it is.
Doing something unholy. He sat back while she dropping it. She be popping it. Yeah, she
So that is available to buy.
Can you see if we're still monetized before you play the other one?
Bro, I forgot to even turn on monetization.
Oh, come on.
And we also played the Mario thing, so it's not it happened.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's like having this in the bottom and how often we paused it.
I'm sure it doesn't matter because once the show is over, it's going to
Probably get used off of YouTube.
Fuck us over anyway. Yep, it honestly might. So, while preparing to perform this stream, let me try monetization real quick. On, done, save. This video may earn limited or no ad revenue due to content identified as not suitable for most advertisers. Huh. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it?
Who'd have thought honesty and good jokes would be unwanted on YouTube?
Well, let me show you the other thing I uncovered. Well,
sing with now, sing for the year, sing for the laugh, and sing for the tear. Sing with now, just for today, remember tomorrow.
so there you go. I thought that was pretty funny. For anybody who doesn't get it, if you
It took
haven't
me a
seen
long time
Dragon
to
Ball in
figure
a
out what
while,
the fuck I was looking at.
if you haven't seen Dragon Ball in a while, this is the pose of Frieza when Trunks cuts him directly in half. So obviously the idea is that once you open it and reveal Trunks slashing, which is the very next thing you see in the anime, I thought it was fucking brilliant, and I wanted to share it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool.
All right,
But the crotch shot one took me a second.
Okay. Yes, it is hard to understand the exact same concept, but applied to as if you're on your pants. All right.
Well, no, it's like the sword's in Trunks' hand, but it's also in your pants. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
The sword is your dick, my friend.
Oh god. All right, you know what? I'm putting I'm gotten ahead.
So Slowpoke Sofa wants to help you live the slow life of your Pokemon dreams. If only it was a recliner.
Holy shit, that's a tiny clerk. What? I mean, even okay, let's pretend that let's pretend that is a full-size Japanese woman. Okay,
And it's called a
she is still probably she's probably still 4'10". That wouldn't fit most American men.
Well, you bring up a stellar point, my friend.
I'm 4'10".
You're also not Japanese.
Therefore, you must be wider and fatter.
So, Random 11, there is a tutorial on how to use QQ AI over here. So,
what?
It's an AI art thing. Rent-A-Girlfriend author, you know that thing about the cuck, takes life-sized Mizuhara figurine to a real date.
Dear God.
If you can believe it, it is even worse than the title suggests.
I was gonna leave after that last article, but you know what? I'll stick around for this shit. Go.
About 5 months ago, Kodansha announced the manufacture of the life-size figurine of Chizuru Mizuhara from Rent-A-Girlfriend, and they started a lottery. One lucky fan, the winner of the lottery, might be able to spend a day with the Mizuhara figurine, and the winner got announced recently. The winner of this date, Tego-san, at Like Maths Not Okay, went to social media and bragged about how he won his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to date with Mizuhara. You did it, my friend. Amazing. He shared a photo.
Congratulations.
He shared a photo and stated, quote, "Today I had a date with Mizuhara at the Asakusa Hanayashiki. The sense of closeness was so nice. We were accompanied by a professional photographer, and I was able to chat with members of the production, which made for a great day. A huge thank you to everyone who has worked so hard to make this day possible. I will continue to work hard as a Kanojo fan. Okarishimasu! Chizuru is number one." This time, we were accompanied by a photographer who made many suggestions to us while we were taking pictures. But he thought about every detail of the situation and the angle of the view, which made me think, wow, this looks like a professional shoot. I thought to myself while being filmed, laughs. The personal maker of this great life-size Mizuhara figure was also there, and it was very frivolous and fun. I thought it was this groove that made the real Chizuru complete, right down to the clothes. I just love the fact that he's like, I went on this date with 1 million other people. Those responsible for Kanojo.
No, they were all chaperones. Make sure this didn't turn a real doll situation.
So I guess Kanojo Okarishimasu is Rent-A-Girlfriend.
Yeah, that's the
so
name.
those responsible for Rent a Girlfriend took the opportunity to tell me how much they love the franchise. Yep, the people who make it love it. And I don't know what their faces were as they spoke. Okay, but I'm sure they had a big smile.
Oh, they were
Just
all
like-
covered in masks.
Just like Kazuya on our just like Kazuya on our date in the uniform. Whatever that means. It would have been a miracle to have the opportunity to directly express my love for the work. So I was very happy. All right. This is not the creator. This is not the author. Okay. The author was triggered by this date photo.
This bitch is
So,
mine.
Kodansha arranged the whole date and provided all expenses. The date took place in Asakusa Hanayashiki Amusement Park in Asakusa. The reaction of Miyajima Reiji, the author of Rent a Girlfriend. If you are familiar with the author's Twitter account, you should know how obsessed he is with his creations, especially Mizuhara. So he didn't fall behind and posted a picture with her life-size figurine. The tweet roughly translates to, "I've been on a date. No objection." On one side, this shows how obsessed he is with his creations. And also, he felt so jealous that someone else was able to date Chizuru Mizuhara that he immediately took his own life-size figurine. He immediately takes his own figurine to the same place as the winner of the lottery to show everyone how she only belongs to him. Like,
Rent a Girlfriend.
this is the pettiest of, like, literally, see the carousel at Asakusa rather. Had to go there too. Make sure he knew that I'm the one who fucks.
Is it his own or is it the same?
His
figure?
own. Oh God, is it? Oh, that'd be weird. Maybe the did you
swear
only
this
win it?
I get the feeling this isn't a like plastic through and through doll. This is one of those real dolls.
Plastic
Holy shit!
around.
One lucky fan might be able to spend a day with the figure. So he didn't get to keep the $13,000 figure. That went back into, he literally hoard out, quote unquote, rented out his girlfriend. Oh my God.
After he ejaculated into her panties and put them back on her.
Oh God. Miyajima Reiji has always been like this on Twitter. In time, he showed everyone who is his girlfriend, which is Mizuhara, drawn in his real life. No, this is the most cucked anime. Oh no, no!
I don't know.
There was a link
I don't
to
know.
another
There's
article.
There's one that's giving it a run for its money.
Dude.
I'm not hating.
No.
but it's-
Oh God.
No.
Oh jeez.
No.
The compositing on that, it's actually pretty good though.
Pretty phenomenal, yes, I must admit. But oh God.
Why did FDNM have to go to bed?
Oh,
he would have loved this.
There is so much sadness in my life right now. Oh God.
Yeah, it's times like these I almost regret being an otaku, you know, just like, oh, why do I have to belong to this fan base?
I don't think this
On
guy
the-
falls into otaku. I think this guy just is really sad, and I feel bad for him. Like,
Is
look,
Mitsuhara in the room right now? On the other hand, fans have been criticizing Rent-A-Girlfriend's manga because of a specific chapter with too many controversial events. And fans did not like what happens?
No.
Does the author write himself into the story to steal her away from the hero before he has his first kiss? Because fuck, I would read that manga right now. Oh my god, can you imagine the anime adaptation of that happening? He literally, like, live action green screen author steps into the role.
Just bust on the back wall, Deadpool style, and it's like, all right, now listen, I'm her father, but I'm also her husband. Wait.
Some fans even went to the Twitter account of him to express it. Rent-A-Girlfriend has received 2 anime seasons, blah, 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 blah. I cannot believe there's making a 3rd season. Okay, tell me, please. I gotta know. Did he drown?
What?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. The controversial things that happened. A recent leak from the upcoming Rent-A-Girlfriend manga, which will be released on January 5th, has left fans unhappy and irritated. In the leaks, you can see some explicit scenes of Chizuru Mizuhara, which are honestly close to being an adult doujinshi. He has regained...
This article is from last year.
He has regained some respect. At least you're going to whore her out for the audience. Anyway. So that's the thing. I thought that was too funny not to share how triggered he was. That he had to actually get the exact same thing. And go, no, I'm going to the amusement park. And just imagine him going from his apartment and carrying this fucking thing all the way through the train and everything, all the way to the Asakusa Hanayashiki amusement park.
Do you think you had to buy her a ticket to get on the train?
Probably not, but that would be funny. He probably did anyway. Such a cuck. All right. So last podcast, I meant to share this, but forgot to. San Francisco is building a single public toilet that will cost $1.7 million US and won't be completed until 2025.
Bullshit. Someone's pocketing that money, calling it now. Also, I'm
Zing!
going.
You're
You guys
correct,
rock.
I'm sure. So,
You guys
get me out of
rock.
California, please.
Lance is out. You need
Yeah, so apparently,
Hi, Lance.
Hey,
a spokesman for the San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department
Okay, bye.
told Fox News Digital that the exorbitantly high cost is due to, quote, onerous demands and unpredictable costs levied by PG&E. Construction costs that have skyrocketed 20 to 30% in the last 2 years. What is 20 to 30% of $1.7 million? Because
Well,
fuck
1.7 is 120 to 130% of it.
the last 2 years, employment and the employment of workers who are being paid a living wage with benefits. I'm just saying, I'm not even a handyman, but I bet I can install a toilet for less than $1.7 million. Just saying.
Wait, that
And-
toilet has to be bulletproof,
Oh,
bomb proof. You know,
And
exploding diarrhea proof.
And made
This
of pure
thing-
gold.
This thing, no, forget the gold is
You're
soft
right,
metal.
you're
You
right.
don't want
They're-
gold.
No,
you
it
want
has, to have, it has to
building
have
the
all
toilet.
those qualities on top of being made out of pure gold.
no.
That's
It's
what-
got to be
that's what I'm saying.
diamond plated steel. You want this fucking shit to be a tank. No one is gonna destroy this.
You
toilet.
want this shit tank to be a tank.
The challenges, the cramped conditions, the nasty streets, and when I say nasty, full of feces and urine. The Department of Public Works is cleaning every single day, but it comes back just a few hours later. Damn, it almost sounds like you need a toilet not in 2025. Have
Honestly,
you considered an outhouse or two?
No, not even an outhouse. I was saying this earlier. Just a fucking grate in the floor. That's all you need. I don't know if you've ever been
drill
to
a hole all the way down to the sewer pipe and let them take a dump in it.
seriously, a small covered room for that, and make it so small that you can't really sit down, like or stay in there for very long. But
it's one of those toilets that has the angle where
Yeah.
it's like you can sit on it, but it honestly kind of feels like you're just squatting. Like
no, there is no toilet. It's a hole in the floor, but the floor has to be slanted so that it's a graded floor, but the graded floor should be slanted, so you can't sleep there, and it's got to be like a small little room.
You're going about this the wrong way. This isn't how the government solves problems. What you do is you put a regular toilet, but you put those spikes to stop the homeless from sleeping on it.
But no, so I've been to.
The problem is, if you put an actual toilet in there, it's gonna be gone in like a day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in Europe, they actually have public bathrooms that are literally just holes in the floor. Like, not what I'm talking about. Not a grate. I would just put a fucking grate like cows have, like just a grate that you shit on, and shit gets on the grate, and you're stepping on the shit that's on the metal grate.
Disease around town, yeah.
But you can power wash that crap, and it's.
I
clean.
have a more cost efficient solution. I learned it from Bugs Bunny. You need a big saw, and you just cut this part of the state off into the ocean, and it's not our problem anymore.
Bye bye, AC. Float away.
Yeah. So the cool 2T regarding Rent a Girlfriend said, I read the manga, so I skipped the second season. But the author's behavior actually makes me want to stop reading, honestly. Like, I have done my service to you. Go get a real girlfriend, my guy. You're a hit author. This is what a country with a negative birth rate looks like. I hope he's just doing that for the Twitter cloud. Oh god. Bro, it's a character from your head. Let the fan enjoy his day. Oh god. I guess the story is spoiled. Now she's best girl confirmed. I mean, I guess so. The manga was feeling a little cucked, huh? Absolutely insane. Also, the doll is probably heavy, so the help would be welcome from all the people that were there with him. What's next? Dating Kyon figure that wears Haruhi Suzumiya's clothes.
What?
I don't follow how this leap in logic happened. That will be just as scary as the Endless Eight. Never sorry to say that Kyoto Animation is a fucking sellout anime studio. Wow. It sounds like we found the real arson. There was this Quibi show about a living sex doll. I don't believe you, Linker. It didn't happen.
She's called a whore.
Yeah. Living sex doll. Princess Peach, you don't know. There should be a K-On! Shirt with Yui Hirasawa hugging Azusa Nakano on the floor with the Winger 17 lyric. She whispered sweet and brought me to the floor. Oh. All right, I'm going to go back to the end of the comments here. A single public toilet will cause people to rage. Seriously, that's the funniest thing about this. They're saying it's going to take until 2025 to build a single public toilet. Yeah, like by 2025, the homeless people will all die of sepsis from the shit you didn't finish cleaning up. Like, also, an egg tart vendor has promised not to accidentally sell realistic plastic samples a third time. They say It's a charm. The third time. So a popular fixture of the Japanese cityscape is many plastic food samples that grace the windows of restaurants and other food retailers. These fake foods are crafted with such amazing attention to detail that they're works of art in their own right. I'm sorry, I have to. Is this the one? Oh, okay. No. One of the articles they wrote was about a Japanese person who perceived racism because they talked about the Japanese are so good at making imitations. And turned out the person was talking about the fake food. Unfortunately, this can be a source of problems for the sellers of food themselves when these lifelike dishes aren't safely locked in showcases. Just ask the staff of Andrew's Egg Tart, who have, that's a very Japanese name, who have been having trouble telling their fake tarts from the real ones. Andrew's Egg Tart is a division of Lord Stowe's bakery in which Andrew and Lord Stowe are the same guy. Why? The fuck? Why? Lord Stowe, that's the name. Use that name. Like, oh, Andrew's Bakery. That's for the plebs. Come to Lord Stowe's Bakery.
I mean, that's what the image says on the YouTube video.
It's Lord Stowe. It must be Andrew Stowe. That must be his name. In late October, an incident occurred in which a customer was accidentally served 5 plastic tarts when staff mistook them for actual fresh tarts. The Macaw-based franchise, which usually has locations in Osaka, Nagoya, and Kagoshima, opened up a temporary stand in Japan Railway Tottori Station, and customers flocked at the chance to get the rare treat. Okay, I see what they're saying. It usually only has. That's what they mean.
That's gonna suck because those plastic things are expensive.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine it being cheap, and then versus an egg tart, which is
Imagine chewing all the way through it.
No, you're not even getting one bite in.
You get that first bite, you're like, oh, it's really hard.
Again.
You know when you like go to like step and you don't think there's a step there and you like hit it
air?
No, like you go to step but there is a step there, so you step like you land early. Or
Okay.
you go to open a door but you think the door's open and then the door is there or whatever. Anyway, my point is you're going to bite down as if it's soft, right? You're not expecting, like, if you're biting something hard, you expect it to be hard. You kind of make the movements in your mouth expecting resistance and you're prepared for it. But if you're not prepared for it, you just go chomp this thing. Like you're gonna break your teeth or something.
You know, a part of me is happy that I forgot to turn on local recordings because it's going to be a long ass podcast that just got yeeted off of Facebook for going for more than 8 hours. So anyway, I mean, yes, there is a part of you that would be like, oh, it's going to be so good, an egg tart, oh, so soft and crispy. And then, but once you touch it with your teeth going slowly, because you expect it might be hot, and then you bite it, and it's a little hard. You're like, oh, it's a little crispier than I thought. I just think you could get all the way through it. So the company explained that part of the reason was that these particular food samples were designed to be hollow. That explains everything. This also makes them much lighter than solid plastic food sculptures and harder to distinguish from the weight of real tarts. In addition, attention to the samples look was so detailed that they even had the distinct color and texture of tarts that were baked off-site and cooled as opposed to freshly baked ones. It's that very attention to detail that made a lot of online commentators say they'd considered themselves lucky to be given samples by mistake. I'd totally rather have the samples. Really? No. I think the
They're
company
more
who made the
expensive.
samples
Go back and rebuy the tarts if you want the tarts.
Recent food replicas are amazing and really hard to tell from the real thing. A long time ago, my father bought some souvenir snacks on a trip, but they turned out to be samples. He couldn't return them either because it was too far away. But that was fine by me, who loves eating plastic. I wonder how you can make it clear without ruining the experience. Maybe gluing it to a nice dish? There is such a thing as being too high quality. It's not like those silicone packets, but still probably a good idea to put do not eat warning on them. I wouldn't mind buying a sample, but hopefully I'd realize it before trying to eat it. Especially if they're hollow. I can't imagine picking it up and not thinking I was holding a chew toy, like a dog.
Yeah, hold on. The Cool 2T says, if they're hollow, fill them with sand. That reminds me of the prop bullets that was brought up with the shooting on Rust, on the movie Rust. I forget the actor's name that shot the person, whatever.
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin. Yeah, there you go. So for prop bullets, they apparently put little ball bearings in them so that you can shake it and it makes a rattling noise.
Huh.
So that's all you have to do.
Is that what's in those caps that I have?
Why not just go with regular lead shot?
If you fill the hollow bit with rattling noise making material, then you just shake it and that's a fake food product. Put that back.
Huh.
Like, why use bulb? Why would it have a primer on it if it was fake anyway?
What?
Are you talking? Oh, you talking about the fake bullet?
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking. Why would they have a live round on for something like that anyway?
First of all, they wouldn't. That was part of the controversy. Second of all, the reason that you would have primer on the blanks is obviously it has to light the.
Yeah, but if it's a blank, it wouldn't be hollow.
Well, cap firing blanks are exactly what Random Lemon described. You can shake them and you can hear there's something in it. I don't know. Anyway, I just finished off the drink here, and it's hitting me all at once. So forgive me. According to Andrew's Egg Tart, a sample costs about 3 times as much as the $1.50 price of an actual tart. Damn,
wait, 3 times?
$4.50? Shit,
that seems so cheap.
Yeah,
I guess because they're hollow, but still, dude. I looked up what I wanted to buy. Well, I guess maybe importing them is a different price too. But I wanted to buy because my friend is really into ramen. I wanted to buy him like a fake little bowl of ramen. It was gonna cost me like $100 to buy this plastic fucking ramen.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no fucking way.
Ramen versus egg tarts. Ramen is like it's got resin for the broth. And it's got the individual strands of noodles. It's got like resin. the Naruto spiral radish thing.
Yeah, but no, okay,
the fake egg,
the ham.
I grant you, this is more complicated. But they also had the although I don't remember the price of it. Yeah, okay, I grant you, it's more complicated. All right, moving on.
So anyone who ends up with one would be getting a bargain. Damn, yeah, I saved $3 fucking on this fake food I can't eat. Luckily, I mean, it's gonna be funny if it turns out they were just actually also selling them for some reason. Luckily, in this most recent case, the customers were honest and brought the samples back. for an exchange without any complaints. You are lucky as fuck. If this was the West, somebody would make sure to swallow that thing whole and sue you for $1 billion. This is actually the second time that Andrew's Egg Tart had this problem, with a similar mistake occurring last January. After that happened, measures were put in place to prevent a recurrence, such as clearly explaining to part-time staff which tarts were real, and even refraining from placing the fake tarts out unless a manager was present. However, in the case of temporary tart stands, staff is outsourced to local human resources, not as well trained or experienced to deal with such realistic food samples. I like the idea that you apply for a job with that on your resume. Experience with realistic food samples. Andrew's Egg Tart now says they will improve temporary location training as well to prevent this from happening a third time. Seriously, like, you know those shows they do where, like, which one is chocolate? Imagine.
Hold on. Which one is this cake or is it
Yeah,
cake?
yeah. No, hold on. Go to the last line again. Egg tart improved temporary location training to prevent it from happening a third time. Now go to the title.
Promises not to accidentally sell them a third time.
Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Clears that up.
All right. So
Yeah.
I think we should read this one and make a quick joke about that one.
Very quick joke.
These
My
are
ass
two
needs to go to bed. I have
short
work
ones.
tomorrow. Excuse me.
Oh, when
I have
did
work
Lance leave?
today. So
Lance left in the middle of the toilet article. I think.
All right, we're gonna wing it. Okay. So, the Japanese government is proposing raising the age of consent from its current 13 years old. So, I'm going to speed read this. Revisions would also make it easier for victims of sexual assault to file charges. On Monday, Japan's Ministry of Justice publicly presented a draft to amend the country's penal code and raise the age of consent. Currently, the age of consent in Japan is 13, but the proposed revision would raise it by 3 years to 16. As the primary purpose of the amendment is to strengthen protections for children against being sexually exploited by adults, as opposed to designating mutually willing teenagers having sex with each other as outlaws, the draft includes a provision that sexual activity with a person older than 13 but younger than 16 is punishable only if the older party is over 5 years older, such as, for instance, a 20-year-old being sexually involved with a 15-year-old. Whoa! That means a 20-year-old can still fuck a 16-year-old. Oh, that's what they're raising the age to. Never mind. That means a 19-year-old can still fuck a 15-year-old. I went the wrong way with that. While Japan's age of consent being 13 is a fact that gets bandied about with somewhat concerning frequency in online discussions about the country, in practice, a number of local laws already criminalize adults entering into sexual relations with such young minors. Basically, in the United States, we have these things called Romeo and Juliet laws. We have our federal age of consent set at 18 years old. But if an 18-year-old is having sex with a 17-year-old that he's been dating since he was 17, effectively, it's not considered statutory rape. Japan has the same thing, but in reverse. The age of consent in Japan is 13, but their version of the Romeo and Juliet laws effectively raised the de facto age of consent up to 18. Making such conduct against national law gives prosecutors one more charge to levy at violators, though, and the draft's proposed revisions would also introduce a number of other changes meant to provide better protection against sexual assault, as well as support for victims. In light of how feelings of shame and embarrassment can make it difficult for victims to quickly come forward, The draft would extend the statute of limitations in which to file charges by an additional 5 years. In the case of victims for whom the crime happened while they were still a minor, the number of years between when the incident took place and the victim turned 18, the age of legal adulthood in Japan, would be added to the statute of limitations as well. The draft would also broaden the definition of what constitutes a sex crime. Currently, the law requires violence or intimidation on part of the offender, as well as for the situation being physically and or psychologically difficult for the victim to resist. But the proposed revision would add other conditions, such as forced alcoholic intoxication, as sufficient for the perpetrator's actions to be considered sexual assault. I'm actually kind of surprised that wasn't already in there. But
hold on. That's a little weird, though.
What?
I don't know. It's fucking 5 a.m, but that makes it sound like if, as long as they're willing, you can still have sex with a 13-year-old.
Well, they're raising the age of consent to 16.
Yeah. Okay. I guess they're separate. Okay. So there's the age of consent, and they're also separately, not coherently, changing the rules on sexual assault.
Yes.
Okay.
And, all right. A city employee in Japan kills a wild boar with a spear. And here's that quick joke.
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side! Wait,
All right, that's this guy right here. Moving on. All right, these are much shorter. An Oklahoma man doesn't pass go after shooting a family over Monopoly over Monopoly game. Which also, where the fuck did you get this photo? How do they always have the perfect photo? So an Oklahoma man went directly to jail after a rough game of Monopoly drove him over the edge as he pulled out a firearm and shot at his family members. And sure to have many wondering how much more devastating the ordeal would have been if they weren't playing Mario Party instead. Okay. So, holy shit, this name. John Ronald Dwayne Armstrong of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was arrested when a rousing game of Monopoly devolved into heated arguing, leading to the man grabbing a gun and chasing his stepsister and stepfather down the street. What the fuck? You didn't shoot him at the goddamn table? Police were beckoned to the twisted scene by Armstrong. Were they playing it in the alley or something? They were beckoned to the twisted scene by Armstrong's stepsister, and they soon learned the family in question was imbibing alcohol during their Monopoly game, which led to both the suspect and his stepfather getting into a conflict. The stepsister explained that Armstrong chased them down the street after the Monopoly board and other furniture was flipped during the argument. This man embodies everybody who has ever played Monopoly. And Armstrong allegedly pulled out the gun after he received a cut on his head. Well, hold up. We're holding off a pretty important part of the story. What did the stepfather do to cut his head? The arguing took the pair outside at some point, and Armstrong began the chase at that moment, pointing the deadly weapon at both his stepfather and stepsister. Man, my headcanon on this was way funnier. Armstrong informed authorities that he loosed only a single bullet at the ground. Police officer Danny Bean provided more details as to how the situation played out, though it wasn't mentioned what exactly triggered the bloodthirsty arguing. Quote, "It escalated quickly from family game night to furniture being turned over and game pieces all over the floor. He said he was aiming for the ground when he shot at them, but we came close to having a homicide over a game of Monopoly. We don't know if it was about game pieces, play money, real money, but something set him off. There are no get out of jail free cards in life, and we put the cuffs on him and took him to jail. Boy, this prepared statement from this cop. When he pulled the trigger, that's when family game night turned into a felony. Okay. Armstrong was arrested at the scene for assault with a deadly weapon, and his bond was set at $25,000. Though he has since been bonded out, really? The weapon wasn't recovered, though. It is believed Armstrong hid it within the house before submitting. Really? Where could it be? Check the Monopoly box. That's probably the first place you can get it in. All right, anyway, that is a thing. One more. A 54-year-old man makes mother commit suicide for providing curry to another man.
That whore.
I was going to say, it wasn't until I read it on podcast that I wondered if curry is a euphemism. A man who was arrested for beating his mother and driving her into committing suicide was recently handed his sentence. The criminal admitting to his fit of violence, which happened after he learned he had to share his mother's curry with an unrelated Oji-san. Jesus, of course, it's Japan. I don't know why I assumed it was going to be Indian curry. The 54-year-old man from Ishikawa, 54, from Kaga City, admitted to beating his mother, who was in her 70s, in the face before placing a kitchen knife next to her and demanding she quickly die.
Commit seppuku, bitch.
Yeah. Oh, please let that be how this played out. May she rest in peace, of course. That's my get out of hell free card. And he was accused of inciting suicide as his mother fulfilled his wishes. So he was inciting suicide and assault. Okay. The twisted criminal was quoted as saying, quote, "I was looking forward to eating the curry my mother made, but grew enraged after having to share it with an unrelated Oji-san.
There was no mistake. I told her this. That's how you know, because obviously there was no cameras.
It wasn't.
So I'm admitting to it.
It wasn't mentioned whether uncle or old man, Oji-san, whether the Oji-san he was referring to was his despised father, or perhaps a random man. Stuttering occasionally in the courtroom. Now it makes a little more sense. The accused said he was drunk and had no intention of making his mother commit suicide. The old man was sentenced to 3 years in prison and 5 years suspended with probation. The defense initially requested a suspended sentence as they claimed the man was deeply regretful of his actions. So I don't know.
Did he say there was no mistake, though? They needed that on the quote.
There must be some mistake. Whoa, wait. Let him go.
There was no mistake. Let him go.
We need to make a shirt with "there was no mistake." Just says "there was no mistake."
I think I've been thinking about it. I want to find out what the actual Japanese phrasing is and just put it in kanji. There is no mistake. I did that thing. Or just a blank spot. There was no mistake.
Oh, we got
blanked.
another.
Oh, I could find myself a hot girl here. Also, the same message again, but this time with emoji or no emoji. Man,
This
just
one
in
has
case
an emoji on it.
that's not the same kind of emoji. This one's a color, bitch. just in case I discriminate against emojis. Oh no, you know what it probably is like it probably the bot is like here it is with an emoji. And if this type of Unicode emoji doesn't work, then this emoji. And if you don't take emojis at all, you can still find a hot girl right here. Please come to my goddamn website. Oh boy. All right, so my headcanon says that he said, kill yourself, Mom! And she just took that kitchen knife and gutted herself and started making a sandwich out of her entrails and said, choke on it, son. Yeah. And then she died promptly. That's
no more curry for you.
You had the curry out of my intestines, son.
Not only will I kill myself, but I will make an entrail sandwich for that OG son you hate so much.
If I can't make curry for that OG son, I won't make curry for anyone.
Yeah. All right. So there are several other articles, but I feel like they should be saved. So, have fun at work tomorrow. Did we actually? I think we actually have exceeded the longest podcast we've done so far.
Oh,
well, let's
joy.
extend it out while we look for it.
I'm looking. Yeah, we got to know. I can't wait to go upstairs.
It's like 5 minutes short.
Hold on, I'm sorting A to Z. Oh, fuck. I should have sorted Z to A. No? 8 hours and 47 minutes? We ain't beating that tonight. Good night, folks. I hope you enjoy. Hold on, what are the comments? No, don't end broadcast yet. Comments. Oh, yeah, these comments. All right. Blanks have no bullet. Wise words from Mukono. That's referring to the shake them and they rest. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry for my illness, and this podcast has been all over the place tonight. But
yeah, I love it. Hey, we're gonna cut it short tonight. Yeah, we're gonna have a short
yeah, we're gonna
podcast.
cut it short, just shy of 8.5 hours.
And we're gonna start early.
I never said these words.
We're gonna start early.
Okay, well, I did say those words. So, my wife and kids went to a timeshare that my mother-in-law has, and they were supposed to arrive tonight back home. So the podcast was going to happen in the afternoon. But there's a snowstorm in Tahoe. So they arrived like yesterday at 2 a.m. All right. I am sorry, but trust me, you don't want a podcast with a little child walking through that door and barky, yappy dogs all night. I saved us from that. So yes, I was wrong. But it was better that we waited. Even though
I was wrong then, but I'm right now.
Because of
it's
Lance
literally 4 in the morning.
All right. So yeah, real quick, I'll just say that at some point, I hope to be doing well enough that a podcast could happen weekly. Because boy howdy, has it been hard to try to sit down and work on these podcasts and be like, I got to push it another week, just simply because I had 3 weeks worth of podcast articles to go through, and it took too long. Because believe it or not, this show almost happened on Thursday, but it was like, wow, there is way too much to go over. And the unfortunate thing about that is how when there's too much to go over, most of it just gets yeeted anyway. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Where's that new intro? I like the old intro. We're doing the old intro. Prepare to have your speakers blown out.